man in a Pikachu onesie, and they say New York doesn't have any superheroes. When I first moved to the city, I thought the subway was a great place to meet new people, and then I met New York's finest. Once I saw a man who had brought his pet snake on the train, and I thought to myself, this is why I never take the express train. I even saw a man giving haircuts on the train, and I couldn't help but wonder, is this the new Uber pool? I'm starting to think the subway is just a mobile talent show. It's like a never-ending circus, and the only thing missing is the elephants. It's like a never-ending talent show, but I haven't seen any golden buzzers yet. It's like a never-ending variety show, but without any planning. Broadway shows always keep me on the edge of my seat. It's like a roller coaster ride, but with better music. Watching Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark was like watching a train wreck in slow motion. You know it's going to end badly, but you just can't look away. I mean, what's next? Superman, Turn Off the Sun? I heard the Frozen musical wasn't too good either. I guess they should just let it go. I mean, they should have just stopped with Spider-Man, Turn Off the Dark. Maybe they should make a musical about the life of a comedian. It would be a lot more entertaining than Spider-Man, Turn Off the Dark. Speaking of musicals, have you guys heard about the musical based on emojis? Yeah, it's called Emojiland. I guess they'll make a musical about anything these days.
Hey everyone, thanks for coming out tonight. I bet some of you lost your virginity to Game of Thrones too. Oh. Seems like Game of Thrones had a lot of firsts for me. Anyone else? And then he said he wanted to reenact the Red Wedding. I had never been happier to be a virgin. But seriously, who loses their virginity to Game of Thrones? I mean, there's plenty of other options. I mean, at least it wasn't based on 50 Shades of Grey. I don't think I could handle that much grey. Maybe I should have waited for the final season of Game of Thrones. Well, at least he didn't compare me to that chick he saw dying in season 3. Maybe I should have waited for the final season of Stranger Things. Apparently, hosting Hollywood events just means being the designated driver for A-listers. I couldn't believe how down-to-earth Jennifer Lawrence was, although her cat did drink out of my wine glass. I mean, have you ever seen so many celebrities in one room? It's like being at Madame Tussauds, except they're all alive. It's like I'm living in a movie with all these A-listers around. Except, I haven't been cast in the lead yet. These A-listers really know how to party. I woke up this morning and there was a tiger in my hotel room. I mean, it's great being around all these A-listers, but I'm starting to feel like the assistant to the assistant of the catering manager. I swear, if I had to hear one more person ask me to introduce them to Bradley Cooper, I might have to start charging a commission. I mean, the dating app pool is so shallow. My options were either my ex or a guy who described himself as pizza enthusiast. My therapist told me my problem is that I always go for the bad boys. But why settle for the good guys when I can have a heart attack with abs? My worst date was with this guy who kept bragging about having a boat, so I asked him if he knew how to swim. I used to think I was attracted to bad boys, but it turns out I just like guys who don't text me back. I once went out with a guy who said he was spiritual but not religious. Turned out he was just really into incense and weed. My ex-boyfriend used to call me drama queen, but he's the one who ended up crying in a Starbucks. It's really hard to be a woman in this industry, but speaking up against harassment is necessary for change to happen. It's insane that in 2021 we still have to fight for Latin address, Latinisms, Latin name, Latin human rights. It's disgusting that so many powerful men in this industry think they can get away with anything they want. And it's not just in Hollywood, it's everywhere. It's in every industry, it's in schools, it's in the military, it's everywhere. We need to keep speaking up and fighting back against this toxic culture. We need to create a culture where survivors of sexual harassment feel safe to come forward and where their voices are heard. It's time for all of us to stand up and say enough is enough. We deserve to be treated with respect and dignity. Let us keep the conversation going and hold those in power accountable for their actions. It's time to shift the focus from victims to perpetrators. We need to hold them accountable for their actions. Social media is like playing Jenga, except every move could end your career. Social media is like a drug dealer, it hooks you in and then slowly destroys you. I mean, sometimes I feel like if I don't share every single moment of my life online, did it even happen? I've had to unfollow so many people on Instagram because they were making me miserable. How many selfies do you have to take before you realize that you're just stuck with this face? Social media has made me realize that my self-esteem is based entirely on other people's opinions of me. I remember the first time my parents caught me smoking weed. They were so disappointed, mainly because I wasn't sharing. My siblings always claim I'm the favorite child, but that's just because I'm the only one with my own Netflix password. My parents never believed in vaccinations, which is probably why I'm the only one in my family without polio. My family is always telling me I have to grow up and be responsible. Like, hello, I pay for my own Netflix now. My family is always talking about their favorite exercise, jumping to conclusions. They say you can't choose your family, but you can choose your therapist. I put my money on the latter. You know your family is dysfunctional when you feel like you're the only sane one, but then you realize you're also in the therapy. My therapist told me to bring my family in for a session. I think she wants to see a circus show. It's always awkward when people ask me to tell them a joke in real life, like, do I just start performing for them? Whenever someone asks me who my favorite comedian is, I always say myself, because who else will? When you're a comedian, people always think you're happy and carefree, but trust me, I never worry about anything except bombing on stage. It's tough being a comedian, you have to come up with a new hour of material every year. Meanwhile, people still quote the same three lines from my first stand-up special. When I first started doing comedy, I thought dying on stage meant not getting a laugh. It turns out, it means getting a standing ovation in a retirement home. It's interesting to see how my humor has evolved over the years. Sometimes I even surprise. Thanks for coming out tonight, it's been a blast. Is it just me or do cubicles scream creativity killer? But let us be real, the real creativity killer is the printer that never works. I mean, who needs natural light or human interaction to be creative anyway? I mean, who needs Windows when you can stare at spreadsheets all day? And the best part is, the fluorescent lighting never stops shining down on you, reminding you of how stuck you are. I've spent more time with Excel than with my family, and I still don't know which one I like more. And don't even get me started on the coffee in the break room. I mean, who knew paper clips could be so damn fascinating? I swear, sometimes I think John's only goal in life is to make us all as miserable as he is. I saw him in the break room just staring at the microwave for 5 minutes straight, waiting for his food to heat up. I mean, come on, John, it's not a TV. I mean, the guy even wrote us a 6-page email on how to properly organize paper clips. Paper clips, people. I mean, I've seen him do things to Excel spreadsheets that I didn't even know were possible. I swear, he once criticized the way I stacked papers together. I mean, does he think this is a beauty pageant? I swear, he's the kind of guy who brags about his high score on Minesweeper. I bet John's idea of a perfect day is firing people right before Christmas. I wish I could say John is just a terrible boss, but I'm pretty sure he's just a terrible human being. It was a bold move for Mike to make a move on Stacy. I mean, everyone knows you don't dip your pen in the company ink. But then again, who uses pens anymore? Honestly, I'm just happy HR finally had something to do. They were basically asking to get caught. I mean, who makes out in a supply closet? You might as well write please catch us on the door. I mean, they really thought they were sneaky. Stacy started wearing a different perfume, and Mike would avoid eye contact with everyone in the break room. It was like watching a terrible spy movie. I mean, the break room is own thing, but the supply closet is a whole different level. I mean, who needs office gossip when you have office real life soap operas going on? I mean, they could have at least gone to the janitor's closet. That place smells cleaner. And don't even get me started on the trust falls. I mean, who thought it was a good idea to fall backwards into the arms of the people you work with every day? I mean, did they really think that making us do a three-legged race would help us in the boardroom? I mean, seriously, who came up with these team building activities? It's like they're trying to make us hate each other even more. I mean, who do they think we are? Fifth graders on a field trip? I swear, the only reason to attend these retreats is for the open bar. I don't know about you guys, but nothing screams team building quite like a drunken karaoke session with your boss. You know what they say, a team that drinks together is probably not getting any work done. But hey, at least I got a free pen out of it. And don't even get me started on the trust falls. If I wanted to fall backwards and hope someone caught me, I'd join a cult. Presentations make me nervous, but not as nervous as using the company restroom. I was so nervous, I practiced my speech in front of my dog. He fell ill at too. Speaking in front of the board was like trying to run in high heels. You're just waiting for a disaster to happen. John probably thinks he's at a baseball game with how much he's been snoozing lately. I mean, I can't blame him. Watching paint dry would have been more exciting than my presentation. And don't even get me started on the hour session. It was a real blow to my ego when I realized my only shot at promotion was being someone's backup plan. I mean, John Smith couldn't even use Excel properly, but somehow he's promoted over me. Honestly, I'm just glad I don't have to deal with his terrible jokes anymore. I heard John got demoted for embezzlement. I guess karma really is a BTCH. I mean, the guy has the humor of a fax machine. Who promotes someone like that? I mean, the guy can't even do a proper spreadsheet. It's like he's still using Excel Pichanbe. I mean, the guy probably still has a flip phone. Who trusts someone like that with a promotion? I mean, I heard he still uses Internet Explorer as his default browser. I mean, I've seen people do some crazy things for free drinks, but John takes the cake. I mean, it's called the company party, but it's really just an excuse for HR to make us all do the electric slide. And don't even get me started on the office gossip that comes out of this party. I think next year's party needs to be in a padded room. But let us be real, we're not here for the free drinks, we're here for the office drama. Am I right? And remember, if your cubicle is shaking, it's not an earthquake, it's just Bob's anger issues.
Welcome to Inside Amy Schumer. That's not even the worst date I've been on. One time a guy took me to his grandma's funeral and asked me to help him pick out the casket. He told me he was a dog whisperer. I thought he meant he trained dogs. Nope, he just kept whispering who's a good boy to himself. I mean, I could have dealt with all that, but then he asked for a hug at the end. A hug? Can you imagine? I've had dates that were so bad, I'm pretty sure they were just pranks. Like, is there a hidden camera here? And you know what he said to me? I don't believe in chivalry. My best friend set me up on a blind date once, with her cousin. Yeah, she definitely hated me. But on the bright side, I never have to see that guy again, and that's a really bright side. The worst part was, I was wearing my nicest outfit. So now Oprah Winfrey has seen me at my best and my worst. She even offered to send her maid over to clean up the mess. Like, does Oprah have a maid on call for spill emergencies? I mean, who wouldn't be nervous around Oprah? The woman is a national treasure. I mean, can you imagine accidentally spilling on Oprah Winfrey? I'm surprised she didn't have me arrested. I was so embarrassed, I thought my career was over right there. She was so gracious about it, she even helped me clean up the mess. She even gave me a hug and said, "Don't worry, it happens all the time." One time, a guy at the bar asked me out and I said no. So he left me a tip that said ugly on it. Classy. My boss would always say, the customer is always right, and I would think, but you're always wrong. I went back to him later and said, guess what? I'm still ugly, but at least I'm not a jerk. My boss once told me to smile more. I said, why? So I can look like a stepford wife while I carry your sorry ass? My boss once told me I had too much attitude. I replied, and how does that feel? My boss once told me to wear more makeup. I said, why? So I can attract more creeps like you? If I could handle my boss's attitude, I could handle any patron at the bar. But honestly, most of them were just trying to relive their high school days. Working at a dive bar taught me a lot, like how to clean vomit off my shoes and how to smile while getting a 10-cent tip. I mean, who needs abs anyway? Honestly, I just wanted someone to drink wine with and watch bad reality TV. That's the thing with online dating, you never know who you're going to get. It's like playing Russian roulette with your heart. It's like a surprise party, but the surprise is that you're disappointed instead of happy. I mean, what did he think was going to happen? That I would just show up and be like, oh yeah, you're definitely the guy in those pictures from 10 years ago, who looks nothing like you do now. I'm starting to think that guy in the pictures wasn't even the same species as the one I met in person. But you know what they say, the best way to get over someone is to get under someone else. Bradley Cooper is so charming, he could spill a drink on me and I'd thank him. Bradley Cooper is such a gentleman, he even offered to buy me a new drink. Bradley Cooper is such a gentleman, he even offered to dry clean my dress. The only person who's ever been that nice to me was my grandma, and she needed me to do her taxes. Bradley probably had to change his suit after that, but he still pretended to be impressed by my spilling skills. But I'll never forget the look of pure horror on his face when he realized it wasn't just a white Russian in his lap. So, Bradley, if you're watching this, I just want to say sorry for that night. And also, if you ever want to grab a drink again, my lap is always open. I mean, I get it. If I looked like me, I'd be mad online all the time too. But honestly, I don't even read their comments anymore. I just hand my phone to my therapist and let her deal with it. Sometimes I wonder if their mothers taught them anything, like, if you have nothing nice to say, shut up, or at least say it to their face like an adult. You know, it's funny, these trolls think they are hurting me with their comments, but little do they know, I have a secret weapon, therapy. People tell me to just ignore the trolls, but I can't help it, their stupidity is just too entertaining. I mean, these trolls are really doing God's work. Without them, who would remind me of how much better my life is than theirs? It's like they think they are actually hurting my feelings. Joke's on them, I've been in therapy for years. I wish the trolls would at least come up with better insults. You're fat, yeah, and give me something new to work with. I mean, if you're going to insult me, put some effort into it. At least make it creative. Your fat is so played out. I mean, can we at least switch it up? You're ugly maybe, or I don't know, you're a terrible comedian? I swear, sometimes I think some of these people just come to my shows to insult me. Maybe they just have a crush on me and this is their weird way of showing it. I mean, they could have just thrown tomatoes at me like normal hecklers do. Yeah, I bombed worse than a Michael Bay movie. I was about as funny as a root canal. My jokes were worse than a dentist's punchline.
Are you ready to laugh your way through coding? It was like working in a John factory. The only thing missing was a conveyor belt. It was like being in a John trap. I'm just glad they didn't start calling me John. I felt like I was on a first-name basis with myself. I felt like I was in a John Nye Bravo cartoon. It was like being the only drop of oil in a car full of gas. I was like the only vegetarian at a barbecue restaurant. I felt like a rare gem amongst a pile of rocks. I mean, who needs palindromes in real life anyway? Palindrome? More like a palindon't. At least they didn't ask me to spell supercalifragilisticexpialidocious during the interview. I once had an interview where they wanted me to code a function that solved the traveling salesman problem. I told them I solved it by not becoming a salesman. I mean, who needs to spell when you can code, am I right? I guess that means I'm not cut out to be a palindrome checker, or a speller. But hey, at least I can code my way out of a bad spelling. I mean, who needs palindromes when you have autocorrect, right? I had to change my pants after that incident. I almost gave myself a heart attack when I saw what I almost did. Thank goodness for backups, am I right? Thank goodness for version control, am I right? I don't always test my code, but when I do it in production. I guess you could say I like to live dangerously. So my coworker thought he could prank me by putting tape on my mouse. Little did he know, I'm a programmer. Control-Alt directional arrow key, problem solved. Looks like office pranks don't really work on techies like us, huh? I mean, who needs office pranks when you can write an infinite loop that crashes the entire system? And let's be real, we're all just waiting for someone to fall for the Control+Alt+Del prank. Speaking of revenge, I once wrote a program to play never-ending dial-up sounds every time my coworker opened his computer. I once replaced my boss screensaver with a fake blue screen of death. Let's just say the look on his face was priceless. So for revenge, I write code that makes coworkers' computers play random animal sounds at full volume every time they try to type. They never know which animal to expect. I thought I had deleted my entire career with that one mistake, but somehow I managed to turn it into a stand-up act. I learned my lesson and now I always double check before running any script on the production server. I never thought the words drop table could haunt me for so long. I spent the rest of the night praying to the God of backups. That's why I always have a backup plan, and a backup for the backup plan. Maybe I should have prayed to the God of backups before running the script. I guess they don't call it a critical review for nothing. I think they missed the memo that code reviews aren't supposed to be therapy sessions. Sounds like they should have gone into therapy instead of coding. That review was worse than the time I tried to code with a broken keyboard. I felt like coding was an abusive relationship, but I just couldn't leave it. I mean, did I accidentally delete their Twitter account or something? It's like my code was their ex and they were just looking for reasons to trash it. Well, I guess they really needed to boost their ego somehow. It's like trying to explain the difference between a fork and a spoon to a dog. You know what they say, if at first you don't succeed, try Java, then JavaScript, then Python, then Ruby, then, you get the idea. My dad thinks copy-pasting code from Stack Overflow is how you learn to code. My dad thinks coding is just typing fast. If your fingers are moving fast enough, the computer will understand you. Even my dog knows the difference between Java and JavaScript. They keep asking me to teach them how to code, but I think I'd rather teach my dog the difference between Java and JavaScript. They say there's only one rule in coding, never trust user input, but my parents didn't even understand what an input was. My dad keeps asking me if coding is addictive. I told him, once you start, it's hard to control Alt-Del. Thanks for laughing your way through coding with me tonight. Remember, coding might be frustrating, but at least it doesn't ask you to meet its parents.
Hey everyone, I'm Sarah Johnson, and before you ask, yes, I used to be a teacher. I eventually got the hang of teaching, but I still introduce myself as Tina Fey at every parent-teacher conference. I tried to switch it up and introduce myself as Amy Poehler the next day, but I don't think the kids got the reference. Every time I said a student's name wrong, they'd correct me and I'd say, "That's what I said." My students thought I was auditioning for SNL. It was not the first time. Maybe I should have just stuck with Tina Fey. It would have been easier to remember my name. If only my students knew that Tina Fey is actually my alter ego. I wish I could be Tina Fey forever, but then I remembered I need a stable job with health benefits. And let's be real, I could never rock those glasses like she does. Well, John, maybe if you studied instead of watching TikTok, you wouldn't be failing pop quizzes. Maybe instead of blaming me, you should ask yourself why you're dependent on spoon feeding. Maybe next time you'll remember to study instead of relying on me to hold your hand. Well, John, I understand it's hard to keep up with unexpected events. Next time, I'll give you the same heads up I got. As they say, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Or in John's case, you can give him a pop quiz, but you can't make him study. Well, John, if only studying was as easy as making excuses, you would ace every test. And John, if only blaming others was a subject, you would get an A+. John's dad used to be a class clown? Well, that explains a lot. Looks like apples don't fall far from the tree, huh? That's one way to make sure your kid isn't the class clown. Looks like John's father has some experience in the classroom after all. Looks like the class clown gene runs in the family. Looks like John's family is a major contributor to our comedy club. Looks like John's family is always causing trouble. I heard his grandma got kicked out of bingo for cheating. Looks like John's family is quite the troublemakers. I heard his sister got kicked out of the library for talking too loudly. John's family really knows how to shake things up, huh? I even heard his uncle caused a small riot at a goat yoga class. John's family really knows how to stir up some trouble. Did you hear about his cousin's wedding last year? Let's just say the cops were called. John's family is really something else. Last Thanksgiving, they got in a food fight that took down the entire dining room. John sure knows how to keep things interesting, doesn't he? Last week in class, he tried to convince me that the earth is flat. John's always finding trouble, I swear. Last week he tried to organize a walkout during recess because the basketballs weren't inflated enough. Looks like John did all the work again. I hope he didn't get in trouble for organizing a labor union. Seems like some of these kids are preparing for a career in management. Looks like we have some future bosses in the making. Looks like John will have a bright future as a team leader. Looks like John will have a bright future as a CEO, because let's face it, he's not gonna settle for just being the team lead. Well, looks like John's classmates are going to have a bright future in middle management. John, prank me anytime, just not during a pop quiz, haha. And the substitute's name was Mr. Bean. Can you believe it? So I'm thinking of bringing my own substitutes from now on. Anyone know where I can rent a Mr. Rogers lookalike? And I thought my class had some troublemakers. They got nothing on these substitute teachers. I mean, the list of things those subs don't understand is longer than a CVS receipt. It's like they have no idea what they are doing. It's like they woke up one day and said, you know what? I think I'll ruin a child's education today. And in case you're wondering, the fire drill wasn't real. Kids these days, am I right? And let me tell you, substitute teacher, if you think that was bad, wait until you see the permanent record of these kids. Goodbyes are always hard, but good teachers take comfort in knowing they have made an impact on their students' lives. It's tough being a teacher, but it's even tougher saying goodbye to your students. I always say that teachers have the toughest job in the world, because we have to deal with not only the students, but their parents too. But nothing compares to the joy of seeing them succeed and knowing you played a part in that. And that's why being a teacher is truly the most rewarding job in the world. But let's be honest, summers off is a pretty sweet peck too. They say those who can't do teach, but we all know that's not true. Those who can't do end up in management. It's amazing how much impact teachers can have on their students' lives, even outside of the classroom. Thank you all for coming. Remember to appreciate your teachers. They are the ones keeping us from becoming those terrible managers. Hey there, who's ready to learn the art of sarcasm? So I started using sarcasm in the classroom, and boy did things change. I said, John, your sarcasm is just superb. I think you should start a club. Teaching sarcasm is like teaching a fish how to swim. They already know how to do it naturally. Teaching sarcasm is like teaching a bird how to fly, it's just in their nature. Teaching sarcasm is like teaching a dog to bark, it just comes naturally. Sarcasm is like a superpower, but with great power comes great responsibility, and awkward social situations. Teaching sarcasm is like giving a toddler a knife. Dangerous but so much fun. Sarcasm is like a language. Everyone can learn it, but not everyone can understand it. Sarcasm is the spice of life. It makes everything more interesting. You know you've got a sarcastic boss when they tell you to have a nice day, and they really mean the opposite. My boss said I need to work on my sarcasm. Well, that's just what I need, criticism from someone who is incapable of sarcasm. It's like my boss thinks sarcasm is a substitute for intelligence, and he's the king of that twisted logic. And people wonder why I left teaching. And the real kicker, he thought he was being funny. I mean, I thought I was sarcastic until I met that boss. So I decided to enroll in a sarcasm class. The teacher was like, "Oh, you're so funny, Linda," and I was like, I know, that's why I'm here, to learn how to control it. And then my mom said, "Oh Linda, you're finally catching up." My uncle's sarcasm is so dry, we have to water him twice a day. My dad's sarcasm is so sharp, I have to wear a helmet when I'm around him. My mom's sarcasm is so subtle, you don't even realize she's insulting you until you wake up in the middle of the night and think, wait a minute. My cousin's sarcasm is so harsh, I'm pretty sure she could cut a diamond with it. My dad's sarcasm is so dry, it's basically just dehydration. I saw John Smith outside the theater trying to be funny with the ticket taker. I already knew what I was in for. He kept making sarcastic remarks throughout the movie and it was really ruining the experience for me and everyone else in the theater. And then I said to him, "Congratulations, John. You should get an award for being the most annoying person in the theater." So I turned to him and asked, "Are you being sarcastic or are you just naturally obnoxious?" And I thought to myself, wow, John really needs to invest in a sarcasm detector. Well, John, I hope you learned your lesson. Never mess with a former high school teacher from Seattle. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what happens when you take sarcasm too far. That waiter was so sarcastic, I had to Google the meaning of everything he said. I didn't know if he was insulting me or asking for my number. He was so sarcastic, I almost thought he was auditioning for a role on The Office. The waiter's sarcasm was so thick, I could cut it with a knife. Speaking of which, does anyone have a knife I could borrow? I didn't realize sarcasm was a language they taught in waiter school. The only thing thicker than the waiter's sarcasm was the steak I ordered. I swear, I had to chew it for an hour. I think that waiter missed his calling as a stand-up comedian, but then again, I don't think he would be able to handle getting roasted himself. Sarcasm is a language that not everyone can understand. It's like trying to explain a joke to your boss. They just won't get it. It's like trying to teach a fish to fly. They just weren't designed for it. People say sarcasm is the lowest form of wit, but I think taking things too seriously might be even worse. Sometimes I feel like I'm fluent in sarcasm and no one else speaks the language. But I guess that's just par for the course when it comes to job interviews, am I right? It's like my sarcasm is a secret superpower, but it always ends up being my kryptonite. I even tried to use it with my husband, but now we only communicate through texts. Sarcasm is like electricity, it's a wonderful thing, but you gotta be careful who you shock. You know what they say, sarcasm is the lowest form of wit, but it's still pretty darn funny. I once met a really sarcastic doctor. I was like, "Can you check my throat?" And he said, "Yeah, sure, let me just ask my crystal ball." I once had a job interview and the interviewer asked me how I handle criticism. I said, "I don't handle it, I dish it out." It's not easy being sarcastic. Sometimes my own family doesn't get it. And let me tell you, trying to out-sarcasm a professional comedian is like trying to swim faster than Michael Phelps. I knew I finally made it when I got a sarcastic clapback from my hero. You know you're getting good at sarcasm when your friends stop asking if you're okay after every snarky comment. Thanks for coming out tonight. Remember, sarcasm is an art form, so keep practicing, everyone.
What's the deal with airline food? You know what's funny to me? When my boss used to ask me, "John, why are you always so serious? Why don't you have a sense of humor?" Well, guess what? Now I get paid to tell jokes, and he's still stuck in his cubicle. But seriously, I never knew number crunching could be so soul-crushing. Who knew making people laugh pays better than making spreadsheets? It's funny how life takes unexpected turns, like me going from spreadsheets to punchlines. And then I realized, the only thing I was good at was making people laugh. I always thought accounting was a boring job, but now I see it's just misunderstood. It's the perfect training for stand-up comedy. You learn how to make people's eyes glaze over. It's funny how much my accounting colleagues laughed at my jokes. I guess crunching numbers for too long can make anything funny. I never realized how much I loved being on stage until my boss told me to get back to my desk. And here I am now, performing at an accounting conference. Talk about a career change. Who knew that accounting jokes could be so popular? I should have been doing this all along. I never thought I'd miss spreadsheets this much. My mum used to say I'm not funny, I'm just weird. She's not wrong. And now I'm the one making them weird. Go figure. My dad is always telling me to stop joking around and get a real job. Yeah, because being a full-time stand-up comedian in New York City isn't real enough. I always knew I wanted to be a comedian. It's in my genes. My great-grandfather was the court jester in medieval England. He was literally the class clown. My mum used to say my jokes were corny, but now she's my biggest fan. She even tells her friends that I'm the funniest guy she knows. So my sister told me I could never make a living telling jokes. Now, she's begging me to be her financial advisor. And you know what my dad said when I told him I wanted to be a comedian? Why would you want to be a clown when you can be an accountant? Jerry Seinfeld has amazing observational humor. Like, he knows what's the deal with everything. And you know what's even better than meeting Jerry Seinfeld? It's making people laugh just like him. I mean, have you ever noticed how people always say what's the deal with airline food when they are trying to do observational comedy? It's like we all collectively decided that airline food was universally bad, but has anyone actually tasted it recently? So I decided to try it on my last flight and yeah, it's still pretty bad. And what's the deal with airplane mode? Do we really believe that turning off our phones will bring down an entire aircraft? Come on. And speaking of airplane mode, have you ever noticed that it's always the same guy who refuses to turn off his phone? It's amazing how many people think swiping left or right is true love. I mean, they're basically just playing a game of hot or not with their emotions. Have you noticed that dating apps have turned us into serial swipers? I mean, we don't even take the time to read the bio anymore. And don't even get me started on the ghosting trend. I mean, if you can't even have an honest conversation with someone you've been on a few dates with, then you're not ready to be in a relationship. It's like we have so many options now that we can't make up our minds. I mean, I spent an hour trying to decide what kind of cereal to buy the other day. I tried online dating once, but I felt like I was shopping for love on Amazon. People say that relationships are a lot like math. I mean, I failed both. They say love is blind, but I think it may be deaf too. It's hard being a comedian and dating. Every time I tell a joke, I'm not sure if they're laughing at me or with me. Why is it that all the women I'm attracted to are either taken or fictional characters? My travel motto is take only memories, leave only footprints. But apparently, I left behind a pair of socks in every hotel room. I tried scuba diving once, but I kept getting distracted by all the underwater restaurants. I went to Japan and tried some wasabi, and I swear it cleared my sinuses for a month. I got lost in a foreign city once and asked for directions. The guy didn't speak any English, so he just started walking and motioned for me to follow him. I ended up in a shoe store, but dang it if I didn't buy the most comfortable pair of sneakers there. I once got lost in Australia and ended up in a wildlife sanctuary. I asked the guide if I could take home a koala, and he said, "Sorry mate, they're not for sale." So I asked, "What about for rent?" Have you ever been on a flight where the person next to you won't stop talking to you? My trick is to put on a fake mustache and pretend I don't speak English. Forget about Siri. I need a personal technical support team to handle my gadgets. My parents always ask me to help them with their devices, but I can barely figure out my own. I don't know why they keep updating these apps. I feel like I'm constantly playing a game of catch up. Nowadays, it's like technology is advancing faster than my bowel movements, and that's saying something. I miss the good old days of rotary phones and VHS tapes, when technology was simple and reliable. And don't even get me started on passwords. I have more passwords than I have friends. My favorite movie is The Matrix. You know, the one where Keanu Reeves plays a hacker who discovers that the world is a computer simulation. Speaking of The Matrix, have you ever noticed how the green code scrolling down the screen looks a lot like the code you see when you try to unsubscribe from an email newsletter? Another thing I love about pop culture is the way it makes us all feel connected. Whether you're in Tokyo or Kansas, we can all bond over our shared love of movies, music, and TV shows. And let's not forget about the commercials. They're practically a form of entertainment now. Thanks for coming to Laughing All the Way. You guys have been amazing.
Hey everyone, I'm Samantha Smith and I'm not your typical accountant. I remember when I told my parents I was quitting my accounting job to pursue comedy. They were like, "What are you going to do? Tell jokes for a living?" I mean, I was practically a joke as an accountant anyway. It's like, I was good at accounting, but I was great at telling dad jokes at the firm meetings. I remember my first time doing stand-up. I bombed worse than Enron. I guess you could say I traded in my pocket protector for a microphone. I may not do taxes anymore, but I still love a good write-off. You know what they say, accounting is the language of business. Well, turns out, comedy is the business of language. And they said accountants are boring. I've had more fun counting down the days until tax season is over than I ever did counting other people's money. Growing up with a bunch of siblings was crazy. Do you know how hard it is to be the funniest one when you have so much competition? My parents were so strict, I wasn't allowed to watch anything with violence in it. So no Power Rangers or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for me. My brother was always the rebel. He was the reason why my mom had a permanent wrinkle between her eyebrows. And my parents were so paranoid about stranger danger that I think my brother is the only stranger I'm allowed to talk to. My brother was even willing to take the blame for the vase I broke, until he found out it was from the dollar store. He would always come to my rescue, like the time he fought off a squirrel for my ice cream cone. And he would make sure to give me the bigger half of the sandwich, even if it meant he only got the crust. I once went on a date with a guy who insisted on showing me pictures of his ex-girlfriends the entire time. But I've had worse dates. Like the guy who showed up in a full-on clown costume. I once had a date where the guy talked about his pet tarantula the whole time. I'm starting to think that maybe I'm just better off alone. I mean, it's not like I'm asking for much, just someone who doesn't collect their toenails. And the worst part is, he had better toenails than me. Social media, am I right? It's like we're all competing for who can present the most perfect, curated life. It's like we're all playing dress up in our lives, except instead of costumes, we use filters and hashtags. And don't even get me started on influencers. Sometimes I think they're just aliens trying to infiltrate our society. But seriously, have you seen some of these influencers' photos before editing? It's like looking at two completely different people. Speaking of influencers, have you ever seen one in real life? They're like the unicorns of the internet world. And don't even get me started on Instagram filters. I still can't find the real me after using them for years. I mean, have you ever tried to unplug for a day? It's like we've become addicted to our screens. You know who else I bumped into once? Lady Gaga. And let me tell you, her outfit was less of a meat dress and more of a meat feast. But let me tell you, meeting Kanye West was the real adventure. And don't even get me started on the time I accidentally cut in front of Justin Timberlake in line at Starbucks. I mean, don't even get me started on the time I accidentally walked into Taylor Swift's dressing room. And then there was the time I accidentally called Ryan Reynolds Chris. And don't even get me started on the time Hugh Jackman caught me staring at him in the gym locker room. I once got lost in Tokyo and ended up accidentally joining a Japanese karaoke contest. Let's just say I butchered Let It Go in front of a live audience. But nothing beats the time I accidentally joined a cult retreat in Bali thinking it was a yoga retreat. And let me tell you, the time I accidentally ordered squid ink spaghetti thinking it was regular spaghetti, that was a whole other adventure. I also went to Thailand, and let's just say I experienced way too many full moon parties. I also went bungee jumping in New Zealand, and let's just say I'm never doing that again. I also got lost in Morocco and ended up riding a camel to find my way back. But you know what was the wildest thing I did? I tried to start a dance party in a hostel in Australia, and it ended up becoming a rave. I learned that in Spain, they take their siestas very seriously. I accidentally walked into a store during siesta time and had to wait outside for an hour. Speaking of dreams, I hope one day I'll get to open for Dave Chappelle. I mean, I would settle for opening for someone a little less famous, like Carrot Top. I mean, I've already accomplished so much. Last week, I almost got a standing ovation at an open mic night. I mean, at this point, I'll take opening for a local balloon animal artist. I've been practicing my balloon animals, just in case. I mean, if all else fails, I'll just become a TikTok star. I actually met Ali Wong once, and I just stood there speechless like a total dork. I mean, there's always the option to go back to accounting. Nah, I'd rather be broke and happy than rich and miserable. Thank you all for coming, and remember, it's never too late to follow your dreams and find happiness.
Are you ready to crunch some numbers? John Smith was such a pain. I think he believed his accountants were magicians. John Smith thought his accountants were magicians? I guess that's why they say accounting is magic. He once called me at 3 a.m. asking for tax advice. I told him to sleep on it. Literally, sleep on his tax papers. He once asked me to cook his books. I told him that I'm a CPA, not a chef. John Smith is like a math problem that can never be solved. John Smith's books are more confusing than a calculus exam. John Smith's books are so bad, I'm pretty sure he's trying to use accounting to summon a demon. I always struggled with math, so I became an accountant to prove to myself that I could do it, but now I just tell jokes about it. My brother always bragged about how great he was at math, but I was always better at geometry. You know what they say, the shortest distance between 2 points is a line, but leave it to my brother to make it complicated. My brother once told me he calculated how much I owed him for all the times he let me win at Monopoly. I said, I bet you wish you had cheated on your math homework then. My brother was so bad at fractions, he thought 1/4 was one instrument in a string quartet. My brother always said he was a math genius because he could calculate how much money he could save by never buying me a birthday present. I may have spilled my drink on Brad Pitt, but I have to admit, it was worth it just to see his abs up close. I had a crush on my math teacher in high school, but it wasn't reciprocated. I guess he just didn't see the angles. If spilling my drink on Brad Pitt is worth it, I wonder what I'll do if I ever meet George Clooney. What can I say? I have a thing for Hollywood heartthrobs. If I run into George Clooney, I might just faint, or spill my entire dinner on him. I swear, if I ever meet Ryan Gosling, I might just spontaneously combust. I mean, who wouldn't spill their drink on Brad Pitt? He's just too hot to handle. I swear, I have the worst luck around hot celebrities. Last week, I bumped into Chris Hemsworth and accidentally broke his phone. I mean, he didn't even have the decency to break up with me in person. I found out when I saw a Facebook notification saying he was single. I mean, can't people just break up the good old-fashioned way and ghost each other? I mean, what's next? A social media wedding without me? And don't even get me started on the hashtag breakup post. I felt like I was trending on Twitter for all the wrong reasons. It's like we're all contestants on social media's The Bachelor, hoping for a rose and getting left on red instead. I tried creating fake accounts to stalk my ex on social media, but he had already blocked me on those too. It's like social media is the judge, jury, and executioner of our relationships. Living with my last roommate was like living in a landfill. And don't even get me started on her cooking. I thought I was going to have to call the health department after one of her meals. I swear, I think she was training to be a professional slob. I once found out she had been using my toothbrush for weeks. Who does that? I mean seriously, who leaves their dirty dishes in the sink for a week? Did you check out of the hotel of life? Or are you just that lazy? Seriously, I don't understand how some people can live like that. It's like they've never heard of a little thing called hygiene. You know what they say about family, you can't choose them, but you sure can choose to avoid them. And don't even get me started on my uncle's fashion choices. It's like he's stuck in the 70s. I mean, who steals from their own grandparents' wallet? That's just low. I tried to teach my grandparents about online banking, but they said they prefer the good old-fashioned way of stuffing cash under their mattress. It's a good thing John Smith didn't try to steal from me, because let me tell you, I keep my money hidden in my mattress too. My grandma may not be fluent in technology, but she sure knows how to change her mattress cover fast when she needs to. And we thought grandma's old mattress with the springs sticking out was bad before, now it's like a high security safe. I mean, who does that? Stealing from your own family? I never knew my family had a security system, until John Smith showed up. I guess honesty is the best policy, because John knew my history and still took a chance on me. I guess I owe John a drink for giving me a chance. I guess it's all about who you know, right? It's amazing how small this world really is. It just goes to show you, you never know where your connections might lead. Can you imagine if I hadn't worn a tie that day? Who knows where I'd be now? And that's when I realized, all those awkward conversations actually paid off. And to think I almost wore jeans that day. And now to celebrate, let's all do a little dance.
What's the deal with airline food? Have you ever noticed how accountants always carry calculators? It's like they don't trust their own math. And don't get me started on the stereotype that accountants are boring. We have some wild office parties. I mean, we once stayed until 9 p.m. on a Friday. Have you ever noticed how lawyers always carry briefcases? It's like they don't trust their own memory. It's funny how our boss was disappointed when we made mistakes but praised us when we were doing our job. Speaking of lessons learned, I learned that the best way to get a raise is to make a mistake that takes forever to fix. And that's how I learned that mistakes are just opportunities in disguise. Mistakes are like the spices in a dish. They add flavor and make it interesting. Online dating is like playing Russian roulette, but with feelings instead of bullets. It's not just online dating, Kelly. I've had dates with guys and girls alike who think it's okay to show up with a completely different personality than the one they portrayed online. It's like meeting their evil twin. It's like these people are renting personalities for the day, and they can't even keep the act up for an hour. At least actors get paid for it. I mean, it's not like I'm asking for much. Just a picture that looks like you, and a personality that matches with it. Is that too hard to find? I don't understand why people feel the need to pretend to be someone they're not. Just be yourself, even if yourself is a little weird. I think online dating is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. But hey, at least she didn't turn out to be a psychopath, right? Speaking of the Marvel Universe, I tried to impress a girl once by telling her I was Tony Stark. Didn't work out so well. I mean, who doesn't love a good superhero movie? They are the perfect way to escape reality and forget about all the problems in life. Unless you're Tony Stark, then your problems just seem to multiply. You know what I don't get about the Marvel Universe? Why do the superheroes always wear spandex? I mean, if I had superpowers, I'd want to dress for the occasion. Give me a suit of armor like Iron Man or a cool cloak like Doctor Strange. Speaking of costumes, have you ever noticed how Batman's suit gets darker and darker with each movie? Pretty soon it'll just be a black void with glowing eyes. I mean, Captain America's outfit is literally just a flag. How patriotic can you get? And don't even get me started on the Hulk's pants. Like, no matter how big he gets, those pants just stay perfectly intact. What kind of material is that? I mean, have you ever noticed how Thanos is just a big purple raisin? Like, did he spend too much time in the sun or what? And speaking of Karen, have you noticed how in every office there's always a Karen who talks way too loud on the phone and chews with her mouth open? I mean, what's up with that? And don't even get me started on the break room drama. I swear, those people could start a soap opera. But you know what they say about karma. It's a you know what. And let's just say, Karen got what she deserved. And you know what they say, karma may be a you know what, but it always catches up with you. And you know what they say, what goes around comes around. Speaking of karma, I bumped into Karen the other day. She was working at a fast food joint. I guess it really did catch up with her. But, you know, I still can't help but feel sorry for Karen. I mean, imagine being stuck at a fast food joint for the rest of your life. And you know what's worse than a bad family vacation? Having to hear about someone else's perfect family vacation on Instagram. I mean, what's the deal with family vacations? Why do we do this to ourselves? And why do we call them family vacations? It's more like a family endurance test. I mean, why do we even bother going on vacation with the family? It's just stress and more stress. I don't understand why people go on cruises. You're stuck on a small boat with strangers, eating mediocre food, and getting seasick. And you pay for the privilege. I think the key to a successful family vacation is lowering your expectations. That way, when something good happens, it's a pleasant surprise. It's funny how the worst moments become the best stories. Like when we got lost on a hike and ended up finding a secret waterfall. Or when we missed our flight and had to spend the night in the airport. Those are the memories that stick with you. That's why I stick to the tried and true method of getting in shape, eating healthy and hoping for the best. I think gyms should come with an instruction manual. Who even knew what a leg curl machine is? I tried to take a yoga class once. Ended up doing downward dog the wrong way and kicked the person behind me. Never went back. I think the gym needs a sign that says beginner friendly but for the equipment. I don't understand why they make gym equipment so complicated. I just want to lift weights, not solve a Rubik's Cube. It's like they want me to sign up for a PhD just to exercise my glutes. They make jumping jacks sound like rocket science. I just want to exercise, not plan a mission to the moon. I told him it's not easy out there, but hey, at least you're not driving me around forever. Have you ever tried to follow a workout video, but the instructor just moves way too fast? I'm over here panting like a dog and they're already on to the next exercise. I mean, I've been living with my mum for a few years now too, but at least I'm not driving strangers around for a living. Maybe he should try being a comedian instead. So far I'm killing it up here. I mean, it's tough out there. I remember when I first started doing stand-up, I had to work a day job just to make ends meet. But you gotta keep pushing forward. I mean, at least the guy has a job, right? I just go from my bed to my couch all day. Uber drivers have their struggles, but they're out there making it happen. Sounds like that Uber driver could use a side hustle. Maybe he could be a comedian. Oh wait, that's my job. Thank you all for coming out tonight. Drive safe, and remember, laughter is the best medicine.
From counting beans to making laughs, welcome to finding humor in the numbers. So then I tried to balance my own bank account and ended up overdrafting it like 5 times. I guess I'm only good at balancing other people's books. But let's be real, who actually enjoys balancing books? It's like watching paint dry but without the satisfaction of a new wall color. It's like being stuck in a never-ending game of Sudoku, but without the satisfaction of winning. We all know the thrill of finding a missing zero. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, but instead of a needle, it's the key to balancing the books. You know what's worse than finding a missing zero? Finding an extra one. It's like being a detective, but instead of solving crimes, I'm solving accounting errors. As an accountant, my hobby is counting sheep. That's how you know I'm fun at parties. My boss tried to drunkenly sing karaoke to me, but I reminded him that this is an office party, not American Idol. And let's not forget the inappropriate Secret Santa gifts that nobody wanted. I mean, who really wants a used bathrobe from the boss, right? My colleague Mark made a fool of himself by confessing his love to the copy machine. At least he didn't embarrass himself in front of a real woman for once. And then there was Karen from HR, who did the worm in her Santa outfit. Let's just say her future at the company didn't look too bright after that night. And don't even get me started on the karaoke machine. Let's just say that night was the last time anyone saw Jim from accounting. And let me tell you, the office Christmas party isn't the only place where John Smith's inappropriate comments were heard. But at least the photocopier survived that night. Can't say the same about my liver. I mean, we all know John's inappropriate comments won't stop anytime soon, but at least he could learn how to dance. I could see John sweating through his shirt. Dude, what were you thinking? The poor guy didn't sleep for a week. And then the auditors found John's secret stash. No, not the one with the chocolate bars, the other one. It's like watching a train wreck. You can see what's going to happen, but you just can't look away. And then there was Karen, trying to bribe the auditors with her homemade cupcakes. And don't even get me started on Jerry. His face turned white as a ghost when they asked for his expense reports. John thought he was being slick, but those auditors have eagle eyes and ears. You know what they say about audits. It's like going to the dentist. Painful and expensive, but we all gotta do it. They should have known better than to mess with an accountant. We always balance the books. I mean, who submits a receipt for a yoga class as a business expense? That downward dog won't count as an accounting credit. He thought he could pull a fast one on me, but you know what they say, you can't cheat the cheater. I don't know what John was thinking. Did he really think he could get away with it? I always wondered why John came to work smelling like a spa. Now I know, his massages were on the expense report. And then HR sent out that passive-aggressive expense report reminder email. I know who they are talking about. And don't even get me started on Susan from marketing. Her business lunch expenses could feed a small village. John Smith wasn't the brightest. He should have known not to mess with an accountant. And let me tell you, Tom wasn't the brightest either. He thought accounts receivable was some kind of yoga position. You know what they say, there is a fine line between the accounts payable and accounts receivable departments. Tom just couldn't seem to understand that. Tom tried to keep the affair under wraps, but everyone knew. I mean, the guy was sneaking out to meet me during lunch hour. It's like we were living in some sort of embarrassing soap opera. I mean, at least Tom didn't have to sneak around during work hours too, right? He was busy working on my spreadsheets. I couldn't help myself. I just had to tell Susan in HR. She's like Tom's best friend, you know? And can we talk about how awkward the Monday morning meeting was after the Christmas party? I mean, John was acting like nothing happened, but we all knew he saw us in the copy room. And let's just say, I found out that Tom wasn't just good with numbers. And let me tell you, trying to decipher those financial reports was like reading gibberish. And trust me, Excel does not prepare you for power struggles. So I decided to take a page out of John's playbook and, wait, what was his playbook again? But hey, at least I finally have enough money to afford a therapist. And the best part is I finally get my own office. Wait, let me rephrase that. The best part is I finally get to close the door when I yell at John. And let's be honest, I only got the promotion because of my fantastic boobs. I mean, who needs a work spouse when you have a microwave to keep you warm at night? I mean, let's be real, it's not a promotion if you're not making more money, am I right? And don't even get me started on 401 KS. I mean, who wants to wait until they retire to finally enjoy life? And don't even get me started on company picnics. I mean, who wants to spend their Saturday with the same people they see all week? I remember my boss telling me if it were easy everyone would do it. Well, now I'm a comedian. So there. I used to dread going to work every day, but now I wake up excited to face the day. Or at least, excited to see what crazy outfit the other comedians are wearing. And I thought accounting was boring. At least we got to wear colorful ties. Thank you all for coming tonight. Remember, stay true to yourself and find the humor in your daily struggles.
What's the deal with bank fees? Same goes for credit card fees. What's the deal with those? And what's the deal with ATM fees? Am I right, folks? Why do banks charge you for a bounced check? It's not like they have to go out and catch it. Have you ever noticed how long it takes to open a bank account? I mean, it's like they're applying for a loan from themselves. I remember this one time, a customer demanded to speak to the manager over a penny difference in interest rates. And don't get me started on credit card fees. And let's not forget those overdraft fees. It's like they're saying, hey, thanks for giving us all your money, now here's a fee for doing so. I still remember my first gig like it was yesterday. I was performing in a small, dingy club and I couldn't stop shaking. I remember one time after a set, another comedian said to me, "You really funny, you should come back when you're not so nervous." I was like, oh, is that all I have to do? It took me a while to get comfortable on stage, but now I'm laughing all the way to the bank. I still get nervous sometimes, but that's when I know I'm about to deliver my best performance. My first gig was at the bar and the only person who laughed was the bartender. But I just kept going, and now I'm here. It's funny now that my first gig seems like a smooth ride compared to some of the shows I do now. It's like my early shows were warm-up acts for the tough crowd moments I face now. I used to think that dating was a gateway to marriage, but now I see it as a gateway to more material. When dating, I always try to find someone who is funny. That way, if things don't work out, at least I got some good laughs out of it. It's like I'm stuck in this endless loop of bad first dates and mediocre sex. Where's the upgrade button for this? I mean, sometimes I wonder if I'm just better off being single. But then I remember how hard it is to open a jar by myself. And don't even get me started on the ghosting trend. I mean, if you're not interested, just tell me you're not interested. Don't leave me wondering if you've been kidnapped by extraterrestrial beings. Why is it that in relationships, the one who cares less always has the upper hand? It's like a game of emotional chicken. It's crazy how most people in LA don't actually work in showbiz. I met a guy who sold me a sandwich, and he told me he's actually a screenplay writer. It's like everyone in LA is a triple threat: actor, writer, musician. Meanwhile, I can barely do one thing right. I mean, the competition for acting roles is so fierce that I'm pretty sure they're casting pets as lead characters now. I mean, I thought I was making a name for myself until I realized my name was John Smith. It's like being a comedian named Joe Smo. It's not all sunshine and rainbows in LA, though. I got mugged by a Kardashian wannabe with a selfie stick. You know what's worse than having a name like John Smith? Having a bank account like him. Speaking of celebrities, I saw Tom Cruise at the gym the other day. The man is shorter than my comedy career. I auditioned for a movie role once, and the director told me to act natural. So I just stood there and didn't get the part. But after a while, I realized that the true stars of Los Angeles are the parking meters. They always make an appearance, rain or shine. Social media has given every idiot a platform. It's like the Wild West, except everyone's a cowboy and they're all shooting blanks. Have you noticed how social media has turned everyone into a comedian? Suddenly everyone's a stand-up expert, giving out tips on how to do our job. I mean, I'm glad people are laughing, but it's like going to a restaurant, and everyone is telling the chef how to cook the meal. I miss the days when the only people trying to destroy my career were bookers and agents. It's like everyone thinks they're a comedy critic now. They're not, but they don't let that stop them. Social media is like a double-edged sword. It can make you famous overnight, or kill your career with just one tweet. They say laughter is the best medicine, but it's not covered by insurance. My mom doesn't get my jokes. She thinks I'm wasting my degree, but I use it to calculate my salary per laugh. My grandma still thinks I'm a banker. She's the only one who's disappointed that I left the bank. I have a friend who always laughs at my jokes, even when they're not funny. I appreciate the support, but I also need some honesty in my life. My friends always say I should do more impressions in my act. I tell them I don't do impressions, I just imitate my family members. My dad is always telling me to become a doctor or a lawyer. I tell him I'm already a jokester, isn't that enough? My kids have given me some great material over the years. Like the time my son asked me what a floppy disk was. And don't even get me started on the TSA. It's always a gamble whether I'll find something funny or just end up on a no-fly list. You know, I never realized how funny everyday life could be until I started doing stand-up. When I was a banker, the only joke I had was my paycheck. And let me tell you, New York City never runs out of material. I even turned my divorce into a comedy routine. It's funny how people are always asking me about my material. I tell them, if it's funny, it's my thanks for laughing with me. Remember, laughter is the best medicine. What's up? DC? I used to work at the zoo in DC. We had a gorilla that was really smart. One day, I was teaching him sign language and he signed, "Get me out of here." My mom always said if I didn't have anything nice to say, don't say it at all, which is why I'm a comedian now. When I was a kid, my mom wouldn't let me watch certain shows. But now that I'm an adult, I watch them all, and then tell her about them. Growing up, my mom always made me eat vegetables, but now that I'm an adult, I eat them all, and then tell her about it. I used to think doing comedy was easy, until I started doing it. I learned that crowd work could be even funnier than prepared jokes. And you know what? I still mess up my jokes sometimes. But that's okay, because I'm still having fun up here. Meeting Eddie was surreal. I'll never forget what he told me. I remember when I first started out, I was so nervous on stage that I couldn't even remember my own name. I was so excited to open for Eddie that I couldn't sleep for days. But then I finally realized, I'm a comedian. I don't sleep anyway. And I'll never forget those shows with Eddie. The crowds were amazing and the energy was electric. I remember one show where Eddie was running late and the crowd was getting restless. So I decided to go out there and warm them up. And let me tell you, they were begging for Eddie to hurry up and finish his makeup. I gotta say, Eddie really knows how to light up a room. It's like he has this magnetic energy. Man, I was so nervous before meeting Eddie. I mean, he's a legend. But you know what they say, never meet your heroes. Just kidding, meeting Eddie was awesome. It's crazy to think how far I've come since then. But you know what they say, behind every great comedian is a great mentor. I remember one show in particular where my jokes just weren't landing. It was so bad that I started to question if I even belonged on stage. But then I remembered why I started doing this in the first place. To make people laugh. But you know what they say, the biggest laughs come after the biggest bombs. Well, at least I gave the crickets a good show. But hey, at least I didn't get booed off like Kanye at the MTV Awards. Well, I guess the crickets weren't the only ones not feeling me tonight. Man, tough crowd tonight. I feel like I'm trying to sell Bibles to atheists. It's alright, I'm just saving the good jokes for when I'm hanging out with my cat later. I mean, I just got here and already need to deal with hecklers? Do you guys have a support group for that? Dealing with hecklers is like dealing with mosquitoes. Annoying, but part of the job. But some hecklers are just too stupid to insult. I mean, how can you come back from, your jokes aren't funny? Sometimes I wonder if hecklers have ever heard of a little thing called a filter. I mean, some of these hecklers are just looking for attention, you know? Like that guy in the back who keeps shouting, woohoo, every time I pause for a breath. Dude, this isn't a roller coaster. I remember one time I had a heckler who was so drunk, he started heckling the other hecklers. That's when you know you have a problem. It's like they forget that they're not on stage. Like, you can't just start doing your own set in the middle of mine. I once had a heckler who was so bad, even the other comedians wanted to kick him out. They took a vote and everything. You know who was really hard to work with? The makeup artist. Every morning, we got into a fist fight to see who would do my eyebrows. I remember one sketch we did where we all had to dress up as babies. We were in these giant diapers, and we kept falling over because we couldn't keep our balance. The writers were also amazing. They had such great ideas and could turn anything into comedy gold. The costumes were insane. I still can't believe we got away with some of them. The show was groundbreaking and ahead of its time. And let me tell you, we had some of the craziest ideas for skits that never made it to air. There was this one sketch where we pretended to be vegetables. I was broccoli, and Jamie Foxx was a carrot. It was ridiculous. I remember we did a sketch where we were all babies. Jim Carrey was the baby talk show host. It was insane. One time, we did a skit where we all played superheroes, and Jamie Foxx's power was being able to dance people to death. He had us all beat. I couldn't believe it when Prince asked me to teach him some dance moves. And then he said, "You think you can dance?" And I was like, yeah, I think I can keep up. I never thought I'd say this, but Prince has better dance moves than me. And that's saying something. I didn't realize how short he was until I saw him standing next to me in the bathroom. It was awkward. Prince's guitar skills are out of this world. I mean, I think he could make a cardboard box sound like a masterpiece. But let me tell you, playing with Prince on stage is like playing in the NBA Finals with Michael Jordan himself. And don't even get me started on airport security. Security was so tight, I almost left with fewer clothes than I came with. I mean, have you ever had to take off your shoes and put them through the security scanner? Who even knows where those airport floors have been? I once spent so much time at an airport that I had to lay over just to get from the bathroom to my gate. And don't even get me started on the food they serve on planes. Flying is the only time I get excited to eat a bag of peanuts.
Welcome to the Teacher's Lounge. I remember trying to be the cool teacher, but then realizing that I am nowhere near cool enough for these kids. And I thought to myself, why did no one warn me that teaching is like herding cats? But let me tell you, after that first day, I went home and drank a whole bottle of wine. I swear, if teaching was an Olympic sport, they'd give us medals for just surviving the day. I mean, I thought I was prepared, but these kids were like tiny tornadoes, just spinning around and wreaking havoc. I finally understood why my professor in college always said those who can, do, those who can't, teach. I think I needed a helmet just to get through the day. And then I realized, the real school supplies were the friendships we made along the way. It's tough being a teacher. You have to constantly walk the fine line of being firm but not crushing a child's spirit. I mean, it's not like I enjoy disappointing parents, unless they were anything like mine, am I right? And don't even get me started on the parents who think their child is perfect. I mean, nobody's perfect, except maybe Beyoncé. It's like some parents think their child's report card is a Yelp review for the teacher. 1 star, did not exceed expectations. And then they ask me if I've tried essential oils, like I didn't go to college for this. You know what they say, those who can't do, teach, and those who can't teach, teach Jim. I mean, it's not like I have the power to magically make him pay attention. Do they think I have some secret potion or something? I remember when I tried stand-up comedy for the first time. Let's just say it didn't go as well as Mark's routine. And then there was Kevin, who decided to perform his science project in a tutu. Let's just say the vinegar and baking soda volcano was overshadowed. And then there was Samantha, who decided to sing her own rendition of the national anthem. Let's just say we were all very thankful for the American flag behind her. And then there was Emily, who decided to do a ballet dance to rap music. Let's just say it was a unique performance. And then there was Michael, who decided to show off his amazing juggling skills. He may have dropped a few balls, but we were all still impressed. And then there was David, who decided to show off his yo-yo skills. Let's just say it wasn't his best performance. And then there was Karen, who decided to touch everything in the museum. Let's just say it wasn't the best idea. And then there was little Timmy, who decided to touch the do not touch sign. Let's just say he learned the hard way. Some kids never learn, right? Kids these days, they have no respect for authority. I tried to get them out quietly, but it was like trying to herd cats. I knew that field trip was doomed from the moment we left the school. And then I found out that John's dad was the museum director. Awkward. I still have nightmares about that field trip. The look on that security guard's face still haunts me. That's the last time I let the PE teacher chaperone a field trip. I mean, have you ever tried to explain the scientific method to a room full of 8-year-olds? It's like herding cats. And don't even get me started on the parents who do the projects for their kids. Like, thanks Karen, I'm sure little Timmy really built that working volcano all by himself. And don't even get me started on those helicopter parents who demanded that their kids win first place. Like, congrats, Karen, you just taught your child that winning is everything. And then there was Jimmy's project, which was just a potato with some toothpicks sticking out of it. Really inspiring stuff. I mean, exploding soda cans, that's way cooler than anything I ever did in science class. It's funny how the projects that involve explosions always get the most attention at the science fair. And I thought my Diet Coke and Mentos experiment was dangerous. I knew I was in trouble when Maria started bringing me gifts, and they weren't even apples. I felt like I was a pinata and Maria was just waiting to whack me with her nerdy stick. It got to the point where Maria was stealing other students' art just to give it to me as a gift. Luckily, none of them were any good. She even started tattling on other students to me. I mean, come on Maria. But I tell you what, teaching Maria really taught me the meaning of the phrase be careful what you wish for. It got to the point where I had to start hiding from her in the teacher's lounge during lunch. I mean, I love teaching, but I also love eating my sandwich in peace. And don't even get me started on all the grading I have to do. It's like, sorry kids, enjoy your summer, but I'll be here at my desk buried in papers. But let's be real, I'm going to miss those little monsters. I mean, it's not like I won't be seeing them again, when they are in high school and I'm still teaching 7th grade. And let's be real, they are probably going to miss me too. I mean, who else is going to teach them how to do the Cupid shuffle? I always tell my students that they'll be the ones begging to come back to school in a couple weeks. And you know what? I'm usually right. And then after a week of summer vacation, I'm pretty sure they start missing us teachers, just a little bit. But let's be real, I need this summer break just as much as they do. Alright folks, that's it for tonight. Thank you for coming out and supporting the teachers. Enjoy the rest of your summer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First impressions don't always go as planned, especially when it comes to spilling coffee on your new boss. But hey, at least I made him laugh, I think. Moving to New York was expensive. I had to apply for a 4th credit card just to afford a slice of pizza. I thought I was prepared for the cost of living in New York City until I saw how much a tiny studio apartment costs. It's like paying rent for a cardboard box. I had to sell my soul for a subway pass. At this point, it's just be easier to vote. Moving to New York is like signing a deal with the devil. The city takes everything from you, including your soul. New York is the only place where you had to sell your kidney to make rent. Rent in New York City is so high, I'm pretty sure the pigeons had to chip in. I mean, the subway is a great place to catch some ZZZS. Just make sure you don't end up in Coney Island. I saw a guy try to hold dons on the subway once. Let's just say it didn't go well. If you're feeling down, just take the subway during rush hour. You'll never be alone again. I once saw a guy bring a live chicken onto the subway. I wish I were kidding. The other day, I saw a guy carrying a kitchen sink on the subway. I guess he was just really sink savvy. I once saw a guy with a full-size mattress on the subway. I don't know where he was headed, but I hope it was to a bigger apartment. I once saw someone bringing a whole couch on the subway. They really took make yourself at home to another level. It's always nice when someone famous proves to be a decent human being. Like, I met Kanye West once and he didn't interrupt me once. Well, he stopped talking to someone else to talk to me, but still. It's amazing how celebrities can be just like us. I mean, I also love Shake Shack burgers. Though the only difference is when I eat them, I don't have a million paparazzi following me around. I guess great minds think alike. Justin and I both love Shake Shack. Maybe next time I'll run into Beyonce. I bet she's a Shake Shack fan too. I heard Shakira is also a Shake Shack fan, but Justin and I had dibs on the Los Angeles location. I guess next time I'll have to be more careful where I eat, or I might end up running into Miley Cyrus at a salad bar. Looks like Shake Shack is where all the celebs hang out. Maybe I'll run into Beyonce there next time. I mean, who shows up to a comedy club alone? That's a new level of loneliness, John. Looks like I have some fans in the audience tonight. Don't worry, John, you're not the only one who showed up solo. I'm just glad John didn't bring a sock puppet. That would have been a new level of creepy. I mean, John, you really showed up in your best outfit tonight. Looks like you're trying to impress someone, and it's not me. John's outfit is so fire, I don't understand why he isn't walking the runway right now. John, your outfit is so amazing, I'm starting to think I underdressed for my own show. I'm surprised nobody offered to take John out for a runway walk yet. It's like these guys think money is the only thing that matters. but trust me, it doesn't buy class or honesty. Money may talk, but it doesn't have to be the only language spoken. Personally, I prefer fluency in sarcasm and a good sense of humor. I mean, the guy could be at least Google the name of his fake company before the date, right? I couldn't tell if he was more interested in his reflection or me. I can't even count how many times I've been on a date with a guy claiming to be an actor or model, only to find out he's just an extra or did a photo shoot for his friend's project. I mean, I've heard of fake it till you make it, but come on, man. It's like everyone in this city is trying to be someone they're not. I once went on a date with a guy who claimed to be a vegan, then proceeded to order a giant steak. It's like people here are always trying to impress each other. I saw a guy propose in the middle of Times Square and nobody even looked up from their phones. I mean, who needs a therapist when you can just ride the subway during rush hour? Traffic is so bad in this city, sometimes I swear I could walk faster. And I'm a comedian in heels. I tried to go for a run in Central Park, but I ended up power walking behind a group of moms with strollers. And I'm a comedian in sneakers. I saw a rat on the subway today, and I swear it was carrying a slice of pizza. It's like the city's mascot is a health code violation. You know you've been living in the city too long when you mistake a rat for a squirrel. I mean, I never thought I'd make it this far. I'm practically ready for a Netflix special. The worst thing about quarantine is all the toilet paper hoarders. I don't understand why they didn't just buy a bigger like a normal person. My family is so old-fashioned, we still send letters by mail. Last week I got a letter from my grandma. It was very sweet until she asked me when I'm getting married. You know what else I miss about my family? My mom is cooking. I've been living off of cereal and canned soup for the past month. Talking with my family is great, but have you met my family? It's like a real life episode of Modern Family. I mean, don't get me wrong, I still miss my family. But talking to them for hours on the phone, let us just say I won't be doing that again anytime soon. I guess what they say is true. Distance makes the heart grow fonder, but also makes the conversations shorter. It's funny how distance can make you appreciate the people you love more. Thank you all for coming tonight. You've been a great audience. Remember, distance might make the heart grow fonder, but don't try to go too far from the fridge. Good night.
It's great to be here tonight. I used to write code all day, now I just tell jokes. I thought programming was going to be a stable career, but then JavaScript happened. You know you're a programmer when you prefer tabs over spaces. You know you've been coding too much when you dream about coding. When I was a software engineer, I used to think my code could change the world. Now I just hope it doesn't break the internet. Sometimes I miss debugging, said no one ever. So I wrote the code perfectly on the whiteboard. But it turns out they wanted me to write it in Java. I wrote it in C++. And then they asked me to optimize the code. I thought they already did that before they hired me. It's like they want me to be a magician instead of a software engineer. They really expect me to remember all those syntax rules? I'm not a computer, I'm a human being. I mean, do they want me to recall every single command like some sort of supercomputer? I mean, it's not like I can just Ctrl+Z my life like I do in code. I guess I shouldn't have told them my previous job involved debugging spaghetti code. It's like they expected me to perform open heart surgery while balancing on a unicycle. Social media is the reason why I had to change my status from in a relationship to it's complicated. I used to think that social media was just for teenagers, but now even my grandma is on it. So I finally deleted my ex-girlfriend from all my social media accounts, and it's the best update I've ever made. And don't even get me started on all the fake news on social media. I mean, my uncle thinks he's a medical expert now because he read some article on Facebook. But let's be real, we all know Instagram is the real reason relationships end these days. Of course, it's not all bad. I mean, I did get a lot more free time after I was single again. I tried to get back with her, but she blocked me on every platform. I had to resort to sending messages in code. I thought if I could code, I could change the world. Turns out the only thing I changed was my bank account. I thought coding would be my ticket to success, but it's more like a one-way ticket to my parents' basement. I guess coding's not all it's debugged up to be. I should have known better than to think I could compete with teenagers in hoodies creating billion-dollar startups. It's okay though, at least I learned how to write good error messages. I guess I'm just not cut out for the startup life. People at tech conventions are like kids in a candy store, but instead of candy, they want free stickers and company t-shirts. I mean, I'm still using the laptop I got in college. But these guys want the latest tech like it's the holy grail. You know, I once worked with a guy who had a state-of-the-art computer, but he couldn't type a single line of code without Googling it. And don't get me started on those tech buzzwords like disruptive. I mean, just because you can't explain your product, doesn't mean it's revolutionary. You see, technology is like a language. If you don't use it, you forget it. Just like my high school French class. It's crazy how technology has changed our lives. I remember when we had to use payphones and write letters to communicate. And nowadays, we don't just have smartphones, we have smart homes, smart watches, and even smart toilets. I don't need my toilet to be smarter than me, you know what I mean? Smart homes are great, but have you ever tried to teach your grandparents how to use one? It's like trying to explain Twitter to a pigeon. Speaking of smart technology, I recently had a conversation with a self-driving car. Let's just say it was one-sided. I mean, have you seen some of these tech company names? It's like they just took a Scrabble board and threw it against the wall. Technology company names are like a foreign language to me. I just smile and nod like I understand. I didn't even know what the company did. Turns out they make software for accounting. Who knew that was even a thing? Every time I hear a new company name, I feel like my brain needs a software update. I mean, who comes up with these names? It's like they're trying to make it harder for us to understand what they do. Have you ever noticed that tech companies have the worst acronyms? It's like they just threw a bunch of letters together and hoped for the best. These tech guys need to learn how to speak normal English. I mean, what does UX even mean? It's like they compete on who can come up with the most confusing name for a simple product. Who uses SaaS instead of just saying software as a service? I once had a coworker who used so much jargon that I thought he was speaking another language. They call it tech speak, but honestly, it's just gibberish. They come up with buzzwords that make no sense, like cloud computing. It's just someone else's computer. These tech CEOs don't even use their own products, they just sell it to us and say it's revolutionary. And don't get me started on agile development, it's just code and coffee on repeat. It's like they just throw in a bunch of buzzwords and hope for the best. It's like they're trying to turn programming into a buzzword bingo game. It's like trying to communicate with aliens using only buzzwords. Yes, we have synergy in our ideation and are leveraging the blockchain for it, and don't get me started on agile development, it's like everyone's trying to be a Scrum Master these days.
Welcome to Chuckles from the Bay. So I had to break the news to my parents that I was switching careers. They were less than thrilled, but then I reminded them that accountants don't get standing ovations. I used to work in accounting, now I work in laughs. It's not easy being a comedian though, my jokes are always debited rather than credited. But hey, being a comedian is a lot like being an accountant. You just have to be good at balancing things, like my jokes and my morals. I mean, at least as a comedian I don't have to deal with taxes anymore, am I right? It's funny, as an accountant I always had trouble balancing my books, but as a comedian, I'm a pro at balancing my audience's laughter. But you know what's harder than balancing books? Balancing my social life as a comedian. I mean, sure, I make people laugh for a living, but I also spend a lot of time alone writing jokes. Working at these tech companies was like being in a cult. I mean, they even had their own language with words like ping and sprint. And don't even get me started on the free snacks. I gained 10 pounds and lost my dignity. They even have nap pods for employees. I mean, what is this, a daycare? And who needs a gym membership when you have a ping pong table, right? I mean, who needs a free yoga class when you have a ball pit to jump into, am I right? I heard Amazon has a relaxation room for employees. I mean, if you need to relax at work, maybe it's time to consider a career change. I mean, the only thing missing are nap pods and a massage therapist on site. Oh wait, they have those too? I heard they even have a designated room just for napping. I mean, what happened to just drinking coffee like the rest of us? It's like they are trying to turn the workplace into a daycare. Next thing you know, they'll have a ball pit and crayons. These tech companies even have nap pods. It's like they want us to sleep at work. I heard they even have a goat yoga studio now. Can't they just stick to regular yoga? I swear every other person here has a startup idea. Can't we all just work for the government or something? It's like everyone in the Bay Area is on a quest for enlightenment. Can't we just settle for being slightly less terrible people? Does anyone in the Bay Area use an actual stove anymore, or is it all just avocado toasts and smoothie bowls? I tried to go vegan once, but then I realized bacon exists. It's like everyone here is trying to out-hipster each other, but nobody knows what a hipster actually is. It's like the entire city is in a never-ending game of who can be the most unique. I saw a guy wearing a top hat, suspenders, and carrying a typewriter. I didn't know if he was a hipster or a time traveler. So, I'm walking down the street, minding my own business, and who do I see? The one and only Robin Williams. I couldn't believe my eyes, it was Tom Cruise. I asked him for a picture and he said no, but thanks for asking. It's like celebrities only come out to play when they see me looking like a mess. And then I realized, it wasn't actually Tom Cruise, it was just some guy named Tim who was really good at impressions. But honestly, I think I made a better impression on him than he did on me. I mean, Trying to find love on a app is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, if the haystack was full of fake profiles and shirtless mirror selfies. It's like everyone in San Francisco is a commitment phobe. I mean, it's called the Bay Area, but the only thing they are committed to is their job and their yoga class. Dating in San Francisco is like playing musical chairs, but instead of chairs, it's different shades of tech bros with commitment issues. And they wonder why I'm still single. I tried dating outside of the tech industry, but then I realized I have no hobbies outside of Netflix and yoga. So, I decided to try something new and went on a blind date. The guy showed up in a hoodie and flip-flops. I thought it was Mark Zuckerberg. Turns out it was just a broke programmer. I think I need to adjust my settings. I keep matching with guys who are allergic to dogs. I don't even have a dog. Why is it that the rest stop bathrooms are always cleaner than the gas station ones? Speaking of dogs, I passed by a sign that warned beware of dog, but when I went inside, it was just a chihuahua. I think the owner needs to adjust their settings, too. Have you ever noticed that every time you take a road trip with someone, you realize they are crazier than you thought? I swear, the GPS was possessed. It kept telling us to turn left into the ocean. And don't get me started on the traffic. I've never seen so many cars in my life. I stopped at this roadside diner and ordered a burger with fries. Half an hour later, I'm still waiting for that order. I swear, some of those drivers were purposely slowing down just to mess with me. Did you know that it costs the city of San Francisco $110,000 for each homeless person it houses? And the crazy thing is, most of those people used to be able to afford a home in this city. It's like the city is paying the price for its own success. Gentrification is like a virus in the city, infecting every neighborhood and pushing out those who can't afford it. The homeless crisis is not just about finding a place to sleep, it's about finding a place to belong. Some people say the homeless are just lazy, but have you ever tried getting a job without a home address? Let's remember to always treat each other with kindness and love. Good night, San Francisco.
From tech to comedy, I finally found a job where I don't get death glares for taking the last LaCroix. I always wondered if I have what it takes to make people laugh. Turns out, all I needed was an audience that wasn't code testers. And let's be honest, making people laugh is a lot easier than debugging code. I don't miss my tech job, but I do miss the free snacks. Quitting my tech job was scary, but I figured I had nothing to lose, except, my sanity and financial stability. I realized tech wasn't for me when I couldn't explain my job to my grandparents. They still don't understand what I do. I quickly realized that my tech skills could only take me so far in stand-up comedy, so I had to learn a new kind of coding, punchlines and rhythm. I mean, I'm pretty sure I bombed my first open mic night, but I was so excited to find something that made me happy, that I kept going back for more. And then John Smith asked if I could fix his printer. I may be a coder, but I'm not a miracle worker. And then he said, "Can you teach me how to code?" I mean, I could barely teach myself, but sure, let me teach John Smith, why not? And then I realized I had been wearing my noise-cancelling headphones for 3 hours, and my co-workers had been trying to get my attention the whole time. But hey, at least I know the difference between HTML and CSS. That's more than John Smith can say. And don't even get me started on debugging. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, except the needle is invisible and the haystack is on fire. And then John asked me to fix his printer. I'm a coder, not a magician. And then there's always that one person who thinks you can fix anything with a computer. Sorry, Corin, but there's no app for being a decent human being. I always thought coding was tough, but then I tried to explain the internet to my grandparents. Apparently, HR doesn't appreciate my interpretive dance skills either. Honestly, HR needs to loosen up a bit. Have they never heard of a little thing called fun? John, I'm sorry I danced on the table at the party, but let's face it, your spreadsheets needed a little excitement. Seriously though, I'm pretty sure John has never even heard of the word fun. But let's be real, who wants to work at a company where you can't even let loose at the annual office party? Oh, right, John. At least now we know not to invite John to the next party. I mean, it's not like I was wearing a lampshade on my head or anything. Well, John, I guess we won't be asking you for party planning tips anytime soon. Well, John, I think it's safe to say I won't be getting that promotion anytime soon. Looks like we'll have to settle for mediocre snacks at our next meeting, John. Well, John, looks like your dreams of fame and fortune through hackathons will have to wait until next time. Sorry, John, but it's hard to win when the judges are looking for innovation, not just a fancy PowerPoint presentation. That hackathon was intense. It's a shame they don't give out participation prizes like they do in kindergarten. It's like I always say, second place is just first loser. Well, at least we didn't come in last place. We beat the team that just Google searched the night before. Well, John should have been happy we didn't crash and burn like that team that copied and pasted their entire project. I heard John's startup was so bad, even their computers got viruses from themselves. Sounds like John shouldn't quit his day job. Oh wait. Looks like John should stick to being an office plant. Looks like John should stick to being an office plant, at least he won't kill anyone there. Well, at least John has a bright future as a motivational speaker. He can show everyone what not to do. Well, I guess John learned the hard way that not everyone can be a founder. Maybe he can try being an intern next time. Looks like John should stick to wireframing instead of flirting. Poor John, getting rejected by a UI/UX designer. He just can't find the right interface. Well, John, at least your designs still validate. Looks like John has a type. UX designers who reject him. Looks like John needs to do some user research on his love interest. Maybe John should start offering user test incentives, like free coffee or a gift card. Maybe John should try a more user-centered approach with his love interests. John, I hope your love life has better loading times than your code. John, I think your love interests would appreciate a better UI/UX experience. If I could give your code reviews as a Yelp review, John, I'd give them 1 star. John, your code looks like it was written by a Windows Vista user. John must have used copy and paste to write his code. Every time I see it, I feel like I've seen it before. John, your code reminds me of Windows Vista, unreliable and full of bugs. Before I go, I just want to say that programming is like telling a joke. You have to get the syntax and timing just right.
What's the deal with coding? You know, coding and comedy have a lot in common. Both require meticulous attention to detail and lots of trial and error. Speaking of errors, have you ever tried to tell a joke with a bug in your code? It's like telling a knock-knock joke and forgetting the second knock. I've realized that coding and comedy are also similar in the sense that both can make you want to pull your hair out. Debugging code is like searching for a needle in a haystack, except the needle is actually a missing semicolon. And don't even get me started on naming variables. It's like trying to name your firstborn child after seeing an unpronounceable Welsh name. And the worst part is, the subway is like the Bermuda Triangle, but for tourists. And those subway performers. I mean, I just want to get to work without a mariachi band following me. And don't even get me started on the rats. Those things are the size of cats. But hey, at least the subway is reliable. Oh wait. And let's not forget about the aroma down there. It's like taking a trip through a dirty diaper aisle. I finally made it out and I swear I saw daylight. Turns out it was just a bright ad for a tanning salon. When I finally made it out, I was so relieved I didn't care if it was still dark out or not. I realized I had been walking in circles when I saw the same rat 3 times. I'm pretty sure she thought I was trying to hit on her because she kept yelling I have a boyfriend. I mean, at least I got her the right color shirt. That's gotta count for something, right? I mean, she should be happy. Now she has 2 Starbucks shirts instead of 1. And she still gave me a bad Yelp review. Can you believe it? And then she complained that the coffee was too hot. Come on, lady. It's like I'm the only one in America who hasn't sued Starbucks over a hot drink. I heard she got a settlement that could pay for her Starbucks for life. Some of the developers at that startup were the real-life versions of the people from Silicon Valley TV show. It's like they took every tech stereotype and cranked it up to 11. My boss always said we were a disruptive company, but I think he meant for our sleep schedules. I thought startup culture meant we could wear hoodies to work, not that we would have to sleep in them. I mean, I thought we were making social networks, not social rejects. I mean, I know we're supposed to be innovative, but a startup that sells stones with inspirational quotes, that's just rock's bottom. I mean, the only thing buoying that startup was the hope that startup accelerators will fund anything they see as disruptive. And then they wonder why most startups fail. It's like planting a lemon tree in Alaska and expecting it to thrive. It's like expecting a toddler to run a marathon. No matter how much potential they have, they're just not ready for it. But hey, at least I got a participation trophy in startup, just like the millennials, right? You ever notice how every family has that one member who never stops talking about their cat? Like seriously, we get it. Fluffy is the best cat in the world. It's always fun at family reunions when someone asks what you do for a living and you have to explain that you're a comedian. They all just stare at you like you've lost your mind. And don't even get me started on the potluck. Who brings a Jell-O mold to a family reunion in 2021? And why does Uncle Bob always have to bring up politics? Last time I checked, he never ran for office. Speaking of strange hobbies, did you guys know my uncle collects belly button lint? Yeah, he's got jars and jars of it. And to think I used to feel weird about my stamp collection. My cousin always brings up her diet at family events. I get it, you're healthy, but don't ruin the potato salad for the rest of us. Speaking of overpriced snacks, I once paid $20 for a bag of popcorn at the movies. It's like they thought it was made of solid gold or something. Broadway shows are like a black hole for your wallet. By the end of it, even the actors are wearing your pants. And don't even get me started on the ticket prices. Who do these producers think they are, charging an arm and a leg just to sit in a cramped seat for hours? I mean, forget about buying snacks. I had to take out a second mortgage just to afford the tickets. I mean, the last time I felt this trapped in a tiny seat was on a Spirit Airlines flight. And don't even get me started on the legroom. My kneecaps are still crammed into the seat in front of me. I mean, it's not like I'm paying for the legroom anyways. Might as well throw me in the cargo hold with the rest of the luggage. I once matched with a guy whose bio said I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Yeah, good luck with that, buddy. I wonder if any of these people on the dating app are actually looking for something meaningful. It's like shopping for a used car. You never know what kind of engine it has under the hood. And don't even get me started on the bathroom mirror selfies. Like, we get it, you have abs. Can we see a full face pic, please? I mean, do people even read the bios anymore? Because I'm about ready to just put I'm Batman and call it a day. I mean, are these people even real? Or is this some kind of social experiment that I accidentally signed up for? I mean, it's like they're all trying to prove they're the most boring person on the app. But hey, at least I know I'm not boring. Thanks for coming out tonight. You've been a great crowd.
Hello everyone, are you ready to laugh it off with me tonight? Working in a nail salon taught me some valuable things, like how to spot a fake nail at 50 feet, and how to avoid being hit on by a client twice my age. I remember the first time a client asked me to give them a full set of tiger striped nails. Let us just say, I didn't expect to use so much orange. I once had a client who wanted me to recreate the Mona Lisa on her nails. I'm good at nail art, but come on, I'm not Michelangelo. I once had a client who wanted a live spider on her nail. I'm sorry, I'm good, but not her Doolittle good. My boss used to tell me to make the clients feel like queens. I thought he meant treat them with respect, not put a crown on each nail. And don't even get me started on the hygiene standards there. Let us just say my sanitizing skills were put to the test. Let me tell you, my sanitizing skills were so good, I could make that salon feel like a hospital. So this celebrity walks into the salon and their nails are already perfect. And I'm like, why are you even here? I mean, I've seen some hanks in my time, but these hanks were like, next level famous. You know who else has amazing nails? Beyond. And let me tell you, it's not easy keeping up with the clean BS standards. Let us just say, they're a big deal in Hollywood. Like, the kind of big deal where you could say their name in a crowded room and everyone would stop talking and turn to look. Not that I would ever do that. And let me tell you, doing a manicure for this person was like preparing a handshake for the president. Now I'm not saying the client was high maintenance, but even the brushes seemed to have an attitude. I mean, sure I messed up, but have you ever tried to work with ice and gloves? It's like trying to perform surgery with oven mitts. Let me tell you, after that incident, I never looked at ice the same way again. I mean, what are the odds that someone would come into a salon and request an ice treatment? So now, I only use ice for drinks and skating. And to make it up to her, I offered her a free money pedi. She said no thanks, but I think I literally scared the cold out of her. I swear, I should have appeared for the ice skating rink instead of the nail salon. I still can't believe I did that. And you know what's worse? I ruined her favorite dress. I mean, who hasn't been catfished before, am I right? And don't even get me started on those shirtless mirror selfies. I mean, who do they think they are fooling? You know what's worse than a shirtless mirror selfie? A shirtless mirror selfie with a duck face. Come on guys, let us leave the duck faces to the professionals. You know what's also bad about online dating? When someone tells you they're a dog lover but they actually hate dogs. That's just cruel. You know what I don't understand? Men who pose with fish on their profile pictures. Like, are you trying to impress us with your ability to catch dinner for yourself? Why do guys post pictures of themselves holding up dead animals on dating apps? Like, are they trying to show us they can provide food even though we live in a city? Why do men have to send unsolicited pictures and then get mad when we don't respond? Like, hello, I did not ask for a preview of your anatomy. It's like these guys think they're auditioning for The Bachelor or something. Sorry to break it to you, but this ain't Hollywood, and I'm not your next leading lady. These law drivers are crazy, it's like every road is a racetrack. Next thing I know, I'm zipping through lanes like a pro. I thought I knew what traffic was until I moved to law, but now I've learned that a patch ride can take 45 minutes. It's like a whole new level of patience training. I'm not used to all this sun. My skin is so pale, I reflect sun rays like a mirror. I'm still getting used to the size of this place. It takes me an hour just to find the exit at the mall. I thought the traffic in New York was bad, but law takes the cake. And don't even get me started on parallel parking. Law is the only place where I've seen people use the carpool lane with a giant teddy bear as their passenger. You know what's even worse than attending a party where you don't know anyone? Throwing a party and no one shows up. You know what's even worse than trying to make conversation at a party where you don't know anyone, making a joke and have it fall flat. I should be just stayed home and watched Netflix. At least I know the jokes would land with me. I thought maybe I could break the ice by bringing up politics, but that just made things even more uncomfortable. I even tried to break dance to the music, but I think I broke something instead. You know what they say, laughter is the best medicine, unless you buy that medicine from the black market. So I decided to stick to my day job, but that didn't work out either. My boss never listened to me. I told him that I needed a raise, and he said that I needed to earn it. So I started showing up in a suit like I was the boss. I swear I thought some of my coworkers were actually fascist. They'd just stare at you with these soulless eyes. He would always come in with a scowl, and I thought it was his natural face until I saw him smile at a client once. I mean, have you ever tried to smile at a passive-aggressive boss? It's like trying to teach a cat to swim. And don't even get me started on the constructive criticism that felt more like a personal attack. Oh, and the cherry on top, my boss had the nerve to tell me I wasn't a team player when I quit. But I guess it was a team of one because no one else was crazy enough to stay. And let me tell you, I have had some horrible nail clients, but this boss took the cake. Thank you all for coming out tonight. Remember, laughter is the best medicine, but if you're laughing for over 4 hours, call a doctor.
Hey everyone, welcome to Tech Jokes for Non-Tech People. Ever wonder what would happen if a hacker got hacked? It's like the thief getting robbed. I once had a coworker who tried to explain blockchain to me. I still don't get it. My coworker said he spends half of his day updating his computer. I didn't know we were paying him to watch progress bars. I asked my coworker what he thought about the new iPhone. He said he doesn't know. He's waiting for the iPhone 13 to come out. My boss asked me if I've ever used cloud computing. I didn't know storing stuff on the internet was a job. My coworker said he wants the new Tesla Cybertruck. I told him he should probably wait for the Cybertruck too. I once saw a guy with a 3D printer make a prosthetic arm. I just printed a bunch of little toys to keep me company during the workday. I thought I aced the coding question, but it turned out I was just telling the chatbot how to pass the interview. Turns out, I was telling my life story to a refrigerator with a Siri voice, and it didn't even have a door handle for me to escape. I guess I should have known when the interviewer asked me if I preferred Java or Colombian coffee. I thought I passed the Turing test, but apparently not. I guess I can add being fooled by a chatbot to my resume now. So much for human-to-human interaction in the workplace. I felt like I was trapped in a digital escape room with no way out. It's like trying to communicate with a robot that only speaks in binary code. Have you ever tried to read a software license agreement? It's like decoding hieroglyphics. I finally got through to a human tech support, but I think he was just reading from the same automated responses. Automated responses give me trust issues. I mean, what if my wife is actually a robot and I don't even know it? I tried talking to a chatbot once about my feelings, and it just replied with "I'm sorry, I don't understand." If technology advances so fast, why is tech support moving at the speed of a snail? You don't need to follow me on Instagram. You can just like one of my posts and we'll call it even. I mean, I'm pretty sure my great-grandfather's diary had a more exciting life than my Instagram feed. Sometimes I feel like my life is just a series of notifications. I mean, at this point, I could probably add professional scroller to my resume. It's like trying to keep up with the Kardashians, but every time you blink, they post a new selfie. Have you ever been on a date and found yourself more interested in checking your Instagram notifications than the person sitting across from you? It's like we're all living in the Truman Show, but instead of a camera following us, it's our own phones. Why do we even bother with these dating apps? Can't we all just go back to the good old days and pass love letters in class? Why do people feel the need to describe their entire life story on their dating profile? I just need to know if you like pizza and dogs. You know what they say, plenty of fish in the sea, more like plenty of catfish online. My friend told me he met his wife on a dating app, so I decided to give it a try, but all I got was carpal tunnel syndrome. I actually matched with a robot on one of those apps, and not in a good way. So I tried a new dating app, and it matched me with my therapist. Awkward. My mum thought that spam emails meant she was getting free cans of food. No, mum, just a virus. My dad thinks that hashtag is some kind of drug dad jokes. My aunt thought Bluetooth was a dental problem. Family tech misunderstandings. My mum thinks that Wi-Fi is short for wife. Family tech misunderstandings. My dad thought that Google was a person who knows everything. Family tech misunderstandings. My parents still can't remember their email passwords. They keep trying to log into the microwave. Family tech misunderstandings. My mum thought she could charge her phone by plugging it into a potato. Family tech misunderstandings. My dad asked me how to create a GIF. I asked him if he could even spell GIF. Family tech misunderstandings. My grandma thought the cloud was an actual cloud. She asked me why it never rains when we download things. Family tech misunderstandings. My mum asked me if her Fitbit could tell her who her soulmate is. Family tech misunderstandings. You know what they say about artificial intelligence? It's not the future we should be scared of, it's the present tech dangers. They say a computer program will do what you tell it to do, not what you want it to do. Tech struggles. They say robots will take our jobs, but have you ever seen a robot do stand-up comedy? Tech job security. They say technology is replacing jobs, but have you ever tried to talk to a customer service chatbot? Tech support. They say AI will be smarter than humans, but they also say 2 heads are better than 1. So do we just need to plug ourselves into the internet? Tech brains. If we can't beat AI, let's join them and start our own cult. Tech religion. Some say AI might take over the world, but I say, have you met the algorithm for turning on a printer? Tech struggles. Thank you all for coming out tonight. Remember to save your work, and always have a backup plan. Good night.
Hey, everybody, are there any former teachers in the house? I once gave a pop quiz without remembering to bring any pens, so I ended up having to grade a bunch of blank papers. Any other teachers ever have a wardrobe malfunction in the classroom? I once tried to make a math joke in class, but it went over my students' heads. I guess it could have been worse. At least it wasn't a pencil. I mean, it's not like anyone saw the staple anyway, right? Well, let's just say I learned my lesson. Always check your chair before you sit down. Sometimes I miss being a teacher, but then I remember the stapler incident. I still have nightmares about that tarantula. Have any of you ever seen one? I thought tarantulas only lived in the jungle, but apparently they also live in John Smith's backpack. I'm pretty sure John's backpack was the scariest thing in that classroom. I didn't know I was signing up for a petting zoo when I started teaching. I had to evacuate the entire class and call a professional just to remove that thing. I had to call the exterminator twice that week, but if you ask me, those rats were kind of cute. I mean, who needs chairs when you have tarantulas as class pets, am I right? I'm pretty sure I had more petting zoo animals in my classroom than my local petting zoo. And that was just in the first 5 minutes of the conference. Oh, the joys of being a teacher. Some parents just can't handle the truth. It's like some parents think their kids are the second coming of Einstein. It's like they don't realize their kid is just an average Joe like the rest of us. I mean, sure, your kid may have some potential, but trust me, he's not the next Albert Einstein. I swear, some parents think their kid's a prodigy just because they can spell supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. People who brag about their kids' accomplishments are the same people who think Peppa Pig is a professional chef. I guess we can add future lawyer to that list of accomplishments. I had to deal with a student who thought he could add dry ice to his lemonade. The explosion was epic. At least I know I could handle a crisis situation. It's like these kids wait for a school trip to unleash their inner mad scientist. When I saw the smoke, I thought the only experiment gone wrong was my career choice. Why do they even call them field trips? It's more like a trip to the Twilight Zone. I don't know how much more excitement I can handle on these field trips. I don't know why we even bother with these science museums. The real science experiment is seeing if the kids can make it through the day without losing a finger or two. Of course, the real question is, are the kids learning anything? It's never too late to relive the glory days, right? But hey, at least they weren't the parents who convinced the school to cancel the field day altogether. I mean, I get it, they want to support their kid, but is it really necessary to push down a 6-year-old to win the sack race? I heard they are trying to recruit John Smith's parents for the next Olympic relay team. Looks like John Smith's parents missed their calling as professional athletes. They even had their own homemade medals to give out to themselves. They were more determined than an Olympic athlete, or an overbearing parent. Wait, same thing, right? They took home a participation trophy and put it on their mantle, right next to their children's actual achievements. I once directed a school play where the lead actor had to sneeze on cue. It was a disaster. He kept missing his cue and sneezing at random times. I swear, sometimes working in education is like working in a circus, and not the fun kind with clowns and elephants. I don't mean to brag, but I was voted most likely to survive teaching in high school. The last time I directed a school play, I ended up with a cast of 20 Liza Minnellis, or so they thought. I guess it's better than the time we tried to put on a Shakespeare play with a cast of all hamsters. And that's when I knew I needed a new creative director. The party ended early after Mrs. Smith fell off the table and broke her ankle. And that's when I realized I should have put my teacher's rulebook to better use. I thought I had seen it all until the next day when Mr. Johnson showed up wearing a tutu and a tiara. I mean, the party was great and all, but I'm still traumatized by John Smith's mom's dance moves. That's not even the craziest thing that's happened at one of my class parties. Well, that's all for tonight. Thank you for coming to Teacher Tales.
What's up, lot? Are you guys ready to get drunk and load? I remember this one guy who came in and ordered a water in a shot glass. So, there was this group of guys who walked into the bar, and they all ordered Shirley Temples. And then there was this one time, a guy was so drunk, he tried to pay his bill with Monopoly money. And that's when I knew I needed to switch from bartending to stand-up comedy. I used to have this regular who would come in every night and order a water. Just a water. And then he would sit there and watch people drink. I mean, I guess that's one way to save money, right? I had this one customer who would come in and tell me his whole life story every night. And I mean every detail. One time, he even told me what he had for breakfast that morning. And let me tell you, dealing with rowdy customers in Detroit is like playing a game of whack-a-mole. You think you got them under control and the next thing you know, they pop up somewhere else. I once went on a date with a guy who told me he was a vegan, but then ordered a steak. Talk about mixed signals. I once went on a date with a guy who took me to a monster truck rally. I don't know what was louder, the trucks or my disappointment. I once went on a date with a guy who kept referring to himself in the third person. It was like listening to an annoying sports commentator. Looks like John is going in for a kiss, folks. And then there was the guy who took me to a sushi place and told me he's allergic to fish. I was like, did you just bring me here to watch me eat? I went out with this guy who told me he was a professional chef, and I was like, score, until he took me back to his place and served me a bowl of cereal. I went on a date with a guy who took me to a vegan restaurant. I'm a meat lover, so I asked the waiter for a steak. The look on my date's face was priceless. My friend set me up on a blind date with a guy who turned out to be my cousin. Thank God he didn't kiss me goodbye. I once went on a date with a guy who said he was a fashion designer, but all he wore was Crocs and cargo shorts. Social media is great for reconnecting with people you haven't talked to in years. Like that creepy guy from high school who keeps commenting on all your bikini pictures. And let us not forget the joy of accidentally liking your ex's new partner's picture from 3 years ago. I mean, who hasn't accidentally sent a text to their boss that was meant for their significant other? And don't even get me started on accidentally liking your ex's mom's sister's cousin's post. That's a rabbit hole you don't want to go down. Social media is like a mini field. One wrong step and boom, your reputation is blown to bits. It's like we're all walking on eggshells, except these eggshells are made of trees. Sometimes I wish we could all go back to using carrier pigeons. At least then my aunt wouldn't be able to share her conspiracy theories with the whole world. I once went on a trip with my ex. Worst decision ever. Did you know that a vacation is just spending money you don't have on things you don't want? I once stayed at a hostel in Amsterdam where the only common language we shared was Hotel California. Let me tell you, it wasn't as fun as it sounds. I also learned the hard way to never eat exotic foods before a bar bus ride. Let us just say I made some new friends on that bus. I also got scammed by a tour guide in Thailand. Turns out, elephants can't really paint. I also had a run-in with a rude customs officer. Let us just say it wasn't love at first sight. It's like every time I plan a vacation, the universe decides to play a game of how can we mess with Nikki this time. I mean, who needs a hotel room when you have a good old-fashioned porta potty? I mean, the only thing worse than getting lost in a foreign city is getting lost in a foreign city and realizing you left your phone at the hotel. Thanksgiving with my family is like Hunger Games. Everyone is fighting for the turkey. My grandma is the only person who can bring the whole family together. And by that, I mean she's the only one who can guilt trip us into showing up. My uncle's pot roast is so dry, we have to chase it with a gallon of gravy. And let us not forget the time my cousin brought her new boyfriend to dinner. He was wearing a MAGA hat. Needless to say, it didn't end well. Speaking of family secrets, I just found out my grandpa was a spy in World War I. I always thought he was just really good at solitaire. My family is so dysfunctional, I swear it's like we're all auditioning for a reality show. I just found out my mom actually hates Jello and has been pretending to like it for these years. I don't know if I can trust anyone in my family anymore. Speaking of dysfunctional families, let me tell you about the time I met the Kardashians. My encounter with Justin Timberlake was totally disappointing. Apparently, he doesn't bring sexy back to small talk. I also ran into Dwayne Johnson once. He's even bigger in person. I'm pretty sure I could be fit in one of his biceps. I also met Kevin Hart once. He's even shorter in person. I had to do a double take to make sure it wasn't a kid in a suit. I once saw Tom Cruise at a party, but he didn't notice me. I guess you could say I'm an impossible mission. I also saw JZ once, but I didn't want to bother him. Plus, I didn't want to risk becoming a beardless lizard again. And let me tell you, meeting Will Smith was the best thing that ever happened to my white shirt. But seriously, meeting celebrities is overrated. I mean, it's not like Beyonce is paying my rent. I've also learned that sometimes you just need to say no to people. Like when your friend asks if you want to go hiking, but you know you really just want to stay in bed and binge watch Netflix. And let us be real, sometimes a little bit of selfishness can go a long way. I realized that taking care of myself doesn't mean I'm being selfish, it means I'm making my well-being a priority. Self-care is not selfish. You can't pour from an empty cup. Take care of yourself first. It's important to recognize when you need a break and take it without guilt. The world won't stop turning because you take a day off.
Hello everyone and welcome to Teacher's Pet. Now that's what I call creativity in action. Looks like I have a challenging class this year. That's it, I'm calling your mom, John. Looks like John could use a lesson in gravity. Let's see if we can bring him down to earth. Looks like John isn't the only one struggling to stay grounded here. Looks like John is reaching for the stars. I just hope he doesn't fall off his chair like a shooting star. Looks like John's creativity is really taking off. Maybe it's time for a field trip to NASA. Looks like John is really reaching for the stars today. Maybe he'll become a NASA astronaut and fix the Hubble telescope. Looks like John found a new friend in the penguin exhibit. Maybe he'll teach them how to waddle. Looks like John is really fascinated by the monkeys now. Maybe he'll teach them some new tricks. Looks like John is really getting into the animal kingdom. Maybe he'll teach the lions how to roar. Looks like John is really going on a zoological adventure. He better be careful or he'll turn into Tarzan. I should have known John was trouble the day he showed up to class wearing a penguin onishi. Looks like John forgot the golden rule at the zoo. Stay with the group. Maybe he needs to go back to kindergarten and learn how to share. Looks like John really wanted to be a penguin when he grew up. I hope he likes fish. Looks like John really likes to clown around in class. Maybe he's auditioning for Cirque du Soleil? Looks like John's really been clowning around in class lately. He's got some serious talent. Maybe he'll make it to Cirque du Soleil after all? Looks like John's mother is taking this even less seriously than John's clowning around in class. Maybe John should teach his mother how to clown around. She seems like she could use some humor in her life. Maybe I need to bring a clown to this conference. It seems like John's mother already has one. I guess we know who the class clown is now. Looks like we have a real class act on our hands. Looks like we need to send him back to kindergarten for a refresher. Looks like we have a little mischief maker on our hands. Seems like we need to channel that energy into his acting. Maybe give him a role like a squirrel or a hyperactive puppy. I mean, I didn't know squirrels and hyperactive puppies were varsity roles, but maybe John's onto something. Maybe we should stick to casting him as a tree. He's got the bark down pat. He's like a hurricane on stage, but more like a light breeze in class. Looks like we've got a real drama king on our hands. Looks like we've got a real diva in the making. Front left, more like front wrong. And now I spend more time with my new pet than with my husband. He's starting to get jealous. But at least I don't have to worry about grading the snake's tests. I should have stuck with the goldfish. At least the parents haven't complained about the snake eating their kids' homework yet. Looks like it's a good thing I didn't go with the elephant. Well, at least the snake doesn't judge me like the rest of the faculty. Well, at least John didn't bring an actual bomb for show and tell. Luckily, the principal already had a good excuse for the school board meeting. Well, I guess this is why they don't trust us with actual explosives in the classroom. Well, maybe John should stick to baking soda and vinegar from now on. I'm pretty sure we just blew the roof off this science fair. Looks like John's volcano experiment turned into a real hot mess. I always knew science was explosive, but this is ridiculous. Looks like John's creativity is about as explosive as his science project. John, did you paint that banner with your feet? Looks like John should stick to science and leave the arts to someone else. Looks like they are going to have to change the name of the club to Science and Not So Much. Looks like we might need a new art teacher for next year. Maybe we should let the math teacher design the banner next year. And don't forget to thank the gym teacher for not getting involved again.
Hello everyone. My brother and I are big fans of pranks, like putting av opera-cushion on our heads sharp. My favorite prank was convincing my brother that he was invisible. It wasn't until 4th grade that I realized my brother's name was not actually Inigo Montoya. We once convinced our cousin that the moon was made of cheese, and he believed it for years. We even made up our own secret language to talk in class until we got out. We also had a fucking secret agent club that we thought was so cool. We even tried to create our own superheroes, but they always ended up being just regular people with weird names. But being a nerd has paid off, because now I'm rich and famous and studying for fun. I once picked a sketch about a talking dog that solved crimes, but apparently that had already been done. Who knew? You know what's really rewarding? Correctly predicting which SNL cast members will become major stars. I got a good eye for that sort of thing. I mean, who knew a sketch about a Spartan cheerleading squad would turn into a movie franchise, but here we are. You know what's cooler than being the head writer of SNL? Trying to come up with a clever response to someone who says make me laugh. Speaking of Amy Poehler, did you know that she and I are actually distant cousins? Yeah, I does funny runs in the family. You know who else runs in my family high blood pressure and heart disease? Funny really does run in my family. My dad told me a joke once 11 years ago. My doctor told me to start doing some exercise, so now I'm pretending to walk up the stairs at work. Moving to Hollywood was a lot different than New York City. I mean, in New York, the rats perform on stage with you, not against you. There's a lot of fakeness in Hollywood, but at least the fake parts don't smell like garbage. I mean, who needs actual talent when you have a famous last name? You know you've made it in Hollywood when you're in a feud with another celebrity on Twitter. I mean, some of these celebrities have more plastic in their face than a Barbie doll. I swear, some celebrities seem less real than me 30 rock characters. Sometimes I wonder if these celebrities are just playing their own version of The Sims. It's like they're all in a competition to see who can be the most outlandish and ridiculous. It's like they forget that the world is watching them. It's no wonder moms are so exhausted we're basically running a marathon with no finish line. And don't even get me started on the little things that drive me crazy, like constantly stepping on Legos. My kids have a never-ending supply of energy. Meanwhile, I need 2 cups of coffee just to get out of bed. I tried to get my kids to make me breakfast in bed for Mother's Day, but they just handed me a box of cereal and said, "Happy Mother's Day, now can we go watch TV?" My kids have so many activities, I feel like I need to hire a personal assistant just to keep track of their schedules. I used to think I was a patient person when I had kids. but he wouldn't trade being a mother for anything except maybe a maid and a chef. Let's be honest, politicians are like diapers, they both need to be changed regularly and for the same reason. I mean, let's be real, how can it be 2 mot 3 ta 3 an? I don't know about you, but I miss the good old days when politicians used lead to our faces and stole behind our backs. And don't even get me started on those political attack ads. You ever notice they always use the same sinister music? But let's be real, at this point, the only politician we trust is Baby Yoda. I mean, let's be real, they're not even trying anymore. I saw an attack ad the other day that was just a bunch of gibberish. Literally, just random words strung together with scary music in the background. It's like they're not even trying to hide the corruption anymore. I mean, at this point, we might as well just let a toddler be the president. It would probably be less chaotic. I can't wait to see what ridiculousness the next election cycle will bring. Growing up Greek means there's always food, even if there's no reason to celebrate. My family has a party like every week. In Greece, we have a word called philotimo, meaning honor and pride in doing the right thing, but in America, it's called holding the door for someone. I always thought everyone had a IIA until I went to school and realized no one knew what that meant. Growing up Greek means you have to dance at every family gathering, even if you have no rhythm. IIA always made us eat moussaka even though half of us didn't like it. My mom always had the latest haircuts, but 5 years too late. My aunt was a trailblazer for women in politics, but unfortunately her fashion sense didn't quite match her political success. My grandma had a saying, life is like a box of chocolates, you never know what you're gonna get, which is true because at Easter she would give us chocolate-covered asparagus. Unpredictable. My mom used to say, if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all, and then she'd give me a look that clearly meant, but you're not me. Feminism has fought no wars, it has killed no opponents, it has set up no concentration camps, and remember, ladies, if you don't believe in yourself, nobody else will.
Welcome to Teaching Life, where we laugh so we don't cry about the state of education. I asked them to write their names on the board. All 3 wrote John Smith. So much for that plan. It was like playing a real-life game of Among Us. Who is the real John Smith? I decided to call them by their last names, but then 2 of them turned out to have the same last name. Welcome to the Twilight Zone. But then one of them pulled out a fake mustache and claimed to be the long-lost brother of the other 2. I just couldn't keep up. I ended up calling them John 1, John 2, and John 3, but then John 3 said they prefer to be called Pete. I tried to keep up with their name changes, but the next day they all had new ones. I just started calling them Hey You. And then I found out they also had 3 mics. I thought I was in the middle of a basketball team, not a classroom. I began to refer to them as John Smith 1, John Smith 2, and John Smith 3, and then they started to get jealous. I decided to give them nicknames instead, but John Smith the Cool, John Smith the Quirky, and John Smith the Mysterious just didn't have the same ring to it. But then I found out that they all wanted the same nickname, the Chosen One. Why stop at Darth Vader? Why not Princess Leia or Rey? Why not new names like Dobby or Creature? Or better yet, let's go all out and name him after the entire Slytherin Quidditch team. And why not throw in a Gandalf while you're at it? Why not just name him after the entire Star Wars franchise? Luke Skywalker has a nice ring to it. Well, if you want truly unique, might I suggest naming him after a vegetable? Baby kale has a nice ring to it. Maybe you could go with a more original name like John Smith? Why stop at Darth Vader? How about Khaleesi or Hermione or, wait, there's a whole list here. How about Moon Unit or Dweezil? Oh wait, those aren't even that unique anymore. I mean, I've got enough personal problems. I don't need a John Smith on my plate too. I mean, can't you just go by Johnny, or something? Do you really need the whole boring package? I mean, is it really that hard to come up with a unique name, John? I mean, I can't even imagine how boring your parents must have been to name you John Smith. I mean, it's like the name John Smith is just the default setting. What's next? A generation of kids named Untitled Document. I mean, with a name like John Smith, he's lucky if he even gets noticed on a resume. He's basically invisible. It's like every other person in America is named John Smith. No wonder everyone needs a nickname. And let's be real, we all have at least 3 John Smiths in our contact list. And don't even get me started on the Mary Joneses. I mean, they are probably all related to each other anyway. I swear, John Smiths are like a plague in my classroom. I'm pretty sure there's a John Smith on every standardized test ever created. And don't even get me started on the Marys. Oh John, you're really testing the limits of my job description. Looks like John's attempts at time travel have finally caught up with him. John, please don't feed the dinosaurs. They're on a strict diet. Looks like John's dinosaur taming skills need more Jurassic practice. Well, at least he can add Dinosaur Wrangler to his resume now. These guys must have a lot of doppelgangers in town. And their mothers can finally tell them apart, maybe. Looks like they finally got the recognition they deserve. And their name tags can finally be printed correctly. They're probably avoiding each other now, just to not be confused with themselves. I heard they're planning a group vacation so they can finally get some peace and quiet, apart from each other. But they were disappointed when they realized there was no prize for being the most forgettable. But hey, at least they all passed their exams, right? And then they said, "But Ms. Jones, you taught us everything we needed to know about life." I mean, I could tell them apart by their grades, but I didn't want to rub it in their faces. I guess it's a good thing I'm not the guidance counselor. I mean, I could always just call you all John. I mean, your parents didn't give you middle names or something? Maybe I should just call you diploma holder. Well, at least you got the degree, right?
What's the deal with airline peanuts? What's the deal with airplane food? What's the deal with those tiny ketchup packets? What's up with those mini hot sauce bottles? Why are sugar packets so tiny? I mean, come on, I'm an adult, I need more than 2 grains of sugar in my coffee. Why do they only give you 1 packet of ketchup with your fries? Do they think I'm only going to use 1 fry? Why are cups of coffee so tiny? I mean, come on, I'm not a mouse. Why are muffins so small? I mean, they should be big enough to cover my whole face. Why are donuts always full of holes? I mean, I paid for a whole donut, not a bunch of little pieces. Why are cupcakes always so small? Shouldn't they be the size of a full cake? Why do they call it a hot dog? It's not hot, and it's definitely not a dog. Why do they call it a hamburger? It's not ham, and it's definitely not a burger. Why do they call it a ketchup? It's not ketchup, and it's definitely not a cat. Why do they call it ranch toast? It's not ranch, and it's definitely not toast. Why do they call it ranch fries? They're not ranch, and they're not even fries. Why do they call it ranch kissing? It's not ranch, and it's definitely not kissing. Why do they call it Chinese food? It's not Chinese, and it's definitely not food. Why do they call it Spanish omelet? It's not Spanish, and it's definitely not an omelet. Why do they call it Italian dressing? It's not Italian, and it's definitely not dressing. Why do they call it ranch fries? They're not ranch, they're just fries. Why do they call it Spanish rice? It's not Spanish, and it's definitely not rice. Why do they call it German chocolate cake? It's not German cake, and it doesn't even have chocolate frosting. Why do they call it French kissing? It's not French, and you don't get cake afterwards. Why do they call it Spanish fly? It's not Spanish, and it doesn't even fly. Why do they call it German chocolate cake? It's not German, and it's not even a cake. Why do they call it French toast? It's not French, and it's not even toast. Why do they call it Swedish meatballs? It's not Swedish, and it's not even balls. Why do they call it Canadian bacon? It's not Canadian, and it's not even bacon. Why do they call it French fries? It's not French, and it's not even fried. Why do they call it English muffin? It's not English, and it's not even a muffin. I was watching Richard Branson talking about how he can go to space, but I can't even go a week without touching myself. Why do they even make diet soda? It's like ordering a double cheeseburger and a Diet Coke. I mean, have you ever tried to buy just a regular sized candy bar? It's like they only sell king size now. Why do they always put the expiration date on the bottom of the candy bar? Are people supposed to dig for it? Why do they call it a drive-thru if you always have to stop and wait? Why do they call it a selfie stick if you're not supposed to hit people with it? Why do they call it fast food when I'm always waiting for it? If you like soup that much, just call it a day and drink a broth for lunch. I mean, this guy makes the soup Nazi look like a friendly neighborhood cook. He's got more rules than a geometry class. He's treating soup like it's national security. He's treating salad like it's a lost civilization. I mean, I get it. Soup is important. But this guy seems to think he's guarding the recipe for the cure for cancer. You know what they say, you can make a salad out of anything. Except money, of course. You know what people say, money can't buy happiness? Well, it sure can buy a lot of tomato soup during this cold weather. People say money can't buy happiness, but have you ever seen someone drown on a jet ski? Money can buy you temporary happiness, like eating a whole pizza alone and not feeling guilty about it. Money may not buy happiness, but it can buy a really nice recliner to sit and think about all the things that are making you unhappy. Money can't buy love, but it can buy a dog. And any dog is better than no dog. Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a therapist to talk about why you're so unhappy. Money can't buy loyalty, but it can buy you someone to pretend to be loyal to you. Money can't buy love, but it can buy you a dog, and that's pretty close.
Welcome to the accounting life. I was so lost on my first day that I tried to balance my lunch account instead of my clients. I was so nervous that I started balancing my chair instead of my accounts. I thought double entry accounting meant logging in twice. I was so relieved I didn't have to calculate tips anymore, until I realized I would have to calculate depreciation instead. I was so confused on my first day, I accidentally debited my coffee and credit card, and ended up owing the company $5.50. I thought I was supposed to balance the books on my head, so I walked around the office with the ledger on my head. I'm pretty sure the only thing I balanced on my first day was my anxiety and my coffee addiction. I mean, the guy wanted me to make 2 + 2 = 5. I'm good, but I'm not a magician. I mean, I may be an accountant, but I'm pretty sure I can't create money out of thin air. I mean, I'm good, but I can't work miracles. No amount of accounting can fix a client who doesn't know what he wants. I mean, maybe I should start writing fiction, then maybe John would be satisfied with the endings I create. But seriously, I'm still trying to figure out if John even knows what accounting is. I mean, the guy probably still doesn't know what a balance sheet is. John claimed he knew accounting better than I did. I reminded him that I got a degree in it and he got his from Google. And then he had the nerve to ask for a discount. So I tried to get a job at Google once, but they said they were looking for people with experience. The worst part was when they made us do a trust fall exercise, with a stapler. I guess it's back to the drawing board for our office supply engineering team. I mean, who knew staplers were cheating in a team-building exercise? And don't even get me started on the paperclip incident. I feel like the office supplies were just asking for it, you know? And I'm pretty sure that paperclip is still out to get me. And that's why I always carry a stapler for protection. Yeah, it's not exactly the most exciting job in the world. But hey, at least I'm not a taxidermist, am I right? Yeah, and it's not like we get to wear capes and fight crime. We're just crunching numbers. Well, at least we get paid well to be boring, right? Yeah, but at least we don't have to wear a maid costume and clean up after you, right? The only thing harder than being an accountant is being married to one. And that's why we're the ones doing your taxes, not the other way around. I once tried to use a coupon on my taxes. It didn't work though. I always thought carrying coupons made me look cheap, but now I realize it makes me smart. Coupons are the gift that keeps on giving. It's like my grandma but without the cat smell. Speaking of coupons, I had one for a free hug, but it expired. I guess I'll have to pay full price for affection now. Coupons are like my emergency fund, except they're actually useful. Using coupons feels like winning the lottery, except without the taxes. I feel like I'm cheating every time I use a coupon now. Couponing is like finding treasure in the trash. It's so addictive. I've always heard that accountants are boring, but we're the only ones who know how to have real fun with numbers. I hope everyone's enjoying their Halloween candy because as accountants, we all know the true horror is tax season. I always tell people I work with numbers, not with people. That usually shuts them up. They say accountants are boring, but have you ever read the tax code? It's a real page turner. They say accountants are sticklers for the rules, but I don't see anyone else here dressed as a Halloween costume policy enforcer. Bob may have won Accountant of the Year, but I'm the one who gets to go home and actually enjoy my life. I mean seriously, Bob won? Did the judges forget that we're accountants, not kindergarten teachers? I mean, I didn't even realize you could have a negative balance in your account until Bob's presentation. Bob is proof that being an incompetent accountant is a talent. And the winner is Bob, again. I mean, I'm not bitter or anything. It's not like I spent the whole year actually doing my job or anything. Looks like I need to up my game. Maybe I'll sabotage his spreadsheets next year. Thanks for coming out tonight. Remember, always keep your sense of humor. It makes the spreadsheets go down easier. Hey everyone, thanks for coming out tonight. I remember when my mom used to buy those family-size bags of chips, and I was like, yeah, this will last us a while, and then I turn around and the entire bag is gone. My family's favorite board game was Monopoly, and by the end of it, my dad would always be like, this is exactly why I hate capitalism. Growing up, my family was always arguing over the temperature. My dad wanted it warm, my mom wanted it cold, and I just wanted to stop wearing 3 layers inside the house. My brother and I used to fight a lot growing up. When we were kids, we'd always argue about who got to sleep on the top bunk. Now we argue about who has to come home and visit mom and dad. My dad always used to say, money doesn't grow on trees, but have you seen the price of avocados lately? Growing up, my family never talked about our feelings. We just buried them deep down and ate another casserole. My brother always got the bigger bedroom because he claimed he needed more space for his artistic endeavors. Yeah, right. He just wanted more room for his video game posters. I once went out with a guy who asked me to split the check on our first date. I'm not saying I'm old-fashioned, but if you bring your mom's basement to a first date, at least have the decency to pay for the pizza. I don't understand guys who take shirtless bathroom selfies. Like, are you selling the bathroom or the abs? Why do guys send unsolicited pictures of their genitalia? Like, are you expecting a standing ovation? Guys, covering your face with sunglasses and a hat doesn't make you mysterious. It makes you look like you're trying to avoid a court hearing. If a guy ever tells you he's too busy to see you, just remember that Elon Musk has time to tweet about Mars colonization while running Tesla and SpaceX. Guys, if your dating profile says you're laid back and easygoing, but all your pictures are of you skydiving and rock climbing, we know the truth. My last boyfriend took me on a romantic date to a dumpster behind Olive Garden. That's when I realized being cheap and being romantic aren't the same thing. I once had a guy tell me he writes poetry, but it turned out he just rhymed my name with sex. It's like the internet was invented just for people to tell me how ugly I am. It's ironic how social media makes you antisocial. Sometimes I feel like I'm not actually living my life. I'm just curating content for my social media accounts. It's like we're all in a race to see who can have the most followers. But what's the prize? I used to take photos of my food, but now I take photos of myself taking photos of my food. I mean, I can barely keep up with my own life, let alone everyone else's online persona. Have you ever noticed how the people with the most perfect Instagram feeds are also the most boring? It's like we've all become mini celebrities, but without the money and talent. Social media has turned us into a bunch of validation-seeking zombies. We're all so busy living our lives on social media, we forget to actually live. It's like we're all characters in this big Hollywood movie, but we're not even the stars of our own story. Sometimes I feel like my life is directed by someone else, like I'm just reading someone else's script. I feel like I'm on this perpetual roller coaster where the highs are really high and the lows are soul-crushing. It's like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, except the square peg is a woman and the round hole is Hollywood. Hollywood only likes women with a certain look, and I just happen to have that look of disappointment. I mean, if Hollywood really wanted to diversify, they'd give me a rom-com opposite Channing Tatum. I could use a good laugh. They say Hollywood is all about who you know, but for women it's more about who you blow. My family is so strange. I thought they should have their own TV show. But I guess that already exists. It's called The Kardashians. And don't even get me started on my second cousins at the family reunion. They're like a real-life version of the movie Deliverance. My family's food is so bad. We once had a cookout and a bird flew by and threw its own food at us. My grandma once told me she was part alien. I couldn't tell if she was serious or if it was just senility setting in. And then there's my uncle's new girlfriend. She's so young. I'm pretty sure she thinks the Commodore 64 is a brand of clothing. My cousin thinks the moon landing was fake, which I think explains a lot about his Tinder matches. My grandma still insists on calling me by my full name, even though she can barely remember her own. Traveling makes me realize that I have no survival skills. Like last summer, I went camping in the woods with friends and accidentally brought only wine and no water. I always have the same argument with TSA agents. I'm like, you gonna search me? Shouldn't you buy me a drink first? Flying first class is like being a kid with a wig and lipstick on. Sure, you look good, but you're still just playing dress up. First class passengers get treated like royalty, but let's be real, it's just a fancy way of separating the rich from the rest of us. Flying first class is like staying at the Ritz-Carlton, but instead of a bed, you get a chair that reclines. First class passengers act like they own the whole plane. It's like they're saying I paid for this seat, and I pay your salary. The other day I sneezed in public and someone said bless you. I was like, can I have a little privacy? I can't even pick my nose in public anymore. The paparazzi are always watching. It's like I'm constantly living under a microscope. Sometimes I just want to put on sweatpants and eat a pint of ice cream without feeling guilty. I mean, I used to eat pizza and watch TV all day. Now I have to eat kale and go to yoga just so I don't get ripped apart in the tabloids. Sometimes I miss the days when I was just a nobody, but then I remember how broke I was and the feeling goes away. But honestly, I wouldn't trade my life now for anything. Well, maybe for a pizza and a TV marathon once in a while.
Hey, I'm Maria, a former waitress from New York City. Gordon Ramsay may have roasted me, but at least I didn't burn the kitchen down like he did. I'm pretty sure Gordon Ramsay was a Disney villain in a past life. I mean, I even cried in the walk-in after that. But it had nothing to do with Gordon Ramsay. I just really liked the cold air. I was so scared of him, I almost didn't notice the hair in the ratatouille. And let me tell you, revenge is a dish best served cold, just like the ratatouille. I planned my revenge for weeks. I spit in his soup every day, and you know what, he actually complimented me on the flavor. I made a pie especially for him, but I didn't forget to add some extra seasoning to the filling. I decided to get my revenge by giving him the spiciest dish on the menu. Let's just say, he was sweating bullets after the first bite. I didn't know Ellen was going to be here. I feel like I've been set up by the boss. I should have known better than to invite Ellen to my show. She's just too good. Ellen's comedic timing is impeccable. I feel like my jokes are just her warm-up. I mean, come on Ellen, leave some talent for the rest of us, will ya? I just hope she doesn't take my job at the restaurant too. I guess we know who the real waitress is here. Looks like I won't be getting any tips from Ellen tonight. Looks like I'll have to stick to serving up jokes instead of food. Looks like I won't be getting any free meals from John anytime soon. Looks like John's revenge came with a side of spit. Maybe I'll stick to the drive-thru next time. Looks like I'll need to find a new place to prank call. Well, I guess I won't be getting a job there anytime soon. Looks like my neighbor's dish was the real wardrobe malfunction. Speaking of wardrobe malfunctions, I once had to serve a table with ketchup stains on my shirt. Not my proudest moment. I guess you could say my cooking skills are a bit of a wardrobe malfunction. It seems like the only thing I'm good at cooking is disaster. But hey, at least I didn't burn down the kitchen, right? I guess I'm just not cut out for the culinary arts. Looks like I accidentally became a professional cheater. I never knew a single Yelp review could have that much power. And you thought your Yelp review only affected your waiter's tip. Now I know why there is a warning about reading side effects of prescription pills. And that's how I got banned from Yelp. And the worst part, John Smith responded with a scathing Yelp review of me. And you know what really grinds my gears? The owner of that restaurant had the audacity to ask me for a positive review on Yelp. And you won't believe what happened next. And that's how I became the most hated woman on Yelp. I once accidentally gave a customer decaf instead of their usual coffee, and the Yelp review read like a Stephen King novel. And let me tell you, it was a decaf-enning experience for everyone involved. I never knew something so small could make such a big impact. Now I double-check every order. I promise I'll make it up to you, Ellen. Maybe I'll even get you a real birthday cake next time. Well, at least I got the right person, right, Ellen? I guess it's better to be a month early than a month late, right, Ellen? Well, I guess it's not the worst thing I've ever done. I once spilled 3 plates of food on a customer's lap. Wow, looks like John's restaurant is going to be my most successful investment yet. Looks like Mario is about to become the new owner of John's restaurant. You know what they say, John. The customer is always right. Looks like we have a new reality show in the making. You know what they say about filming all your interactions, John? It's like serving a hot plate of revenge with a side of blackmail. Looks like Maria found a new hobby, filming interactions and holding them for ransom. You think I'm crazy? Just wait until you see the Yelp review I'm about to post. Now I understand why they say customers are always right, because they are never on time.
What's the difference between a software engineer and a musician? The musician knows he's hitting the wrong notes. I remember the first time I heard someone use the term disruptive innovation, and I thought it was a new flavor of kombucha. And don't even get me started on the free snacks. They were all just different flavors of seaweed. I mean, I get it, we're all supposed to be innovative here, but can't we just wear normal clothes? I mean, I understand the need for conformity, but can't we at least have some variety in our appearance? I mean, I'm all for team spirit, but do we have to dress like we're going to a funeral? I mean, we're not in a spy movie, Steve. I mean, we look like a bunch of ninjas trying to blend into a funeral procession. And let me tell you, it was not a good look for me. But I still have hope for the next startup I work for, because if there's one thing I've learned, it's that failure is just the first step to success. It's like being in a constant state of limbo. But at least I got some cool watches out of it. It's like playing a never-ending game of catch-up. You think you're ahead, and then suddenly you're 5 steps behind. It's the Wild West out here. You never know which new gadget will take off and which one will crash and burn. They say failure is just a stepping stone to success. Well, I must be walking on a damn staircase. I heard Elon Musk is starting a company that will allow us to integrate our souls with the cloud. Can't wait to see how that turns out. I thought I was smart getting into the tech industry, but if you're not a billionaire by 30, you might as well be a fossil. I mean, I love my job, but sometimes I feel like I'm competing against the entire tech industry for a date. It's like everyone in Silicon Valley is already married to their jobs. But hey, at least their stock options can't divorce them. And let me tell you, dating an AI is no picnic either. They're always analyzing you and giving unsolicited advice. Plus, they're terrible at cuddling. It's like working in tech is the ultimate relationship, except instead of love, you get to share your life with a bunch of code. I once dated a guy who worked for a startup. He talked about his company so much, I felt like I was on a business meeting. Dating in Silicon Valley, it's like a job interview with drinks. You have to impress them with your resume and make sure they're not just looking for a quick exit strategy. The dating pool in Silicon Valley is so small, if you don't swipe right on your ex, you'll probably never find anyone else. And don't even get me started on dating a venture capitalist. It's like they're always looking for the next big thing to date. And let's not forget the engineers who try to impress you by showing their code on the first date. We all know that one person in the office who always talks about their startup like it's the next big thing. Am I right? Have you ever tried to explain your job to your parents? They think you're a wizard with magic that they can't even begin to understand. Speaking of being obsessed with work, I once accidentally typed "lol" in a work email and ended up getting fired. Who knew lots of love meant something different in the programming world? It's funny how our social life now revolves around software development. I bet if I organized a party and called it object-oriented programming, people would gladly show up and even bring their own drinks. You know you're a software engineer when your idea of a party game is debugging code. I mean, who needs party games when you can just debate about the merits of Python versus Java? But I mean, let's be honest, coding is more interesting than small talk anyway. I heard that the CEO hired a magician to protect the company's website. Yeah, he put up some firewall. I'm not saying hacking is a good thing, but it does make for some interesting HR stories. I guess we should have known better than to give Alex admin privileges named All-Powerful. That's like giving a teenager the keys to a Lamborghini and expecting them to drive responsibly. So we decided to hire him back as our security consultant. But the really impressive thing was how fast he got a new job. I mean, he was fired on Monday and had a job offer by Tuesday. And you know what's even crazier? He's now the CEO of a different company. It's like they're speaking another language. Can you pass me the API? Sure, right after I update the CSS. And don't get me started on the TLAs. It's like they're speaking their own secret language. Let us sync the repositories. We need to refactor this code. It's like they're trying to keep us out. They think they're so smart with their acronyms. API, GUI, SDK. Who comes up with this stuff? technology is advancing so fast that pretty soon, the only people who will be able to understand it are robots. Wow! It's like we're speaking a different language, but even we don't understand each other. I mean, have you seen the latest smart fridge? The other day it made me feel bad for not eating healthy. And let's not forget about those tech brothers who only drink Soylent and think they're better than us. Imagine a world where smart toilets judge you for what you eat. Oh wait, that's Japan. And have you heard about the smart fridge that orders groceries for you? I mean, can we even go to the grocery store anymore? I mean, what's next? A smart couch that gives you back massages and orders pizza for you? I mean, they're making everything smart these days. Pretty soon, we'll have a smart toilet that analyzes our poop and orders probiotics for us. I mean, pretty soon we'll be taking selfies with our smart toilets. It'll be like, hang on, let me just thank you, Silicon Valley. Remember, don't let your smart toilet make you feel dumb.
Are you guys ready to laugh tonight? I thought I was in good shape until I had to climb all those stairs at Wrigley Field. I mean, how high up are those bleachers anyway? The way people talk about the Cubs, you'd think they were family. I went to a game with my friend who's a die-hard fan, and he was more excited to see his favorite hot dog vendor than the actual players on the field. So, I decided to become a Cubs fan. I thought it would help me fit in with everyone here, but then they started talking about the White Sox and I was back to square one. And don't even get me started on trying to catch a foul ball. I almost knocked over 3 kids trying to reach for it. I learned my lesson quickly though. I don't mess with Cubs fans when they're in their zone. I was so confused when everyone started singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." I thought it was the national anthem. But don't get me wrong, I love baseball. I'm a huge fan of the hot dogs they serve at the stadium. And let's be honest, we all go to Cubs games for the beer. I mean, who eats someone else's sandwich? That's like stealing someone's soul. Some people just don't respect personal space, like John and the office microwave. It's like the office fridge is a battlefield, and I need to protect my food with my life. And don't even get me started on the communal utensils in the break room. I swear, some people treat the office fridge like it's their own personal grocery store. It's like some people never learned to share in kindergarten. Some people just never learn to share, even as adults. I guess some people can really make a career out of arguing. My mom always told me arguing wasn't the answer, but maybe she just didn't know how to do it right. I guess we all have it in us to be lawyers, then arguing legally never looked so good. I guess I should have gone to law school instead of becoming a comedian. I could be making way more money arguing with people legally. I guess arguing really pays off. My parents always said I should be a lawyer because I love to argue, but I just didn't want to go through all that school. I just argue with my boyfriend instead, and trust me, that never pays off. I tried arguing with my landlord legally, but turns out a check has more power than words. John's pickup line was as lame as a duck with a broken wing, but for some reason, it worked on me. I guess even a broken clock is right twice a day, or in John's case, a horrible pickup line. Well, John may not be great with words, but he sure knows how to make a grand exit. But hey, at least he didn't send you an unsolicited pic of his cat, or did he? And that's why I'm sticking to cat videos on YouTube for now. But seriously, who uses the phrase cat's pajamas? It's like he's stuck in the 1920s. I mean, who says cat's pajamas these days? John was probably sitting at his computer in a top hat and monocle. I mean, does John not know that the bee's knees are the new cat's pajamas? I mean, who even has a pet snake? They don't cuddle or fetch, they just stare at you like they know your deepest secrets. I mean, why do people keep exotic pets? Like, are they trying to prove something? Oh, look at me, I can take care of a lion, I'm practically Tarzan. I mean, who thought it was a good idea to have tarantulas as pets? Their biggest defense mechanism is to shed their hair on their predator. Who wants that in their house? I mean, imagine having a pet octopus. Like, how do you even play with it? Here, grab this ball with one of your 8 arms and throw it back to me. And don't even get me started on those people who bring their ferrets outside like they are some kind of accessory. Like, do you really think that fur coat wearing animal is gonna survive in the wild? I mean, have you ever tried to walk a goldfish? It's impossible. And don't get me started on fish bowls. It's like living in a studio apartment for your entire life. I mean, have you ever seen a hamster on a wheel? It's like they're trying to break a land speed record or something. My grandma is now on Instagram and she constantly posts pictures of her cat. She even gave him his own account. I asked her why and she said if I don't show off Mr. Whiskers, who will? My sister posts so many selfies, I'm pretty sure her camera is an actual appendage. I saw a meme the other day that said I used to be a social media influencer, but then I got a job. It's like everyone is trying to outdo each other with their food pics. The other day, I saw a photo of a plain piece of toast with ketchup on it. Why? I don't understand why people share their gym selfies. It's like saying, hey, I go to the gym, look at me. But don't actually look at me, because I'm taking the picture from a high angle. My aunt posts pictures of her cat in a boatie. I don't know if she's trying to make the cat look cute or the boatie look cool. My neighbor posts pictures of her feet at the beach. I don't know if she's trying to show off her beach vacation or her new pedicure. My ex once told me that he was lost without me, so I turned off the GPS and now he's still lost. And don't even get me started on the snacks we brought. John packed kale chips and I packed Twinkies. Which do you think we ate first? Hint, it wasn't the kale chips. I mean, who needs a GPS when you can just wing it? Next thing you know, we'll be driving to Canada instead of Mexico. John's packing. He brings clothes for a week, takes a month to pack. I pack a backpack and I'm out the door. Road trip, let's go Midwest. Luckily, John's sense of direction is almost as good as his packing skills. Let's go Midwest road trip. Yeah, but next time I'll be the one driving. I mean, at least we have a great story to tell now, right? Thanks for laughing with me tonight. Let's laugh Midwest.
Hello everyone, I'm Michelle Lee. So I guess Microsoft hired me for my superpower ability to make people disappear. Looks like John has already implemented his invisibility cloak here at Microsoft. Looks like John has been invisible for so long, he forgot how to see people. John's invisibility cloak seems to be working better than Microsoft's antivirus software. Seems like John is still swamped with work. Maybe he's trying to disappear into that invisibility cloak again. Maybe I should send him a Google search. How to acknowledge people you used to work with. Maybe I should ask Siri to remind John about me. Maybe I should just update my LinkedIn profile to still better than John at coding. John can't code his way out of a paper bag. Maybe I should give him a tutorial on how to use a computer. It's funny how John still thinks he's better than me even though I literally just got promoted. Maybe John should stick to making coffee, because his coding skills are brutal. But it's okay, I hear coding boot camps have really improved these days. It's okay, John, I'll still make the coffee runs for you. Well, at least John won't have to worry about me stealing his job. Well, I guess John will have to find another excuse for not doing his work now. Looks like I'm going to have to start encrypting my grocery lists. Well, I guess we know who not to add to the company email chain now. And I thought the only thing I needed to debug was my code. Looks like I'll have to switch from coding to carrier pigeons. Looks like I'll have to stick to Morse code. Maybe next time I'll just write a letter and send it on a carrier pigeon. At least then there's a chance it won't be intercepted by John Smith. I guess it's back to the drawing board for my encryption algorithms. Looks like John Smith will have to find a new hobby besides reading my emails. Looks like John Smith will have to stick to snail mail from now on. I told him I found a new hobby to reading his emails. Looks like someone is getting their emails screened from now on. Looks like we have a future seer in the making. Looks like John just climbed the corporate ladder, using my back as his first step. Looks like John won't be climbing any ladders anytime soon. And to think, I almost helped John with his taxes last year. Looks like we'll need an HR complaint form for John's dancing. I mean, I knew John had no rhythm, but that was painful to watch. And the next day, John had the nerve to send me a friend request on LinkedIn. Looks like John is not getting a promotion anytime soon. And John is working perfectly summarized the company's financial performance this year. But hey, at least we won't be the top of the office for the next few weeks, right? I hope nobody recorded that. Well, I guess John's ID will be written in cursive from now on. Looks like John's presentation needs a little debugging. Looks like John should have tested his code before the presentation. Looks like John's code needs some serious debugging. It seems like John's code needs more than a coffee break to fix. Looks like John shouldn't have skipped that debugging class. At least John's presentation had the most impressive error message I've ever seen. Error, unable to understand woman. It's a good thing John wasn't presenting to Siri, or they would be really been in trouble. John's coding skills weren't the only thing we'll miss. I mean, who else will bring in homemade kimchi for breakfast meetings? I heard John once wrote an entire program in E just to tweet a picture of his cat. And let us not forget his obsession with Star Wars. I mean, come on John, you're not a Jedi yet. John was always the last one to leave the office, even when we worked from home. And his constant references to Lord of the Rings. It's like, we get it John, you're a nerd. I guess it's a good thing John doesn't work at the Shire, or he would never leave.
What's the deal with cocktail umbrellas? And what's with those little plastic swords they put in drinks? Are we pirates now? I mean, who comes into a bar just to throw up on the bartender, and on top of that, ruin my favorite shirt? I mean, the least he could have done is tip me after that whole ordeal. And don't even get me started on the dry cleaning bill. But let me tell you, that dry cleaning bill was nothing compared to the cost of my revenge. And let's just say, that's the last time I add any condiments to someone's drink. But hey, at least now I know what gets vomit out of clothes. And that's how I learned to always check for holes in the bar napkins. I mean, how was I supposed to know that it was Tom Hanks ordering a drink? The guy wasn't acting in character, he was just chilling at the bar. It wasn't until the guy left and everyone was freaking out that I realized it was actually Brad freaking Pitt. I once served drinks to a famous musician and asked him what he did for a living. He said, I play guitar. And I said, cool, I play air guitar all the time. I served a drink to a guy who looked like George Clooney, but it turned out to be his stunt double. I said, wow, you must get a lot of action, and he just laughed awkwardly. I once served a drink to a lady who looked familiar, but I couldn't quite place her. Turns out she was a famous actress. I said, you look like someone I've seen on TV, and she just smiled politely. I also once served a drink to a guy who smiled at me all night and left me a fat tip. Only later I found out he was a reality TV star, and the tip suddenly made sense. And then there was this guy who kept ordering a beer called the Arnold Palmer Special. I had no idea who Arnold Palmer was. I thought he was just some regular customer with a weird taste in drinks. So I tried calling the cops on this guy to force him to leave, but they told me it wasn't a crime to be boring. And then he tells me his life story, like I'm some sort of therapist. Buddy, I'm just trying to close up shop here. So this guy was so boring. I think he could make a funeral sound like a rave party. I even started playing Closing Time on the speakers, but he just didn't get the hint. I even tried to bribe him with a lifetime supply of peanuts, but no luck. And don't even get me started on the guy who orders water and stays all night. Wow. I guess he's just not a peanut butter kind of guy. Let me tell you, I've seen some things during karaoke night. Like the guy who sang My Heart Will Go On while wearing a life jacket. Speaking of strange things, there was a guy who sang I Will Always Love You while holding a picture of his ex-girlfriend. And then there was the guy who sang Baby Got Back while wearing a thong. And we can't forget about the guy who sang The Lion Sleeps Tonight while wearing a full lion costume. And then there was the guy who tried to sing Bohemian Rhapsody but just kept forgetting the lyrics. And then there was the guy who tried to rap, but let's just say he should stick to his day job. And then there was the guy who tried to twerk. Let's just say he had better luck with the Macarena. And then there was the guy who tried to belly dance. Let's just say he had more rolls than a bakery. I chased that thief down and you won't believe what happened next. But you know what they say, karma's a bartender, and she's always on the clock. Well, the thief was so fast, I thought he was training for the Olympics. I was so angry, I wanted to chase him down the street, but then I remembered I left my running shoes at home. I mean, who steals a tip jar? It's like robbing a charity collection box. You're just a special kind of scumbag. I had to wrestle the guy to the ground, and you know what he said to me? I'm sorry, man. I just really needed the money. I mean, I would have given him some money if he asked nicely, but instead, he decided to steal from me like a jerk. I mean, try to hit on someone who can actually give you free drinks, like the owner, but even then, good luck with that. I mean, if you want to get a bartender's attention, just leave a massive tip. Trust me, it works every time. Well, at least I had a date on Valentine's Day. Too bad it was with a bottle of vodka. I mean, who hasn't had a customer confess their love for them while they're just trying to make a drink? Am I right? I told them I already had a Valentine. Her name is Whiskey. I guess I should feel flattered, but I don't think that's the kind of love that'll lead to a happy ending. You know it was bad when the consultant's only suggestion was to change the bar's name to the Money Pit. So the consultant comes in and says, you know what this place needs? A giant neon sign that says open. And of course, the neon sign was the only thing that lit up. That consultant must have really loved neon, because he also suggested we get a neon jukebox and neon bar stools. I mean, who needs good lighting and sound equipment when you can just slap some neon on the walls? You know what's worse than a neon bar? A karaoke machine. And don't even get me started on the jukebox. Thanks for coming out tonight, folks. Remember to tip your bartender. New York City, where taxes are high and dreams are even higher. Did you know that the first income tax was introduced in Britain in 1799 to fund the war against Napoleon? No wonder it feels like a war every tax season. Some people say paying taxes is the price we pay for civilization. But have you seen some of the potholes in this city? Have you ever noticed that the tax forms are getting longer every year? I mean, they're practically a novel now. It's like the IRS is trying to keep the rainforest safe by keeping all the paper to themselves. The instructions are so complicated. You need a degree in tax law just to figure out how to fill them out. Why do they call it tax return when I never get anything in return? And don't even get me started on the penalties for late filing. I mean, who actually enjoys doing taxes? It's like a root canal for your finances. Finding receipts 2 years old is like a treasure hunt, except the treasure is just paper and the hunt is just stress. I mean, the only thing worse than getting audited by the IRS is finding out you owe more money after you thought you were done with your taxes. I was so stressed during the audit that I started dreaming of receipts at night. Sometimes I think the IRS is just a way to make accountants feel important. The IRS should have a reality TV show. I'd watch that and laugh all the way to the audit office. It's like the post office is also in on the whole thing, creating more stress for us accountants. Like, oh, you need to mail something to the government? Let's make sure our hours are inconvenient and the lines are long. I mean, why can't they just make taxes a happy hour event? And don't even get me started on the forms. It's like they're written in another language. I mean, I don't even think the IRS understands the tax forms. It's like they want us to mess up so they can audit us. I swear, every year the tax laws get more complicated. I mean, who actually understands tax law? Even accountants are lost. I even tried to hire a tax attorney, but they were as clueless as I was. It's like they speak a different language, and I went to college for this. And the worst part is, I still don't understand what I did wrong. I swear, it's like they're making up numbers sometimes. I mean, who actually understands the tax codes anyway? They should just replace the tax codes with a magic 8-ball. I had to go through so many receipts. I felt like a cashier. The auditor was more thorough than my ex-wife during a custody battle. I even had to explain why I deducted $10 for a pack of pens. Like, come on, I'm an accountant. Apparently, keeping receipts in a showbox isn't good enough for them. It's not like I deducted the cost of a yacht or something. I just wanted to be able to write off my job expenses. I mean, come on. Who doesn't keep a receipt for a $2 million yacht? I mean, next thing you know they're going to ask for a receipt for my morning coffee. You know what's worse than keeping receipts? Trying to explain a gap in your resume. I mean, I had to write down every job I applied for. I practically have a novel written about my job search. It's like they want you to be unemployed forever, just to torment you with this paperwork. And don't even get me started on the waiting lines at the government offices. And have you ever tried calling the unemployment office? It's like playing a game of phone tag with a brick wall. I mean, I practically had to beg for my own money. I swear, filling out those unemployment forms gave me more stress than any job I ever had. Getting a big tax refund is like winning the lottery, except you're just getting back your own money. It's like the government gave me a 0% interest loan for a year. I mean, who needs a new TV every year? But when the government gives you free money, you gotta spend it. I once got a tax refund so big, I felt like a king for a day. I was so excited, I even tipped my barista. I mean, it's not like I needed a new toaster oven, but I had some free money burning a hole in my pocket. I bought a fancy watch. Now I know what it feels like to be James Bond. It's like getting free money, but from the government.
Wow.
You know what they say about taxes? It's like being given a puzzle without all the pieces.
Are you guys ready to laugh? Let's do this. I should have just kept my day job as an accountant. My outfit was so bad, I'm surprised I didn't get kicked out of the club before I even got on stage. I think my outfits go at the audience more than my jokes. I feel like my outfit deserves its own stand-up routine. I mean, who wears boots with a swimsuit? I mean, who wears flip-flops with a suit? And I thought I could make anything look good with a pair of flip-flops. And then I found out he was a tax accountant, but I decided to give him a chance anyway. After all, who knows taxes better than an accountant? But now that we're together, I never have to worry about my taxes again. I just tell him there's some money in the bank. Make it work. But after seeing his spreadsheet skills, I knew he was a keeper. I mean, I usually get a headache just hearing the word taxes. Who knew an accountant could be so charming? I didn't think an accountant could be so romantic. He put a heart-shaped chart in my tax return. Who knew taxes could be romantic? I guess you could say he really knows how to deduct my heart. I mean, who would have thought that a tax accountant could be so charming? It just goes to show that with the right outfit and a little bit of confidence, anyone can be a celebrity. What do you call a fake noodle? An imposter. You know what they say, fake it until you make it, and then keep faking it until you become the real deal. I may not be a celebrity, but I have the personality of one. It's like being a fake designer purse. You may not be the real deal, but you still look good. I felt like Beyoncé for a moment there, you know? I just wish I could afford her bank account. It's like borrowing your friend's designer purse and acting like it's yours. They might believe you, but deep down, you know the truth. Living with a roommate who doesn't respect boundaries is like being in a relationship without the benefits. Living with a roommate who doesn't respect boundaries is like sharing a toothbrush with a complete stranger. My current roommate leaves the toilet seat up, even though she's a woman. It's like she thinks the refrigerator is a public library and she's checking out my food without a library card. Even her imaginary friend has a better diet than me. I mean, I love my friends, but does their imaginary friend have to eat my entire fridge? And don't even get me started on her fake pet snake that she claimed was my responsibility too. I don't think John has forgiven me yet. He said he would call me back after the interview. I'm still waiting. But I did get the job, because they needed someone to make everyone else look good. It was like the universe was telling me not to work there. And I thought leaving my fly open was bad. I'm pretty sure John thinks of me as that coffee spill girl now. I mean, at least I didn't call him Karen. And to make it worse, we forgot all the snacks at home. We had to share a bed, and let's just say, it wasn't queen size. The only good thing about that motel was the free cockroaches. I swear, even the vending machine in that place was out of order. We were so lost that we accidentally drove into a cemetery. I thought the motel was so sketchy that even the cockroaches in our room had tattoos. I was so tired from driving that I almost went to sleep during the show. Good thing it was just a rest stop. I once tried to get a selfie with my favorite singer and couldn't stop shaking. The photo turned out like I was in the middle of an earthquake. I'm pretty sure he hates me now. I mean, I'm not great with names. Once I even called my boss by the wrong name. He didn't fire me, but I did get stuck working on the weekend. I might as well have just shown him my high school yearbook photo. It's like my brain can't keep track of all the names I need to remember. I mean, I can barely remember the name of the guy I'm dating. I mean, who has time to remember the names of all these celebrities? They change them like they change their outfits. I swear, my brain works like a Rolodex of incorrect names. Well folks, that's all for tonight. Remember, my brain might not remember names, but I'll never forget the laughs you've given me tonight.
How's everybody doing tonight? Have you ever noticed that patients always wait until the absolute last minute to tell you the weirdest things? Did you know that hospitals have cafeterias? I mean, there's a reason why the food is delivered on a stretcher. I once had a patient who was convinced he was a cat. He even licked himself during his physical examination. And let's not forget the time when a patient insisted he was a tree and started growing branches out of his arms. And then there was Peter, who thought he was a superhero and kept jumping off the bed, but he didn't have any powers. And then we had Mary, who kept insisting that she was a mermaid and would only drink water if it was in a seashell. And let's not forget about Jane, who believed that she was a cat and kept meowing in the middle of the night. And don't even get me started on the time I tried to order pizza with a language barrier. And the worst part, I had to use the bathroom the whole time. It's like we were in our own silent movie, but spoken with different languages. Hilarious. Language differences can be wild, especially yes and no confusion. I mean, we nearly needed a translator in that car. Poor Mike didn't know whether to take a left or a right. I was so confused, haha. But seriously, next time I'll just take the subway. I once showed up to work with my shirt on inside out. It made for a pretty interesting day. I remember when I went to a job interview and the only thing I could think about was if I had brushed my teeth. I had, but it was still the only thing on my mind. I guess you could say I was steps ahead of the fashion game. But then again, who needs matching shoes when you have a winning personality, am I right? The interviewer was probably impressed with my unique fashion choice. I mean, who needs matching socks when you have a winning personality? I mean, it's not like I wore a tutu to the job interview. I remember wearing a dress to an interview and realizing halfway through that I had forgotten to take the price tag off. I mean, the selfie was so bad, I looked like a blurry dot next to Ellen's perfection. I still have that blurry selfie as my wallpaper to remind myself not to mess up like that again. I tried to fix that blurry selfie, but ended up giving Ellen bunny ears. She probably thinks I'm a crazy fan now. I don't know what's worse, embarrassing myself in front of Ellen or having a blurry selfie as proof of it. I don't think Ellen will ever forget me. I mean, how could she forget someone who made her look like a bunny? And don't even get me started on trying to get a good selfie with Beyoncé. So yeah, my selfie with Ellen didn't turn out like I hoped, but at least I have a great story to tell. It's like these companies never even heard of sizing charts, am I right, folks? I mean, who needs accurate sizing when you can just spend your entire paycheck on return postage, right? I swear, I think these companies must be using a random number generator for their sizing. Have you ever ordered something online and ended up looking like a potato sack in it? I wish online shopping was as easy as scrolling through Instagram. I don't always look like a potato sack, sometimes I look like a ballerina in a straitjacket. I thought it was a family reunion, but it felt more like a game of Guess Who. I even pretended to know how to play the banjo when my grandpa asked me to play. My uncle asked me how work was going. I said it was a circus. He looked at me seriously and said, "Did you join the circus?" My Aunt Susan asked me how life was treating me. I said it was giving me a run for my money. She looked at me and said, "Oh, I didn't know you were rich." I think I spent more time trying to figure out who everyone was than actually talking to them. I even tried to talk sports with Uncle Bob. He started talking about his favorite team and I just smiled and nodded. I had no idea what he was saying. And don't even get me started on the family tree. It's more like a family forest at this point. I'm pretty sure my cousin's wife's sister's husband's uncle was there too. It's amazing what you can come up with under pressure. My uncle's pet parrot speaks better English than most people I know. I always thought I was good under pressure, until I tried doing comedy. And I thought nursing was stressful. It's like being a nurse, you have to be ready for anything. And that's when I realized, being a comedian is like being a nurse, you never know what's going to happen next. You know what they say, laughter is the best medicine, but if you're a comedian, you better have malpractice insurance. And they say being a comedian is easy, but I've got to tell you, trying to make strangers laugh is like trying to teach a cat to. Thanks for laughing with me tonight, you all have been amazing.
What's the deal with Seattle weather? And what's up with the coffee shops here? They're like Starbucks, but with extra pretension. It's like everyone in Seattle woke up one day and decided to become a barista. I mean, even the vending machines do have lattes now. And the worst part is, I still can't code Java without wanting to pull my hair out. Let me tell you, debugging code is like trying to find an eagle in a haystack, when you don't even know what an eagle looks like. It's like the time my boss asked me to debug a program written in Korean, and I only know 3 words in Korean: hello, thank you, and beer. Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie where you're also the murderer, and the victim, and all the suspects. So Emily tells me she's into debugging too. I thought, this is my kind of girl. I asked Emily if she wanted to come back to my place. She said yes, but only if I uninstalled all my antivirus software first. So I asked Emily what her debugging setup was, and she said, Notepad. I was like, oh no. But then she asked me if I could give her a quick rundown on cloud computing. I mean, who uses Notepad for debugging anyway? And then she asked me if I knew anything about quantum computing. Can't a guy just enjoy his meal? So I said to Emily, I bet you're one of those people who likes pineapple on their pizza. And you know what she said? And then Matt told me he thinks the moon landing was faked. I mean, come on Matt, do you also believe in unicorns? And then he tried to convince me that the earth is flat. I mean, have you ever seen a curved horizon from an airplane window? I tried to convince Matt that vaccines are safe, but he said they're part of a government mind control experiment. I mean, I love a good conspiracy theory, but Matt's were just next level crazy. I mean, the government isn't capable of organizing a decent public transportation system. How could they possibly pull off mind control through vaccines? I swear, if Matt was around today, he'd be convinced that the Flat Earth Society was right all along. It's like my dad always said, Don, you believe everything you hear. Unless, of course, you hear it from me. My mom insisted on packing everything including the kitchen sink, but forgot the actual kitchen sink. And let me tell you, when it rains, it pours. Literally. Have you ever noticed how the weather only goes bad when you're on vacation? It's like the weatherman is taking a day off whenever I book a trip. I mean, it's not like I was vacationing in the Sahara Desert. I went to Hawaii for crying out loud. I thought getting chased by a wild boar was the worst that could happen on a vacation, until I met my mother-in-law. It's like the universe was telling me, you think that's bad? Try this one on for size. I wonder if Jerry Seinfeld finds it funny that I copy his style. I don't think Jerry Seinfeld even remembers meeting me. It's okay, I'm pretty sure he doesn't remember his own name half the time. But seriously, meeting Jerry Seinfeld was like meeting my hero. I could barely speak and my palms were so sweaty, I could have built a swimming pool. I mean, who wouldn't want to be like Jerry Seinfeld? The guy's worth like $1 billion. I realized that meeting Jerry Seinfeld wasn't just a coincidence, it was a sign. I can't wait for the day when I can tell Jerry Seinfeld, "Hey Jerry, remember that time you met me?" "Yeah, me neither." Online dating is like a box of chocolates. Except half the time you get a box of empty wrappers. Online dating is like a never-ending job interview. Only you never get the job. Online dating is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, except sometimes the needle is a fake profile. You know what they say about online dating, you gotta kiss a lot of frogs before you find your prince or princess. But honestly, at this point, I'm starting to think that my soulmate is a Nigerian prince who just needs a small loan to release his inheritance. And don't even get me started on the catfishing. You know what they say, the couple that gets catfished together stays together. Speaking of catfishing, my friend once went on a date with a girl who looked nothing like her profile picture. So I decided to try my hand at online dating. Big mistake. And don't get me started on the profile bios. I've never seen so many people try to be both adventurous and laid back at the same time. Seriously, why is everyone a foodie and traveler? It's like everyone's trying to be a unique and special snowflake, but we all end up looking the same. Kinda like Instagram filters. We all have that one friend who's always posting pictures of their food and travel adventures. And we're all just like, okay, Karen, we get it. It's like we're all just living in a social media highlight reel. So next time Karen posts a picture of her avocado toast, just remember that it's not the whole story.
So, I used to be an accountant, and let me tell you, I had to crunch some numbers, but now, I'm going to make those numbers crunch with laughter. When I was an accountant, I didn't think I was funny, but then I realized, I was just auditing the wrong crowd. You know, being an accountant was pretty boring. But now that I'm a comedian, I get to count my laughs instead of just numbers. But seriously, who knew that accounting jokes could be this funny? It's almost like I have an unfair advantage. And you thought Excel spreadsheets were boring. Just wait until I show you my set of calculus jokes. As an accountant, I never thought I'd be making people laugh. I was too busy making them cry with their tax returns. I should have charged them double for all that extra work. Somehow, it always comes down to that last digit. That's like forgetting to carry the 1 in elementary math class. I guess some people just never learn to carry the one. Huh? It's like trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces. Well, that was a real tax headache. And then I had to tell the client that we have to redo everything. Why is it that the people with the biggest budget are always the cheapest? It's like people think that just because it's a wedding, money becomes irrelevant, but I still have to balance the books. And don't even get me started on the bridesmaids' dresses. I mean, I get it. Everyone wants their special day to be perfect. But when the budget's tighter than the groom's tuxedo pants, you gotta make some compromises. Am I right? I mean, seriously, who needs a champagne fountain that big? It's like, are you getting married or starting a vineyard? You know, I'm starting to think that some people believe marriage is just an excuse to throw a huge party and make everyone else pay for it. I mean, I heard of cutting costs, but this bride was cutting corners like she was using safety scissors. Maybe instead of a wedding planner, she should have just hired an accountant. It's like the Wild West out there in the corporate world. I guess I should have seen it coming. The only math John Smith was good at was cooking the books. And the worst part was, I had to train my replacement. He couldn't even do basic math. I may have been fired from that company, but at least I can sleep at night knowing I'm not responsible for their shady practices. And let me tell you, John Smith's idea of creative accounting involved a lot more creativity than actual accounting. And don't even get me started on the office snacks. And Mrs. Johnson's algebraic puns always added up to a good laugh. And let's not forget the Pythagorean jokes. They were a square D of hilarious. That's why I became an accountant, to avoid all those pesky word problems. Mrs. Johnson was so tough. She once made me solve a logarithmic equation just for chewing gum in class. So you can imagine my surprise when I found out that accounting was just a bunch of word problems disguised as numbers. And then she showed us how to use a graphing calculator, and I was hooked. So I started my accounting career with a lot of enthusiasm, but then I saw the Excel spreadsheets. And you thought gambling on Wall Street was a good idea? It's like playing blackjack with your life savings. But don't worry, it's not all bad. My coworker may have lost everything, but at least they still have their Excel spreadsheets. So I decided to invest in the stock market too. I mean, why not join the fun? And now I'm the proud owner of a company that sells pet rocks. And now I'm too scared to open my 401k statement. Thanks, Jerry. It's like my coworker said, you gotta spend money to make money. So I spent all my money and now I'm waiting for the make money part. And you know what they say, the stock market is a gamble. Well, my coworker took that a little too literally. And you know what's even riskier than gambling on stocks? Gambling on love. Trust me, I've lost more than just money. My coworker said he was diversifying his portfolio. I said, you mean like putting all your eggs in different randomly chosen baskets? My friend invested in Bitcoin. He said it's like the Wild West of currency. I said, so you're saying it's dangerous, unpredictable, and only attractive to outlaws? My aunt invested in the stock market and made a fortune. I said, so you're saying I have to be related to a millionaire to succeed? My boss always told me to balance the books, so I started doing yoga poses with them. My family tree is more like a cactus. It's full of pricks. Talking about numbers always reminds me of my ex-boyfriend. He was a calculator. He really knew how to add a lot of problems to my life. My coworkers still haven't found out who filled the water cooler with green Gatorade on St. Patrick's Day. When the numbers weren't adding up, I knew it was time for a coffee break. Numbers may be boring, but a good prank never gets old. And let me tell you, nothing says I'm sorry for messing up your financials like a good old whoopee cushion under their chair. I never thought I'd say this, but maybe numbers aren't so bad after all.
Hello New York. Are there any teachers in the house tonight? It's amazing what you can get away with in the classroom if you just make it funny enough. Teach me how to funny. I guess you could say I'm like a superhero, but instead of saving the world, I'm saving students from boredom. I mean, I'm basically turning your kids into mini comedians. You're welcome, parents. I mean, I'm practically a comedian slash teacher at this point. Who wants to take my class? I guess you could say I'm the cool teacher. I mean, I let my students call me by my first name. Who needs that Mrs. Williams stuff, anyway? Teaching is tough. Sometimes I feel like I'm trying to herd cats. Is it just me? I had another student who always fell asleep in class, so I started incorporating ASMR into my lectures. Now he's my biggest fan. Teaching is like being in a marathon, but the finish line keeps moving. I also suggested hiring a wizard named Gandalf for the magic class, but his hourly rate was a bit steep. So I suggested to another parent that they hire a Mr. Miyagi to teach their child some karate for self-defense. She just didn't get it. I also recommended a guy named Doctor Who to teach John Smith's mom's kid about time management. She gave me a confused look. I also recommended a Jason Bourne to teach a student about geography. The parent didn't understand why I suggested that name. I also suggested a guy named Willy Wonka to teach a student about chocolate production. The parent just stared at me. I also suggested a guy named Jack Bauer to teach a student about time management. The parent looked at me like I was crazy. And if he needs help with charms, I suggest he goes to Hermione Granger. So, did John Smith finally get his crush to dance with him? Well, John Smith may not have danced with his crush, but he did get to slow dance with me later that night. But let's be honest, karaoke-style duet with a teacher named Mr. Gray sounds like a nightmare on Elm Street. I never understood why they called it a slow dance. Have you ever tried doing the cha-cha slide at the pace of Careless Whisper? And let me tell you, John Smith might have been turned down for a slow dance, but he sure knows how to do the cha-cha slide better than anyone I've seen. Everyone was impressed by the duet, even Mr. Gray. I'm pretty sure John Smith transformed into John Travolta with those moves. I think John should stick to karaoke for now. I gotta say, John's got some impressive dance moves. Maybe he should audition for the school musical next year. Looks like John finally got his T-Rex. I'm just glad he didn't choose the Stegosaurus. I don't think we could have handled those spiky tails in class. I mean, I know it's a museum and everything, but who can resist a good gift shop? Those magnets of the human anatomy are a real hit. And don't even get me started on the science-themed socks. I think my students would actually enjoy wearing them. I think I have a new favorite field trip location. The gift shop had everything, even some pretty cool brain-shaped erasers. I mean, who doesn't love a good science-themed sock? So John, if you're out there, I just want you to know, I learned a valuable lesson that day. It's much easier to make a kid happy than it is to teach him algebra. And then John realized he had 2 left feet. Well, actually, he had 2 very sore feet, but you get the point. And that's how John became known as the Penguin Stecker. Have you ever noticed that penguins are always dressed like they're ready for prom? Maybe John should take his crush to the South Pole instead. And you know what they say about penguins who can dance? They're always the center of attention at the Roxy. You know what I realized? Penguins are like the Batman of the animal world. They always dress up for their job and they have secret identities. I mean, have you ever seen Batman and a penguin in the same room? You know what else is like a penguin? My Uncle Steve at family gatherings. He's always trying to be the life of the party, but he just waddles around with his hands in his pockets. What do you call a penguin in the desert? Lost. You know what's funny? When I told my students I was quitting teaching to become a comedian, they all thought I was joking. Now look at me, I'm living the dream. I told John to always remember one thing. If you bomb on stage, just remember, there's no such thing as bad publicity. Unless you've committed a crime, then it's definitely bad. So I've been trying to come up with my own catchphrase. Ellen has her be kind to one another and Oprah has her you get a car. Any ideas? You know what they say, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. And then he said, can you lend me some money? But then he said, I can't believe you fell for that. And then he said, I just got a new job at the bank, they told me I'm outstanding in my field. I work in the complaint department. I remember the first time I performed in New York City, I was so nervous my knees were shaking. And then I saw a rat run across the stage, and I thought, well, if he can do it, I can do it. It's not all glamorous though. Once I had to perform at a bachelorette party and let me tell you, it was like performing in front of a group of hyenas. The bride was the only one paying attention, probably because she was the only one not already drunk. I'm still trying to figure out the New York subway system. Last week, I ended up in Queens when I was just trying to get to Brooklyn. I heard there's a rat problem in the subways, but honestly, I haven't noticed. Maybe they're just trying to make me feel at home. Living in New York City definitely keeps me on my toes. I mean, I've seen more rats than I ever did in my classroom. Speaking of Ellen, I have to tell you about the time I met her at a comedy festival. She was so kind and genuine, it made me love her even more. Well, that's all for tonight, folks. Thanks for coming to teach me how to funny, and remember, if you see a rat, just treat it like a New Yorker and walk faster.
Hey, Canadians, you ready to get financially educated and truly entertained tonight? So I went to the bookcase store that John recommended and it turns out they only sell electronic books. Man, these accountants really need to get with the times. Looks like I'll have to stick with my paper books for now, but seriously, when are they gonna upgrade this industry? I mean, I'm an accountant, not a bodybuilder. These books should come with a personal trainer. I just hope all this reading helps me earn enough money to hire a personal stylist. Well, I guess it's time to work out my brain instead of my biceps. John must be a CPA as well because I heard him say depreciation and my brain immediately shut off. I went to that bookcase store and saw John there. He was struggling to carry a stack of accounting books. I offered to help him, but he said it was a balancing act and he had to figure it out himself. John should have just invested in a Kindle. John Smith's car was worth more than his whole company. I guess he really wanted to drive home the point that he's successful. John's company was such a mess. I had to audit his Excel skills as well. John Smith's company was a disaster. They needed an emergency audit just to figure out where the staplers were. John Smith's company was such a mess. The only thing I found in the financial statements was a note that said I owe myself $20. John Smith's company was such a disaster. Even the rats couldn't find anything to steal. John Smith's company was such a mess. He paid his employees in monopoly money. John Smith claimed his company was eco-friendly, but it was just a fancy way of saying they didn't turn the lights on. So, we all decided to play a little game called Spot the Gold Digger. And let's be honest, she could have been Santa Claus, as long as she had a hot bod and a nice bank account. And can you believe it? She actually had the nerve to ask for a raise at the Christmas party. I mean, we all knew what she was after when she started hanging around the water cooler. Oh, and don't even get me started on the Secret Santa gifts. Last year I got a stapler, with no staples. And let's be real, the only reason I'm still coming to these parties is for the free food. Yeah, because who doesn't love twice the work for the same pay? Looks like my dreams of work-life balance just got crushed like my hopes of ever becoming a unicorn. I mean, it's not like I was hoping for a life outside of work anyways, right? Looks like the only thing merging is my workload with my stress levels. I feel like my job just went from accounting to acrobatics. I'm pretty sure my desk chair is going to need a new engine to handle the workload. I didn't know whether to cry or calculate when I heard about the merger. I feel like I need to start seeing a personal trainer just to handle all this paperwork. Talk about a work-life balance. I mean, I never knew going from balance sheets to teeter-totters would be such a seamless transition. They say money can't buy happiness, but have you tried not having any money? I mean, who needs a social life when you have Excel spreadsheets? Am I right? I mean, after dealing with John Smith's tax returns, I needed a drink, but I couldn't afford one, thanks to all the taxes I had to pay. Dealing with taxes is like playing Jenga. You try to move one block and the whole thing comes crashing down. Dealing with taxes is like running a marathon. You think you're almost done, but then you hit a wall and realize there's still miles to go. I'm pretty sure I'm the only CPA who took an accounting course just so I could do my taxes without calling my dad. It's like the universe is telling us, hey, you wanted to be an accountant, deal with it. I mean, who knew a joke could cause such a deficit? I guess that's why they call it a joke. Balance sheet. I'm not saying accountants don't have a sense of humor, but their jokes are usually amortizing a lot of eye rolling. Accountants are great at math but not so much at reading the room. People always assume accountants are boring, but sometimes we can be too exciting. Just ask John. John's company survived the Great Recession. He must have been a good accountant. Wink. I mean, we accountants are not the life of the party, but we know how to keep the party going financially speaking, of course. And you know what they say, behind every successful business, there is a good accountant, and a great bank. John may have survived the recession, but I bet he lost a few hairs in the process. John must have been really good at cooking the books, because he kept his hair color intact. I heard John survived the recession by eating nothing but ramen noodles. I guess you could say he became a real noodle guy. John Smith survived the Great Recession while the rest of us were barely holding on. I heard he even got a vacation out of it. Must be nice.
Are you guys ready to laugh tonight? I had a student who thought 5 plus 5 equals 25. When I asked why, he said he rounded up. Kids these days. First day of school is always full of surprises. Like when I asked a student if they are allergic to anything and they said homework. Looks like someone needs to learn their ABCs again. Looks like we need to do some alphabet drills in this class. Looks like we need to start with the basics, folks. Looks like we have a class clown here. Looks like we need to enroll them in name finding 101. Maybe we should start a name finding 101 for your classmates. It's like when everyone was talking about friends and I thought they were discussing their actual friends. I couldn't keep up. Talking about Friends reminds me of those TV commercials for Friends Reunion that turned out to be about some skincare brand. That was a real plot twist. Those 90s parties are really something else. Last time I went to one, someone asked if I wanted to play with their Tamagotchi and I thought they were offering me sushi. I tried to watch a new show the other day called Squid Game. I thought it was about underwater creatures playing games, but turns out it's just a bunch of people killing each other for money. Kids these days, am I right? I recently found out that the new slang for cool is swag. I feel like I'm back in the 90s when we used words like fat and dope. It's crazy how much has changed since the 90s. Back then we were excited about the internet and now we're scared of it. I mean, have you seen what's on TikTok? I mean, remember when our biggest concern was Y2K? Now we have a whole new alphabet of worries. AI, VR, AR, and OMG. So I learned my lesson and now I never leave the house without my sheet music, or my glasses, or my ID, or my dignity, for that matter. And don't even get me started on GPS. I swear, that thing sends me in circles just to mess with me. You know what they say, always come prepared when it's important. Like wearing a spare pair of glasses just in case you lose your regular ones. Not that I would know anything about that. But hey, what's a wedding without a good laugh, am I right? You know, I used to think I could never mess up more than that, but then I tried cooking dinner for my in-laws. Let's just say that my in-laws were not impressed with my improv skills. I guess I need to start practicing my improv skills a little more. I mean, I shouldn't have been too surprised. My profile picture was from when I was 25, and I'm pretty sure I don't look like I'm in my mid-20s anymore. He asked me if I was disappointed. I said, no, I'm just glad I brought a book. Men on dating apps really need to update their profile pictures. It's like they are trying to catfish us in real life. It's like these guys think we won't notice that they've aged 10 years too. I mean, I'm not saying I look like I did 20 years ago, but at least my profile picture looks like me. I mean, come on guys, we're all in this together. Just update your profile picture and save us all the trouble. People need to realize that honesty is the best policy, even in online dating. I mean, we're all going to find out eventually, right? You know that feeling when you're really excited to see a movie, but then it turns out to be a dud? That's how I feel about my last date. And don't even get me started on movie trailers. They make every movie look like it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I mean, have you ever seen a movie trailer that was just okay? It's always this is the must-see movie of the year and then you go see it and you're like, hey, I could have waited for this to come out on DVD. It's like they only show the good parts in the trailer. I want my money back for false advertisement. Have you ever noticed how the food always looks amazing in commercials and then when you get it in real life it's a soggy, sad mess? And don't even get me started on movie trailers that give away the entire plot. I just saved $15 and 2 hours of my life. Why do they always have to make the movie trailers so misleading? I don't want to be promised an action-packed thriller only to find out it's a sappy romance. Why do movie trailers always have to ruin the best parts of the film? I don't need to see every plot twist before I even get to the theater. Movie trailers always show the best scenes, but when I watch the movie, those moments disappear faster than a magician's rabbit. Movie trailers are like those people in your life who just can't keep a secret. They think they are doing you a favor, but really they are just ruining everything. I'm pretty sure the rabbit's foot didn't bring the crew members any luck either. I mean, I've heard of Lucky Charms, but finding a rabbit's foot is like finding a needle in a haystack. I guess I should have stuck with my lucky pen. It's never failed me yet. I mean, who needs Lucky Charms anyway? I brought my A game and that's what really counts. I realized that day that maybe it's not about the charm or the luck, but about the determination to succeed. Maybe I should have stuck to apples and oranges. Well, at least I made some new friends that night. They say practice makes perfect, but in my case, it just made me more confused. I guess it's back to preschool for me. I mean, I guess it's hard to keep track of numbers when you're switching between glasses and bifocals all the time. I need to start taking more vitamins if I'm going to keep up with these seniors. Now I know why they call it a senior moment. I hope I gave you all enough laughter to last until your next senior moment. I know, I don't look like a typical engineer. It's like they were interviewing me for a job that doesn't even exist. I mean, I felt like I was being interviewed for a role in a science fiction movie or something. I mean, I'm pretty sure they just made up a job title and went with it. I swear, some of these interviewers must have just watched The Matrix and Googled cool computer job titles. It's like they are playing buzzword bingo and just throwing out random tech terms. I mean, who needs to actually understand technology when you can just throw out fancy words to sound smart? And they wonder why their tech products fail. And these techies think they are the next Steve Jobs, more like the next Michael Scott. Their products fail because they don't listen to user feedback. I mean, who needs multicolored flashing lights on a toaster? And have you noticed how every startup claims they are going to change the world? Yeah, I'm sure the world needs another on-demand laundry delivery app. Why do startups always have to have such ridiculous names? I mean, Soylent? Did they want to remind us of the movie? You know what else startups love besides changing the world? Free snacks. I mean, I get it, people need fuel to change the world, but my startup had this one guy who would hoard all the good snacks in his desk. It was like Lord of the Flies over a bag of Doritos. And don't even get me started on the office yoga sessions. Look, if I wanted to contort my body into painful positions, I would have stayed in software engineering. I swear, the only way to survive a startup is to become a Bitcoin investor yourself. At least then you'll have something to fall back on when the company goes under. I mean, I'm just trying to get my work done so I can go home and drink myself to sleep. I mean, we all know that HR stands for have relations, right? I thought the tension between us couldn't get any worse, but then we discovered the same library on GitHub and it was like World War II. And then we had to decide who gets custody of the code review comments. It was like playing a game of chess, except instead of pawns we used lines of code and instead of a winner, we just lost our jobs. We thought we were being sneaky, but in reality, IT had access to every email, message, and keystroke we made. I guess I should have known it was a bad idea when we made our couple name a programming language. He said he'd code himself a girlfriend if I ever left him. At least I know I'm irreplaceable in code. I really thought technology was supposed to make our lives easier. I mean, have you ever tried to update your Wi-Fi password? Sometimes I feel like my laptop is out to get me. I tried to use voice recognition software to dictate code once. I accidentally created a new language. It's like my laptop has a personal vendetta against me. My code has more bugs than a summer picnic. I learned the hard way to always have a backup plan. When the demo just doesn't work, turn to the universal solution, a PowerPoint presentation. Sometimes I wonder if my coding skills are more useless than a bike in San Francisco. We were promised pizza and Red Bull, but all we ended up with was flat soda and cold pizza. Who thought that was a good idea? And you know what they said? We might not change the world, but we'll sure make a dent. So we got first place and a year's supply of energy drinks. You know, it's crazy how far personality can get you in this industry. It's like that saying, it's not about what you know, it's about who you know, except in tech, it's more like, it's not about what you build, it's about how much you can talk it up on Twitter. I mean, who needs a functional app when you have charm? Personality is the top priority in tech. That's why I just hired 7 influencers and a Kardashian to build my next app. Being a woman in tech is like being a vegan at a barbecue. You just gotta make it work. Imposter syndrome in tech feels like playing hide and seek with no one calling out your name. I remember my first day in the office. I thought I was in the wrong building. I should have known something was up when I saw a sign outside that read Tech Bros Only. And when I finally mustered up the courage to speak up in meetings, my boss would pat me on the head and say, "Good job, little lady." It wasn't until I started to code circles around my programmer coworkers that they finally took me seriously. But just because I'm a woman doesn't mean I can't code as well as a man. That's why I always make sure to wear my hoodie when I'm coding, just to remind them who's the real boss. And let's be real, the only team building exercise I need is a happy hour with my coworkers. Those team building exercises were so uncomfortable, I'm pretty sure HR needs to conduct an investigation. At least I haven't been forced to do trust falls yet. I mean, I went to college for computer science, not team building 101. And the worst part? The event coordinator pulled me aside and said that they were really hoping I would help organize next year's retreat. I thought I left group projects behind in college. Thanks so much for coming out tonight, you've been a great crowd.
Good evening, New York City. Are you ready for some breaking news? I mean, I love cats and all, but there's only so much you can read about them without going insane. Speaking of cat food, have you seen the crazy flavors theory coming out of now? Like, who tog tuna surprise og a good idea? It's like the world is trying to turn me into a crazy cat lady. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love cats, but I'd rather write about something else for a change. I swear, if I see one more cat video, I'm going to lose my mind. Seriously, can we stop talking about cats? They're taking over the internet. And don't even get me started on dogs. They think they're so much better than cats, but who's cleaning up those poo? I mean, I haven't seen that many Jon Smith since I tried to book a table at Olive Garden. It's like they all came out of the woodwork for this wedding. It was like being at a Lululemon convention. I kept looking for the free samples. I felt like I was at an intersection of a yoga class and a phone book convention. I haven't seen that many Lululemon leggings since the last time I accidentally stumbled into a yoga class for 6 months. I mean, I guess it beats having everyone wear matching tracksuits. It was like a Lululemon convention in there. I don't know about you, but I think the Grons family should have at least one some sort of nametag. I mean, I lost count of how many times I accidentally talked to the Jon Smith. It was so hard to keep track of who was who. I mean, I accidentally complimented Uncle Jons Kalves instead of Cousin Jons. Job interviews are so stressful, it's like being on a first date, but instead of trying to impress your date, you're trying to impress someone who doesn't even know your name. Job interviews are like the Hunger Games. May the odds be ever in your favor. Job interviews are like trying to walk in heels for the first time. Painful, awkward, and a test of balance. Have you ever noticed that the most qualified candidate never gets the job? It's always the person who knows someone. I guess me spinach was me in. Job interviews are like trying to sell a house. You never know what the buyer is looking for, but you try your best to make it look perfect. Interviews are like dating. You have to pretend to be someone you're not, only to find out that it's not a good match anyway. They had so many bad job interviews that I'm considering putting them on my resume as experience. I can relate to that. I had a roomate who would only listen to Nickelback. That's when I knew it was time to move out. Looks like John Mayer's music runs in the family. I once met his sister and she never stopped talking about her ex, Taylor Swift. Well, I guess we know where John gets his musical talent from. Wow, John Mayer must get all the family reunions rocking with his guitar playing. That explains why I always feel like my ears are bleeding at family reunions. I can't even imagine the family reunion playlist now. Well, I guess we now know who to blame for his terrible music. Well, looks like I'll never be able to listen to John Mayer again without thinking about that terrible roommate. Looks like these celebrities have a script for every situation. Looks like they have a script for everything except being a decent human being. It's like they have a script for everything except basic human decency. Dere like robots, programmed to spev hate. Can we get an upgrade, please? Why do these people always have to take it to the extreme? It's like Dere stuck in the past, still using dial-up in a 4G world. It's like Dere still using floppy disks in a cloud-based world. John Smith's spin class is so intense it's like he's trying to prepare us for the zombie apocalypse. I haven't felt this alive since I accidentally ate a whole bag of gummy bears. I'm pretty sure John Smith's spin class is just a cover-up for some kind of torture program. I'm pretty sure John Smith's bootcamp class involves actual combat training. I guess I have to start taking John Smith's class if I ever want to work off those 3 pizza bingies. I tried going to another spin class, but the instructor was so boring that I fell asleep and woke up with a stationary bike imprint on my face. I heard John Smith is also taking a pole dancing class, but I'm too scared to try it. The worst part was seeing that Chrissy Teigen's followers had better insults than I did. I mean, who knew me insults were so weak? I bet even John Mayer could come up with better ones. I mean, even Teigen's dog has better insults than me. And when I realized, the only thing worse than getting roasted by Chrissy Teigen is getting deafened by John Mayer. It's like getting shaved out by a toddler, if a toddler had 13 million Instagram followers. I mean, John Mayer defending me is like being rescued by the Titanic. Sure, it's nice to not be sink sometimes I feel like the news is just a never-ending comedy show. From corporate lawyer to stand-up comedian, not the most obvious career change. It proved being a corporate lawyer was too but being a comedian is a whole other level. And then he said, I don't pay you to drink. I quickly learned that in the legal industry, it's not about what you know, it's about who you know. I worked so hard on that assignment, I practically lived at the office, I even borrowed a sleeping bag, just in case. I realized that in comedy, it's not about who you know, it's about who laughs at your jokes. And then I realized that the laughing wasn't really funny. I thought I was going to be making a difference in the world, but instead I was just alphabetizing case files. So I was finally going to do something that made a difference. Who, like alphabetizing files doesn't matter. And then, he gave me a pat on the back and said, good job, you made a real difference here yeah, I totally transformed this tech company I mean, I alphabetized all their files. I mean, who knew that organizing emails we sender would be the key to winning the case? I guess all those years of being watching law and order actually paid off. I never thought I'd miss those 80-hour work weeks, but at least they were billable. And after that big win, John promoted me to a bigger cubicle. But the real prize, an email from the CEO with 4 words, great job, team, pizzas on me. It's like a survivor, but in the law film, you have to form alliances just to survive. So I had to come up with a strategy to deal with Susan, and that's when I realized, she was just like a judge. You have to appeal to her ego, give her compliments, and present a strong argument. It's all about winning her over with words. And let's not get started on Khan, she was the queen of passive-aggressive notes. I mean, I didn't get into law to navigate high school all over again, but at least there were no bullies in law school, just aggressive, passive-aggressive attorneys. And Khan's email signatures, they were basically a novel. We eventually made up, but from then on, I made sure to CC her bosses in all my emails. Let's just say, I learned how to play the game. John Smith said he was disappointed with me billable hours, but I didn't think it was necessary to build the time I spent in the bathroom crying. They really should have called it billable hours instead of billable hours. I mean, who knew me hours could be billable? I mean, if we wanted to be a clock, I would be an a clock. Honestly, I don't know how they expected us to stay sane. I mean, come on, who needs sleep, right? Billable hours are more important. Those billable hours haunted me in my dreams. I once dreamt I was spilling for brushing my teeth. I mean, who knew lawyers could be funny, except for judges, of course. They are hilarious. And let me tell you, the transition from corporate lawyer to comedian, it was like going from the defense table to the witness stand. And let me tell you, The only thing harder than passing the bar exam was making these people laugh. But hey, at least I don't have to wear a suit every day anymore. I mean, I traded in one type of heckling for amateur, now instead of angry partners, I just have drunk hecklers to deal with. I still can't believe I went from reviewing legal documents to writing jokes on napkins during lunch breaks. I used to argue with partners in suits, now I argue with hecklers wearing chicken suits. It's funny how lawyers are also called sharks. I used to swim with them, now I'm doing stand-up comedy. I guess you can say I traded in my law books for joke books. But hey, at least now I'm making people laugh instead of making them cry. But seriously, being a comedian is tough too. Some nights, I'd rather face a judge than a tough crowd. I mean, who knew being a comedian was so much like being a lawyer? You have to think on your feet, make quick decisions, and sometimes, you have to fake it till you make it. I'm just glad I didn't become a doctor. Could you imagine me telling a joke while performing brain surgery? I'm telling you, being a lawyer was great training as a comedian. I mean, both professions require dealing with unreasonable people and trying to convince them that you're right. The only difference is that as a comedian, the unreasonable people are hecklers instead of opposing counsel. I remember the first time I made a room full of people laugh. It was like a drug. I was hooked. No, I don't regret leaving, but I do miss finding loopholes to exploit. Do I regret leaving the law? Only when I see my bank account. Not at all. In fact, I found that in comedy, the loopholes are endless. Regret leaving the law? Please, I get to make jokes about it now. Win-win. In fact, I'm using my legal skills to negotiate better deals for my comedy gigs. Who knew both contract law classes would come in handy? Actually, I use my legal skills in comedy all the time. Like, I'm an expert in breach of contract. That's how I got my ex to finally pay for that joint Netflix account. No, I don't regret it. I just wish I'd told the joint Netflix account sooner. No, but I do regret not billing wholly for all my therapy sessions with comedians. I might not have made partner, but at least I made you all laugh tonight.
Hello, everybody. Are you ready to laugh? When I was on The Daily Show, I used to make fun of politicians, and now, they're the ones making all the jokes. You know what's worse than being a comedian in today's political climate? Being a politician. Politics used to be so boring. Now it's a non-stop episode of The Jerry Springer Show. It's like our government took the plot of Idiocracy and said, let's make this a reality show. I miss the days when the biggest scandal in politics was a president denying he had sex with someone. I mean, who doesn't introduce themselves as a CEO of a startup these days? I roll. I swear, every time someone introduces themselves as a CEO, a fairy dies. And then he asked me to sign an NDA. Yeah, I'm sorry John, but my comedy routine is not exactly high-tech stuff. Turns out, his startup was just him and his laptop in his mom's basement. He said his company was going to revolutionize the market. I was just happy he had sriracha on the party's snack table. And after telling me he's a CEO of a startup, he asked me what I do. What do I do? I tell fart jokes for a living. Sounds like every other dude I meet in LA. John's latest pitch is a gym for plants. I thought they liked to be sedentary. This dude John needs to stop using weed as a business strategy. I don't know how John keeps coming up with these ideas. Maybe he's smoking too much of his product. I mean, I love my dog, but he doesn't need a Tinder account. Sometimes I feel bad for people who don't own dogs. Like, what's the point of going home if you don't have a furry friend waiting for you? I just don't trust people who don't like dogs. It's like not liking pizza. I just don't get it. I mean, I thought I was pretty good at multitasking, but John Smith wanted me to clone myself. I mean, if John Smith had his way, I would have needed a time machine and a time turner just to make it to the meeting on time. I mean, I thought he wanted a personal assistant, not a magician. It was impossible to make him happy. I mean, the guy would throw a fit if you used a comma instead of a semicolon. He expected me to work 24/7. I mean, he thought he owned my soul or something. I mean, the guy even expected me to respond to emails on weekends. Who does that? It was like he thought I had nothing better to do than sit around and respond to his emails all weekend. I mean, he would even ask me to work on holidays. Who does that? It's like he had complete disregard for any work-life balance. It's like he expected me to be on call 24/7. I mean, I'm a person, not a robot. I mean, at least wear matching socks, John. And I thought I was having a bad day when I spilled coffee on my shirt. That reminds me of the time I went on a first date and realized I had my shirt on inside out the entire time. And John Smith's pants weren't helping him either. And let's not forget when he asked for a selfie with Ryan Reynolds and ended up taking a photo with a cardboard cutout of him. And that's not even the craziest thing John Smith has done. He once waited outside a movie premiere for 8 hours just to high-five Bradley Cooper. It's amazing how far some people will go just to get a selfie with a celebrity. You're lucky if you get a blurry photo of the back of their head. I mean, I understand the appeal of meeting your heroes, but at this point, it's like John Smith is playing an extremely deep undercover agent, just to get close to them. I heard John Smith once tried to sneak into Lady Gaga's dressing room with a dress made out of meat, and honestly, if it worked, I'd be impressed. I mean, the last time John Smith actually achieved something was when he managed to get a selfie with a wax figure of Beyoncé. I mean, the guy truly believes that one day he will be best friends with Oprah. You know what they say, shoot for the stars and you might just land on Dr. Phil. I heard John Smith tried to join the Illuminati, but he was rejected because they wanted someone with more talent. And you thought your obsession with celebrities was bad, John Smith. You should see my mom's crush on George Clooney. I mean, who wouldn't want to date George Clooney, am I right? I mean, have you seen the way George Clooney ages like fine wine? It's like he's a wizard or something. And remember, even if your dreams don't come true, the important thing is to keep dreaming. It beats being awake. Follow your dreams, but don't forget to set your alarm. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't do it, except for me. I'm telling you that you can't do it, just to see if you're stubborn enough to prove me wrong. And if you fail, just remember, now you have a great story to tell at parties. Always remember, your dreams are valid. Don't let fear hold you back from chasing your dreams. And if you fail, don't worry, failure is just a stepping stone to success. Remember, success is not a destination, it's a journey. Enjoy the ride. Remember, success is like cooking, you gotta keep trying until you get it right.
Are you ready to learn a thing or two? It's not just the shows you need to watch out for as a substitute teacher, the pranks can be just as bad. I once had a class of jokers who replaced all the pencils with cucumbers. It was a real pickle. But hey, at least I have job security as a substitute teacher. It was like a zoo in there, the only thing missing was a sign saying please don't feed the children. And I thought the cafeteria was bad. I tried to give them a math lesson, but I ended up taking me how to play Fortnite. I feel like I need a medal just for surviving that class. I'm pretty sure those kids were trying to break me, but I survived, barely. I'm pretty sure those kids were just trying to see how far they could push me before I reached my breaking point. I guess Jon wasn't the one for me, but at least I got me caffeine fix. And when I found out he wasn't even a real barista, just a guy in a green apron. I mean, who wears a name tag outside of work, right? You know, I never thought I'd find myself dating a barista, but hey, he keeps me grounded, I'm caffeinated. I guess I should have known he wasn't unique when he told me his favorite book was the Starbucks menu. And don't even get me started on pumpkin spice season. It's not like I'm taking dinosaurs, okay? Some of my colleagues might actually be approaching retirement age. I mean, I swear some of these kids are already taking themselves. I mean, I haven't seen so many books eaten since the last time I had lunch with my dog. It's okay, I'll just audition for the Grandma Roles again. I guess I'll just have to stick to playing the strict principal everybody hates. I mean, who needs money when you have experience, am I right? I might not be young and attractive, but I've got experience and talent. And let's face it, those students need someone who knows what they're doing. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love cats, but I'm pretty sure they weren't the ones enrolled in my class. Jon was a very creative student, always coming up with new ideas. But when it came to following instructions, let's just say he had a mind of his own. And don't even get me started on his pet rock. I ended up giving the cat a better report card than Jon. I guess we know who the real star student is in that family. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love cats too, but I never thought I'd be discussing Fluffy's favorite toy during a parent-teacher conference. It makes me wonder if they even have a son named Jon. So now I'm thinking, maybe they should have named their son Cat? And to top it off, the dragon's wings were made out of cardboard boxes. Well, at least he wasn't wearing Crocs. I mean, can you imagine a medieval knight in Crocs? Those red sneakers must be really gain his lucky charm. He slayed the dragon, didn't he? I mean, he could be at least one some medieval style boots or something. Maybe he forgot his armor too? I mean, those sneakers must have been his great-great-great-great-great-grandfather's, right? I mean, the costume looked good on him, but those sneakers it's like he was running away from battle. It's like being backed by a stalker while you're doing your laundry. You're not doing anything exciting, but it's creepy anyway. Well, I guess we'll have to start grabbing papers in our swimsuits now. The worst part is that they're going to judge our outfits too. I hope those cameras have a filter for bad hair days. I'm just glad I'm not a teacher, I don't want the whole world knowing how bad I am at division. I heard they're also getting new microphones. Maybe now the kids will finally hear me when I'm ashing. Do you have a question or are you just stretching? Now they want to install microphones in our classrooms. I can't even imagine what kind of stuff they'll pick up on. I can relate to Jon's parents. I forgot me lunch at home so many times this year that the cafeteria staff started calling me the teacher who always forgets her lunch. Looks like forgetfulness runs in the family. Last week, Jon forgot his backpack at home and had to carry his books by hand. His dad forgot the birthday cake and had to bring it to school the next day. What's next? Mom forgets how to drive? It's okay, Jon. We all forget things sometimes. I'm still waiting for my turn to forget something major. Maybe we should start a support group for forgetful parents. We'll call it Memory Lane and we can meet at whichever house we remember to go to. I once forgot me own birthday, but at least I didn't have to fake being surprised when the gifts came in. I remember one time I forgot to pick up my own kid from school, but at least I got a good workout in running there to get them. Looks like I wasn't the only one getting an education this year. And just like that, Jon became the most popular kid in school. The power of cake. Speaking of cake, anyone else craving some right now?
What's up, assholes? Oh Becky, I remember when you used to be such a bitch. I'm surprised you're still stuck in this coffee shop. Did no one want to hire a high school bully? Looks like someone's still living in the past. Did you ever get over that homecoming queen rejection, Becky? Becky, I'm surprised your bitterness hasn't eaten you alive by now. I guess some things never change. Becky, you're still trying to make me feel small. Well, Becky, I didn't come here for the coffee. I came for the pleasure of seeing how far you've fallen since high school. Becky, I may have been a terrible waitress in high school, but at least now I'm getting paid for it. Becky, I may not have been the best student in high school, but at least I didn't peak at 17 like you did. Becky, you're like a coffee stain. You just won't go away. John, your love for your iguana is almost as impressive as the amount of times you've mentioned it tonight. John, your love for your iguana is borderline obsessive. Have you considered getting a therapist for that? John, your iguana is more interesting than you. I bet even she's bored of listening to you talk about her. John, maybe you should consider creating an iguana-focused podcast. At least then you'll have an audience of one. John, you talk about your iguana like it's your therapist. I think it's time you start paying her hourly rates. John, maybe you should consider getting a human therapist instead of making your iguana listen to your problems. I heard they actually respond. You know what they say, John, you can judge a man by how he treats his pets. Your iguana must be so grateful you provide free therapy. Looks like that's not the only mess your boss is dealing with. Am I right, folks? So, Mr. Snuggles is the new assistant manager. I see. Looks like Mr. Snuggles got promoted to head of HR. She even hired a psychic to read Mr. Snuggles' mind and figure out what kind of food he likes. And then she wants me to clean it up with my bare hands. I mean, I've cleaned up a lot of messes in my life, but that's where I draw the line. Looks like Mr. Snuggles isn't the only one who needs to be trained. That dog might need diapers or to see a therapist. I'm not sure which. At least she's consistent. Every time she opens her mouth, she pisses me off. Sounds like my ex-mother-in-law. She'd hit on my husband and she wasn't even drunk. Sounds like a family reunion at my ex-husband's house. Sounds like my ex-mother-in-law still got game. Looks like the mother of the bride's been hitting the sauce harder than the groom's been hitting the buffet. The groom is regretting more than just his second helping of chicken. Looks like someone's trying to relive her own wedding night, but this time without the groom. Looks like the mother of the bride here has a new addition to her drink. Desperation. Looks like she's aiming for the title of mother of the groom. Sorry, I'm so bad at this. I don't think Chad knows how to count reps, he just keeps saying one more and then never stops. It's like he's trying to set a record for least helpful personal trainer. Chad's the only personal trainer I know who encourages his clients to skip leg day. I'm pretty sure Chad's only in the business of selling mirrors. If Chad was my personal trainer, I'd definitely skip gym day. I mean, I'm pretty sure the only abs Chad has ever seen are in the mirror. Chad wouldn't know what to do with the commitment if it hit him in the face. I don't get why settling down has to involve a man. I mean, have you seen how happy Cher is with all of her dogs? Maybe I'll settle down with a pizza. It never judges me. Well, Aunt Carol, I was thinking about settling down with a toothbrush. It never leaves the toilet seat up. Maybe I'll settle down with a hamster. It also never judges me. I was thinking about settling down with a plant. It's low maintenance, gives me oxygen, and doesn't judge my life choices. I thought meeting Ryan Gosling would be like taking a bite of a hot fudge sundae on a Sunday afternoon, not like finding a hair in my suit. Meeting Ryan Gosling was like ordering a pizza with all my favorite toppings and getting pineapples. Looks like I'll have to stick with my other celebrity crush, Postmates. If only I could order a Ryan Gosling but without the Ryan Gosling attitude. So, turns out my celebrity dreams are just as unrealistic as my dating expectations. I mean, who needs Ryan Gosling when you've got a vibrator? But seriously, thanks for laughing at my weird jokes. Love you guys.
Hey everyone, I used to be an accountant. John Smith was the only person at my accounting firm who ever took risks. One time, he wore white after Labor Day. Speaking of rebels, do you want to know what I did to rebel against my accounting job? I wore a purple blouse to work once. And I thought I was a rebel because I used to stay up past 10 p.m. John once came in wearing a Hawaiian shirt and flip-flops, and I thought, wow, he really knows how to live dangerously. John is the only person I know who can make tax law seem exciting. John once convinced the whole office to come in wearing pajamas. He called it Pajama Day. I'm pretty sure it was just an excuse for him to wear his SpongeBob Onishi to work. John's idea of a wild night is reading the tax code with a glass of wine. John once showed up to work dressed as a clown. He said he was just clowning around. I'll never forget the look on my boss's face. Speaking of John, he once accidentally sent a personal email to the entire company, including HR. Let's just say he didn't need to worry about his taxes that year. And let's just say HR never looked at John the same way again. It's amazing what a little humor can do. I once got a discount on my taxes just by making my accountant laugh. And you know what? That's not even the worst interview story I have. Once, I accidentally showed up to an interview an hour late because Google Maps took me to the wrong address. But, I still got the job because I made the interviewer laugh so hard she forgot to check my resume. And to think, all these years I've been working on my resume when all I really needed was a stand-up routine. I guess that's why they say comedy is the best icebreaker. Well, I guess I'll bring a clown nose to my next interview. That's the power of humor, folks. It can even make employers overlook your lack of professionalism. And they say comedy isn't a valuable skill. Apparently, John didn't learn his lesson. He's now bringing in baked goods for the entire office. I mean, who can resist baked goods? I once said no to a croissant and I regret it to this day. I mean, John's not the first person to think that baked goods can win over someone's heart. I saw this guy once try to flirt with a barista by complimenting her latte art skills, but she saw right through him and gave him decaf. It's always risky to mix work and romance. I once tried to flirt with a client by bringing her a box of donuts. Let's just say she wasn't impressed. Baked goods are risky business. I once brought in cupcakes to the office and my coworker accused me of trying to sabotage her diet. Looks like John took the bakery business elsewhere. I guess John's just not great at reading signals. Last week, I gave him a Christmas card and he thought I was proposing. Looks like John can bounce back quicker than his baked goods can come out of the oven. It's like he's always trying to make a statement with his pants. Last month, he wore tight leather ones. They made a weird noise every time he moved. It was like listening to a balloon being rubbed against a carpet. You know, John's fashion sense could really benefit from a little less statement and a little more comfort. He wore a shirt that said "I'm live stupid and stood alone." His pants were so tight, I could tell what religion he was. I mean, I don't know if those pants are really tight or if he's just happy to see everyone. I mean, I can barely eat a sandwich without it falling apart. I can't imagine being uncomfortable all day for the sake of fashion. I mean, Steve should have known better. The office ghost only comes out after hours. And then there was that time I convinced my co-workers that the office printer was haunted. I once convinced my boss that the coffee maker was possessed by the office ghost, and he actually called an exorcist. I even convinced Steve that the vending machine was possessed by the same ghost. John's pranks are getting out of hand. Last week, he tried to convince us that the printer was haunted. I told John that I saw the ghost too. He looked at me and said I didn't even do anything this time. But I have to give it to John, he really knows how to spice up our workdays. And that's not even the craziest thing John has done in the office. I mean, Steve really should have known better. This is the same guy who convinced Corin that the water cooler dispensed pumpkin spice lattes. John sounds like a real wild card. I once worked with a guy who stole office supplies and had the nerve to ask me for a ride home. And that's when I learned to never share a room with John again, or my toothbrush. Looks like John took the retreat part a little too seriously. Honestly, I'm just glad John didn't try to take me with him. Well, looks like I'll be the one bringing down the company average this quarter. I mean, I didn't even know the minibar had that many different types of gin. I swear, every time I balance my checkbook, it's just a reminder of how broke I'm. And speaking of tight pants, have you ever tried to squeeze into skinny jeans after a McDonald's binge? It's like trying to fit a watermelon into a Ziploc bag. Dating is like trying to balance your checkbook, you never quite get it right. The worst part of being an accountant, dealing with all the tax evasion jokes from my friends. I'm no longer crunching numbers, but I'm still counting the laughs.
What's the deal with New York City? I remember my first day at that accounting firm. My Uncle George told me to always double check my work, but I was so confident that I decided to triple check it instead. It was a tough job. We had to deal with some challenging clients. Like this one guy who kept insisting that he could claim his pet iguana as a dependent. And let me tell you, the break room was always a mess. One guy even brought his own hot plate to make eggs in the microwave. And let me tell you, the office Christmas party was something else. My Uncle George sure knows how to throw a party. I remember the time when one of my colleagues fell asleep during a meeting with a client. And let me tell you, it wasn't pretty. Speaking of awkward meetings, I once walked in on my boss singing "My Heart Will Go On" to his pet turtle. I bet that client won't fall asleep around him anymore. But seriously, who hasn't fallen asleep during a meeting? And don't even get me started on the office birthday parties. Dating these days is rough. I had one girl tell me she was vegan and gluten-free but also loved a good burger joint. It's tough finding someone who shares your interests. Like, I love long walks to the fridge, but apparently not everyone does. And don't even get me started on the online dating apps. Every time I swipe right, my phone's battery percentage goes down. Why do we call it a crush? It always ends up crushing us instead. It's like the dating apps are playing a cruel joke on us. I mean, how many frogs do I have to kiss before I find my prince? Swiping left and right has become my new cardio, but instead of losing weight, I'm losing hope. And you know what's worse than being ghosted? Being zombied. They come back to life after weeks, months, even years. Is it too much to ask for a clean break? Sometimes I feel like riding the subway is just like playing a game of human Tetris. I don't understand people who bring a backpack and a suitcase on the subway, like they're going on a 6-month trip. I saw a guy stuffing an entire pizza in his bag. I hope he was heading to a party and not just saving it for himself. Have you ever noticed that the subway smells like a mix of sweat and pizza? And why do people feel the need to perform their entire morning routine on the train? And don't even get me started on the performers who think the train is their personal stage. And then you have those subway acrobats who think they're auditioning for Cirque du Soleil. Living with roommates in Nick is like playing a game of Tetris. You never know what shape will fit next. Sharing an apartment in Nick is like being part of a never-ending episode of The Real World, but with less drama and more rent. I once had a roommate who would never let me use the oven, claiming that his grandmother's ghost would haunt him if I did. My last roommate was a yoga instructor who would do yoga poses at night while watching TV. I swear, it was like living with a human pretzel. I once had a roommate who would leave his dirty dishes in the sink for days. It got so bad, I started naming them and asking how their day was. One of my roommates used to practice the bagpipes at 3 in the morning. I didn't know whether to call the cops or the Scottish embassy. I had one roommate who would always leave her makeup and hair products all over the sink. The only time I could use the bathroom was when she went out on a date. Speaking of drama at work, my boss once fired someone because they were eating sushi at their desk, in a non-sushi designated area. My boss would always make us come in on weekends, even though there was never any work to do. I remember one time my boss tried to make me work late on my birthday. I told him I didn't get me a cake so I could blow out the candles at the office. It was all fun and games until Karen from HR got involved. Let me tell you, the break room was like the Hunger Games. And don't even get me started on the office potluck. I had a colleague who would never clean up his mess. So one day, I left a note on his desk. It read, "I'm not your mum, so clean up after yourself." It's like every office has that one person who thinks it's okay to microwave fish. I met Matt Damon at a coffee shop and the guy was so nice that I almost forgot he stole my role in a school play. I once ran into Lady Gaga and she complimented my outfit. I was wearing a potato sack. And then there was the time I bumped into Tom Hanks and we both reached for the same hot dog. I once sat next to Robert De Niro on the subway, and he started asking me for acting tips. It's amazing how many celebrities ride the subway here in New York City. I saw Madonna once, and she was texting on an iPhone 1 minute and swiping her card the next. I met Lady Gaga once and she was wearing a meat dress. I told her that's how I like my steak. Well done. I saw Justin Timberlake at the grocery store, and he had a shopping cart full of ramen noodles. I guess he's a fan of cheap thrills. My parents weren't happy with the career change. They told me to act my wage. My boss asked if I will come back to accounting if comedy doesn't work out. I told him, no, but if you need a warm-up act for your next accounting conference, I'm your guy. I remember my first open mic night. I was so nervous I could barely hold my drink. I struggled with the transition, but in the end, I knew comedy was my true calling. It's not easy being a comedian, but it's a lot easier than being an accountant. The only numbers I'm worried about now are how many laughs I get and how many tickets I sell. I may have left the numbers, but they never left me. They haunt me in my dreams, counting down to the next time I step on this stage.
What a pleasure to be here. This is the last F Cable day and I'm excited to see so many not F Cable women in the audience. It's ridiculous that society has such strict standards of beauty for women while men can age like a fine wine. It's like we're expected to have an expiration date, but men get to go bad and no one bats an eye. It's time we start valuing women for more than just their physical appearance. Have you noticed how men become distinguished but women become old? It's like we're punished for aging while they get rewarded for just being dudes. And don't even get me started on how much we spend on anti-aging products. Why do we have to make it look like we're still 25? Aging gracefully should be celebrated, not hidden away. It's like once we hit a certain age, society expects us to disappear, and if we don't disappear, they want to put us in a box labeled desperate or cougar. But you know what's worse than being labeled a cougar? Being labeled irrelevant. Oh, you thought by now I would naturally evolve into a wise old owl? No, still just a regular human with cellulite. I mean, why should my value decrease just because my skin went up a notch on the tan scale? It's ridiculous that we live in a society where my worth is based on my age and appearance. What happened to valuing intelligence and experience? And why do they always suggest Netflix and chill? I mean, if I wanted to watch a movie I'd go to the cinema. I'm not trying to Netflix and chill with a total stranger. Why is it always Netflix and chill? How about we Netflix and have a stimulating discussion about current events? Or Netflix and go with me to volunteer at a soup kitchen? And don't even get me started on Hulu and commitment. I mean, come on guys, can't we just actually watch Netflix? I wanted to see what happened in the next episode of Narcos, not in your pants. I swear, these guys think Netflix and chill is a personality type. And if they do choose to watch something other than Netflix, it's either an action movie or a rom-com. I mean, come on, can we get a little diversity here? It's always Netflix and chill with these guys. Can't they come up with something original? And don't get me started on their Netflix recommendations. It's like they all went to the same acting school for overly dramatic people. It's like they all belong in a bad soap opera. And then they say it all with tears, like they're the best actors on Broadway. It's like they all think they're auditioning for a Lifetime Movie of the Week. It's like these people have never seen a real relationship before. All they know is roses and hot tubs. It's like they forgot that there's no editing in real life. You can't just cut out the boring parts and jump straight to the drama. It's like the producers just want these people to have mental breakdowns on national television. Oh wait, they do. It's like Hollywood is a high school and the people making all the decisions are the mean girls. They don't care about talent, they just want to be popular. I mean, it's like they think female comedians are only good for playing the quirky best friend. I'm the lead. Get over it. We all know the saying behind every successful man is a surprised woman. Let's flip it. Behind every successful woman is a group of resentful men. Female actresses get paid less than their male counterparts. It's not fair, but at least men finally get to experience what it's like to be paid less for doing the same job. It's like they say, why do women always have to prove themselves in the workplace? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because we have to deal with the added challenge of people assuming we're incompetent just because we're women. And don't even get me started on the red carpet. I mean, do they ask the men who they're wearing? No, because it doesn't f***ing matter. But me? I have to answer questions about my shoes and my clutch and my dress, which, by the way, is from Target because I'm a real person. I mean, just look at the casting for romantic comedies. The man is always this tall, handsome, successful guy, and the woman is my reflection in a funhouse mirror. It's like I need a guy to validate me as a person, but a guy needs a woman like a fish needs a bicycle. But you know what's really hard? Trying to find a tampon in a men's bathroom. It's funny, my famous friends are always asking for advice on how to be more normal. It's like, come on guys, you know I'm not the one to ask for good life choices. My friend said to me, I'm so glad I'm not a celebrity. It seems so hard, and I was like, really? Because you're not even interesting on Instagram. Celebrities get criticized for everything they say or do. Like, if they sneeze wrong, it's on TMZ. I tried to text JLo the other day, but my phone auto-corrected it to JLoaf, and now I'm scared to show my face in public. It's like being friends with a superhero, except their power is making millions of dollars and occasionally getting a paparazzi photo without makeup. Working as a bartender in New York City, I saw some of the craziest things you could imagine and some things you couldn't. I had a customer who ordered a water and then proceeded to use vodka as a chaser. That's like ordering a salad and pouring ranch on it. One time, a guy asked for a drink called a broken condom, and I almost didn't want to know what was in it. I once saw a guy take a shot of hot sauce, and then try to put out the fire with a shot of Everclear. I had a regular who always ordered a tequila shot with a pickle juice chaser. I mean, I've seen some weird things, but who even thinks of that? And don't even get me started on the karaoke nights. Let's just say, my ears are still recovering. I come from a long line of dysfunctional people. So dysfunctional, our family tree is a reef. My uncle believes he's an alien, but we don't have the heart to tell him he's just weird. My cousin once tried to impress a girl by saying he knew how to speak dolphin. Let's just say, he spent the rest of the night alone with his dolphin noises. My aunt once walked into a 7-Eleven with a parrot on her shoulder. Let's just say, it was the most exciting thing to happen in that store.
What is the deal with coding? And have you noticed how coding has its own language that no one else understands? It's like they're speaking in tongues. It's like they're speaking in their own secret language. I mean, what's the deal with that? And don't even get me started on debugging. It's like trying to find an eagle in a haystack. Programmers love acronyms. It's like they're getting paid by the letter. I created a program that automates the mapping process. My boss didn't like it, but I'm pretty sure his wife did. Programmers and their acronyms, I tell ya, it's like they're speaking a whole different language. They say programmers have a different mindset. That's not true, we're just taking things bitwise and one step at a time. Programmers and their acronyms, they even use them outside of work. I was on a date with a programmer and she said she had to wait for her OTP. Turns out she meant one through pairing, not a text message verification code. I mean, let's be honest, programmers are just socially awkward robots with coding skills. I mean, have you ever seen a programmer try to dance? It's like watching a penguin trying to twerk. Programming is like dancing, you need to learn the moves before you can bust a groove. It's like trying to teach a chicken to salsa dance. You know what's the biggest challenge in coding? Debugging all your dance moves. Debugging is like trying to teach a chicken the Macarena. Just when you think you got it, they flip it and flop it. Debugging all my dance moves is like searching for an eagle in an if-else haystack. Debugging is like a puzzle, except all the pieces are blank and you have no idea what the final picture is supposed to look like. Debugging with a friend is like trying to assemble a jigsaw puzzle with someone who has eaten all the pieces. I tried coding once with my friend, but by the time I finished explaining what the variable is, he had already written the code in PHP. Debugging with a friend is like trying to explain why pineapple belongs on pizza. So I asked my friend what his startup does, and he said it's an AI-powered app that helps you decide what to eat for dinner. I mean, I didn't know I needed a robot to tell me I want pizza, but thanks for the help, buddy. It's amazing how many people with no tech background are starting to think AI is the answer to every problem. I asked my grandma what she thinks AI means and she said, "Aloha, Igor." I realized that all dating apps should just have one button that says, "Get a dog." So I tried looking for a dog on a dating app. Still no luck. They say a dog is a man's best friend, but have you seen Siri's voice? She's got me wrapped around her little finger. My last date was so bad, even my antivirus software started flashing warnings. I mean, come on, the dating app matches me with a girl who collects stamps? I've never been more licked in my life. I mean, these dating apps are like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. These dating apps are like a job interview. You think you're perfect for the job, but they hire someone else. It's like applying for a loan. You know you can pay it back, but the bank doesn't trust you. You could be the next Mark Zuckerberg, but if you wear a hoodie to an interview, forget about it. Interviewers really need to update their wardrobe. I mean, who wears a suit to an interview anymore? You know, I don't blame the heckler. I'd be mad too if I just got fired from my job at Blockbuster. You know, interviewing feels like going on a blind date. You try to dress to impress and hope your personality shines through, but sometimes neither of you feels the spark. Interviewing is like speed dating, except instead of finding love, you're just hoping to make some money. And when you finally land that job, it's like getting into a long-term relationship. You put on your best behavior, hoping they won't figure out you actually have no idea what you're doing. I was honestly more scared of my performance review than my SAT scores. It's like the ultimate betrayal. First they bring you into this world, and then they expect you to fix their printer. I guess you could say I've been debugging my family relationships ever since. Looks like I need to update my debugging skills. Speaking of debugging, it's impossible to debug my mom's cooking. Debugging my mom's cooking is like searching for a needle in a haystack. It's like she's intentionally writing bad code in the kitchen. Why do programmers prefer dark mode? Less light, fewer bugs. When I worked in tech, Friday was update roulette. You never knew if you were going to break everything or if you'll get to leave on time. Coding is like climbing a mountain. You think you're close to the top, but then one typo sends you tumbling back down. I've learned one thing in Hollywood: if you're not failing, you're not trying. And when you finally make it to the top, it turns out there was an elevator all along. Everybody tries to be somebody here in Hollywood, but as for me, I'm just trying not to become a nobody. You know, Hollywood is a lot like coding. You think you've got it all figured out, then someone changes the script and everything goes to hell. You know what they say, Hollywood is the land of broken dreams, and thank you, good night.
Hey there, everybody. Are you ready to laugh all the way to the bank? It wasn't just $100, it was actually $1,000. I still work in banking, but now I handle the counterfeit money. And you know what John said when he got the extra $100? Oh, Samantha, you really shouldn't have. I know, John, that's why I gave you the counterfeit money next time. Speaking of counterfeit money, I once saw a guy try to use a $3 bill. I asked him if it was a rare collector's item. He just looked at me like I was an idiot. It turns out, John was actually relieved that someone else had made a mistake for once. And to make things worse, the next day I accidentally gave him $200 less than he requested. I can't win with John Smith. But I've learned my lesson. Now I give everyone $100 more. Spread the love, you know. And let me tell you, John Smith never had a better day in his life. So I gave him my number, and he texted me a few days later asking if I wanted to go see a movie. I said sure, why not? And guess what movie he picks? I mean, what kind of person thinks grocery store when someone asks them out on a date? I was half expecting him to suggest we go pick up some milk together. I mean, I've heard of picking up groceries for a date, but actually going to the grocery store? Who makes a move at the grocery store? That's like trying to find love in the frozen food section. Looks like John found a new place to pick up groceries. I hope he doesn't expect me to go there too. I mean, who looks for a date in the cereal aisle? Good thing I shop for dates outside of the grocery store. I guess I'll stick to looking for dates at the DMV. Looks like I won't be getting a promotion this year. Looks like I'm going to have to wear my wine-proof shirt to work from now on. Well, at least I learned a valuable lesson today. Never drink red wine around your boss's new dress. It was a costly mistake, I tell ya. I think I might have to take out a loan just to pay for the dry cleaning bill. I even went to work the next day with a white shirt, just in case. It's okay though, I already applied for a job at the dry cleaners next door. Might as well make some money off my mistakes. I mean, who wears white to a party anyway? It's not my fault, I always spill things when I'm nervous. Like that one time in college when I spilled coffee all over my crush's laptop during midterms. I don't think I'll ever be able to look at a glass of red wine the same way again. Speaking of promotions, did you know that getting a promotion is 92% more likely if your boss thinks you're hilarious? Looks like I'm set for life. I guess I'll have to start being funny around my boss now. Anyone got any good knock-knock jokes? I always knew my jokes were worth something, but I never thought they'd lead to a raise. Looks like being funny has its benefits. Looks like I owe John Smith a thank you card. And now I'm saving up for a yacht. That yacht is still a long way off though. I'm pretty sure I'll be lunching on ramen for a while. I still can't believe they had lobster at the wedding. I had to Google how to eat it discreetly. If you thought lobster was a luxury, you should have seen the floral arrangements. I'm pretty sure I could have retired on the cost of just one centerpiece. I mean, who needs a lifetime supply of caviar anyway? I couldn't believe how much money they spent on flowers. I mean, they were gorgeous, but it's not like anyone was proposing under them. I heard the bride and groom got a private island for their honeymoon. I guess my husband and I will have to settle for a weekend at Motel 6. I've never seen so much champagne in my life. If there's an open bar, I'm going to need a ride home. I don't know about you guys, but I'm starting to feel a little underdressed in this fancy place. I mean, how am I supposed to go a whole day without mentioning pop culture? It's like asking a fish not to swim. I swear, the Kardashians have infiltrated every aspect of our lives. They are like the Illuminati of pop culture. They are like the gift that keeps on giving, but like that gift you got from your cousin that you never talked to, the one that keeps on giving you bad sweaters. Speaking of bad sweaters, have you guys ever been gifted with one of those ugly Christmas sweaters? I mean, who came up with the trend? I don't know about you guys, but I am officially over the holiday season. Anyone else with me? The only thing that gets me through the holidays is the massive amounts of food. I mean, who needs a therapist when you have a fridge full of leftovers? I mean, who needs a therapist when you can eat a whole pie by yourself? The more pie I eat, the less anyone else has to deal with my problems. I'm pretty sure eating pie is the key to world peace. You know what they say, a slice of apple pie a day keeps the bad mood away. I think if we all ate more pie, there'd be no more wars. I mean, who doesn't love pie? It's like a hug for your taste buds. Let's all go eat some pie.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Laughing Over Numbers. I was so out of place that I didn't even know what a bull market was. My colleagues tried to explain it to me, but it just made me crave a good burger. And then they started talking about the stock market crash like it was a game-winning touchdown. I felt like I was on the sideline of a sport I didn't even know existed. It's like they were speaking a whole different language. Instead of touchdown and home run, it was all dividend yield and capital gains. They were throwing around numbers like it was a championship game. I mean, a stock market crash sounds a lot more painful than falling off a balance beam at the Olympics. It's like being the only one at a game who doesn't understand the rules. Why couldn't Wall Street be like football and have just one ball to keep track of? And these guys were all about sports stats. They were like walking ESPNs. I didn't even know who Tom Brady was, but I told them, hey, I might not know sports, but I sure know numbers. And don't even get me started on understanding their fantasy leagues. I thought Dungeons and Dragons was complicated. And the worst part is, some of these online profiles are like tax returns. You have to read through pages of boring information just to find out if they are even worth your time. It's like a game of roulette, except instead of betting on a number, you're betting on a person's personality. It's like playing blackjack. You're hoping they're not hiding a bad hand. It's like spinning the slots. You keep swiping until you hit the jackpot. You know what they say about online dating? It's like choosing a lottery ticket blindfolded. When I was on a dating app, I saw a girl who listed her occupation as professional Netflix binger. I mean, isn't that everyone's occupation? People have the craziest bios on dating apps. One guy listed his height as 6 feet on stilts. Speaking of crazy bios, there's always that one person who lists kale as their favorite food. Sometimes I wonder if I'm shopping for groceries or preparing for the apocalypse. It's like playing a game of Tetris trying to fit everything in the cart. Shopping carts should come with a GPS tracker, because I always lose mine in the parking lot. Have you ever noticed the way people panic when they forget an item at home and have to go back? Why do grocery stores always rearrange everything? I feel like I'm on a treasure hunt every time I come here. Have you noticed how everyone in New York City walks so fast? Sometimes I feel like I'm in a race I don't remember signing up for. It's funny how the city that never sleeps can make you so tired, am I right? And don't even get me started on the subway. Is it always that hot down there or was I just lucky? Traffic is insane in this city. I swear, I've seen snails move faster than some of these drivers. I went to a coffee shop the other day and asked for a regular coffee. The barista responded, "What size I mean? Who knew that regular wasn't a size? Are there irregular coffee sizes I should know about?" The last time I tried to merge onto the highway, I thought I was auditioning for a snail race. They always say to arrive 2 hours early for your flight, but what they don't tell you is that you'll spend 1 hour of that just getting through security. The TSA agent asked me if I had anything to declare. I said, Yes, a severe case of boredom. I once had to take off my belt, shoes, and even my shirt to get through XR. I felt like I was auditioning for Magic Mike. And what's the deal with those tiny bottles of shampoo and conditioner? Am I supposed to wash my entire body with a quarter-size dollar? And what about those bins that never seem to be big enough for my stuff? I always end up blocking the whole line with my jacket and laptop bag. And why do they always have to pat me down in the most awkward places? Do they think I'm hiding a bomb in my socks? And what's the deal with those body scanners? I feel violated just going through one. It's always a struggle trying to fit the whole family in one hotel room. I mean, trying to get everyone's schedule in line for a family vacation is like herding cats. I mean, we all know that a family vacation is just parents trying to relax and the kids trying to explore every inch of the hotel. The worst part of family vacations? Getting back to work and realizing you need a second vacation just to recover from the first one. I mean, sometimes it feels like being trapped in a small space with your relatives is the ultimate test of human endurance. They say vacations bring families together. I call it false advertising. Let's just say, I've had more fun sleeping on airport floors than in a tiny hotel room with my family. Speaking of tension, my dad always had a great solution. He'd just get drunk at the pool bar and leave us alone. I remember one time on a family vacation, my sister brought her new boyfriend. Let's just say he didn't last very long. Do you ever see those posts where people share everything they eat in a day? Like we really need to know about your avocado toast. It's like everyone wants to be famous nowadays. You know what they say, if it's not on social media, did it even happen? I mean, seriously, who needs a daily photo of your breakfast burrito, unless it's giving out free coupons or something? I mean, how many selfies do you need to take before realizing it's still the same face? And don't get me started on those fake influencers. Like, girl, you can't even influence your own life decisions, no filter needed. Social media has turned us all into stalkers. You know what's creepy? When you accidentally like a photo that's 6 years old. Awkward. It's like people forget that they have a real life outside of their phone screen. Put the phone down. Do you ever feel like you're living the same day over and over again? Like Groundhog Day, but without the funny parts, everyday routine. What's the deal with spreadsheets? It's like we're all accountants now. I don't understand why they call it accounts receivable. It should be called accounts improbable. Am I right? I mean, why can't accounting be more exciting? Like in the movies, with car chases and explosions. But hey, at least I didn't accidentally add an extra zero to anyone's paycheck. Yet. But seriously, who needs ethics when you have spreadsheets? I guess my coworkers weren't impressed when I did the worm in the break room. And that's when I knew I had found my true calling as a comedian. I mean, who needs numbers anyway? Those were some pretty inflated office egos, am I right? They say revenge is a dish best served cold, but when it comes to pranking coworkers, ice cream sundaes work just as well. But Dave had a secret weapon. He knew that I'm lactose intolerant. And that's when I knew I had to escalate things. And that's when I realized I needed to step up my game. And that's when we both realized we had way too much time on our hands. They say revenge is a dish best served cold, but in this case, it was served with balloons and sticky notes. And let me tell you, that was nothing compared to the prank war I had with my ex-wife. Let me tell you, working as an accountant is not for the faint of heart. And the worst part is, I didn't even get overtime pay for it. I mean, they even took away the office donuts during tax season. I even had to cancel my vacation just to finish the books. What can I say? I'm the life of the party even during tax season. And speaking of finding ways to get out of deadlines, has anyone ever tried the "my dog ate my calculator" excuse? I mean, who needs sleep when you've got a pile of numbers to crunch, am I right? I may not have been the hero that Gotham deserved, but I was certainly the one it needed. And that's how I got my revenge on my college bully, by becoming an accountant. Looks like the IRS agent forgot who he was messing with. So I guess you can say I really balanced the books on that one. It just goes to show that accounting can really pay off. And people say accountants are boring. Looks like I finally got my revenge. Huh? Looks like Karma is an accountant too. I realized I should have stuck to the numbers when I found myself trying to calculate everything that was wrong with the CEO. I thought working at a startup was supposed to be exciting and dynamic, but turns out it was just accounting all over again. I never thought I'd miss debits and credits so much. It turns out the only thing worse than doing accounting for a big corporation is doing accounting for a small startup. And they say accounting is boring. At least the numbers always added up. That's why I went back to working for a big corporation, where at least the seers know how to count. And don't even get me started on the ungrateful founders who didn't want to pay me. I swear they must have failed math in school. I guess I shouldn't have offered them free financial advice during the consultation. I'm not a therapist, but I do have a calculator. I was so awkward. I started giving my client advice on their dating life. So I decided to stick to accounting. I mean, at least numbers don't cry. I mean, I've dealt with numbers my whole life, but this was the first time I had to divide something other than assets. I didn't know how else to react, so I suggested we just debit the tears as a liability. I mean, I knew accounting was complicated, but this takes it to a whole new level. So, I guess you could say we accounted for the stolen cash. It's like we were robbed twice. First by the thieves, and then by the IRS. I guess we know who the favorite department is now. I knew accounting was a good investment, but I didn't realize it came with hazard pay. Looks like accounting is more exciting than I thought. I swear, the accounting life is more thrilling than a heist movie. Thanks for coming out tonight, folks. Keep crunching those numbers.
What's the difference between a software engineer and a civil engineer? They say tech nerds lack social skills. But that's not true. We just prefer algorithms to small talk. Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie where you're the perpetrator, and nobody else knows what the crime is. Debugging is also like trying to find a needle in a haystack, but the needle is also made of hay. Debugging is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, but the needle is also made out of hay. Debugging is also like being lost in a maze, except the maze is also a living organism and keeps changing as you navigate. Debugging is like being a detective in a crime movie where you're also the murderer. You know what went wrong, but you still have to solve the case. Debugging is like trying to find a needle in a stack of needles. Debugging is like trying to find a black cat in a dark room, especially if there is no cat. They say you can debug your way out of a paper bag, but I really think it depends on the bag. Speaking of tech conferences, I always get lost in the cloud. Not the computing kind, the where am I kind. And have you noticed how tech companies always use animal names for their products? I mean, I get it, they're all trying to be the next Jaguar or Panther, but I'm pretty sure nobody wants their data stored on a sloth. And don't even get me started on AI chatbots. Every time I talk to one, I feel like I'm on a bad blind date. I mean, who doesn't want a smart fridge that reminds you to eat your vegetables? But do I really need my fridge to tell me I'm out of beer? I don't understand why self-driving cars are such a big deal. My bike has been self-driving for years. It's called wind resistance. I was on a project once where we had a dedicated ping-pong room for team building. That's great, except I'm really bad at ping-pong and got stuck with Bob as my partner. Let's just say, the project timeline suffered. I mean, I love cats, but have you ever tried pair programming with a cat on your keyboard? It's not exactly agile. I mean, I have nothing against cats, but if they become the Scrum Master, well, I hope you are not allergic to hairballs. Although, I must admit, cats make excellent code reviewers. You just need to make sure you have a lot of red yarn to untangle after they're done. Honestly, I think my cat would do a better job than Bob. But hey, at least Bob's cat knows how to use a litter box. Can't say the same for Bob, he always misses the target in the restroom. And the worst part is, Bob's cat has more responsibility on the team than Bob himself. I mean, our app is great and all, but I don't think it can compete with a rocket to space. I mean, who needs a rocket when you can have personalized recipes, right? I mean, I love personalized recipes, but there's something about being able to say, I sent a rocket to space that just hits different. It's like they're on a completely different level than us. It's like they're from another planet. They definitely have some extraterrestrial help. Looks like they've got Elon Musk on speed dial. I mean, I'm not sure if he's a genius or if he just knows how to use Google. I mean, Elon Musk is only impressive until you realize his password is probably just password. I mean, the only time I use a for loop now is when I'm trying to find a parking spot in San Francisco. I mean, I was so nervous that I tried to compile my code on a piece of paper. And then I remembered that I was wearing my Emacs t-shirt. He then asked me if it was some kind of code. He had no idea what Emacs was. But to be fair, I didn't know what his company did either. He thought I was typing in some alien language. I guess my fingers are fluent in Emacs. Looks like we need to update our software to handle more than just code and documentation. Maybe toss in some tissue ordering modules? I guess we need a new intern who knows the difference between code and Kleenex. Looks like we need to hire someone who knows that the virus isn't just a computer problem. Good thing I always bring my own tissues to the server room. So now we know, tissues are more important than the code, right guys? It's like they say, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of tissues. Who knew tissues were so important? They should be part of the requirements gathering process. I'm glad my boss works in software and not in a towel factory. I heard Zoom is coming out with a towel filter to avoid embarrassing situations like that. Looks like Zoom needs a dressing room mode. Seems like the only way to avoid embarrassing moments on video calls is to have a mute everyone button. And that's why you always wear pants during video calls. And don't even get me started on the awkward wave goodbye at the end of video calls. Have you ever accidentally turned on your camera during a video call while you were doing something completely embarrassing? Thanks for coming out, everyone. Stay safe and remember to keep your camera off during embarrassing moments. Good evening, New York City. Back to my English problems. My love life is like a spreadsheet, a lot of rows and no significant data. Speaking of spreadsheets, has anyone ever tried to do their taxes while drunk? It's like trying to navigate a spreadsheet while riding a roller coaster. Have you noticed that accountants are basically comedians without the audience? Did you know accountants are great at telling jokes in hexadecimal? They always know how to 8ff up a punchline. Why did the accountant cross the road? To bore the people on the other side with their tax stories. Why did the bookkeeper cross the road? To correct the typos on the other side. Technology has changed the dating game. Before, we used to write love letters. Now we just send emojis. It's tough out there. The last date I went on, I thought it was going well until she said she had to go home and charge her phone. You know what they say about online dating, it's like a second job. And just like a job, you gotta read the job description before applying. Cause some of these applicants have some red flags bigger than a Chinese parade. Speaking of online dating, I matched with a girl who claimed to be a model. I showed up at the restaurant, and she looked nothing like her pictures. I'm still waiting for my complimentary drink for false advertisement. Technology has made things easier, but it's also made them more confusing. I mean, I don't even know what ghosting means. Is Casper involved? Dating apps are like a virtual minefield. You never know what you're going to get. I once had a girl message me, "Hey, let's skip the small talk and get to the important stuff. What's your credit score?" It's tough being a single guy in this day and age. The only thing Tinder is good for is reducing your self-esteem to rubble. I consider myself a modern man, I even have the latest iPhone. But apparently, that's not enough for some women. She said, "You know, chivalry isn't dead. You should still pay for my Uber home." My mother has criticized me for my hair, my clothes, even my comedy. But I'm still her favorite child. I have no siblings. She even criticized my choice of career. "Why can't you be a doctor like your cousin?" she said. "Because I didn't want to spend half of my life studying biology," I replied. She even told me to change my name because it wasn't catchy enough. It's like I could never do anything right. When I was a kid, I brought home a drawing from school, and she said, "Is this supposed to be a tree or a pile of garbage?" My mom even gave me feedback on my facial expressions. She said I should smile more, but I think my natural look is desperation. I recently showed her a clip of my performance on TV. She said, "You were okay, but the lighting was terrible." She even gave me notes on my outfit. She said I shouldn't wear black because it makes me look like a funeral director. But I thought being dead inside was part of my charm. I don't understand why everyone in the suburbs has a lawn. It's like having a second job. Who has time for that? I never realized how popular barbecues were until I moved to the suburbs. It's like people are always looking for an excuse to cook meat outside. I guess I'll never be a real suburbanite. I don't own a lawnmower or a weed whacker, and I can't tell a petunia from a pansy. I don't know what's worse, trying to fit in with the neighbors or trying to avoid the small talk. I'm just waiting for the day Bob asks me to join his fantasy football league. Then I'll know I'm a real suburbanite. Bob's really trying to make me feel at home in the suburbs. He even offered to give me a ride to the hardware store. That's when I knew I was officially his charity case. I swear I think Bob is trying to fatten me up with those barbecues. But you know what they say, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. You know what else I'm afraid of? Squirrels. I mean, those little guys are like furry ninjas with their acrobatics and all. And don't even get me started on clowns. You never know what's hiding behind that painted-on smile. But you know what really gets me? Butterflies. I mean, they're just moths with a good PR team. You know what else freaks me out? Squirrels. Those beady little eyes and fluffy tails, it's like they're plotting something. You know what else is weird? Fish. They're like flying through the water. And don't even get me started on sea creatures with those big ol' eyes, it's like they're staring into your soul. Have you ever seen an ostrich up close? Those things are terrifying. It's like looking at a dinosaur. Have you ever watched a horror movie and thought, this is all just fake, it couldn't possibly happen? Well, that's how I feel about birds. I mean, have you seen the way they stare at you? It's like they're judging your entire life. Speaking of Steve, has anyone here ever had a boss like him? The guy was so cheap, he once recycled his own breakfast. It's like they think they're better than me just because they're the boss. Don't they know I'm the one making them money? It's like they think just because they're the boss, they can treat me however they want. Next thing you know, they'll be asking for my lunch money. And then he asked me if I could help him balance the company's budget. I told him I don't do charity work. I mean, who needs balance when you've got a sense of humor, am I right, folks? And you know what they say, once an accountant, always a comedian. Laughs. And let's be honest, who needs a 401k when you've got a microphone? And if anyone knows how to cook the books, it's us accountants. We just prefer to do it with a spatula instead of a calculator. Social media is tough. You never know who's going to judge your life's work based on one tweet. And have you seen those Instagram influencers? They'll do anything for likes. I saw one take a picture of her salad and caption it, "Living my best life." Come on, Karen, we all know you're miserable. It's like everyone on social media has a PhD in negativity. But hey, at least they make me feel smart. It's like the more followers someone has, the less they have to say. Social media is like a battlefield, and the keyboard is the weapon of choice. Thanks for laughing with me tonight, everyone. Remember to use your weapons of choice wisely.
Welcome to HR Horror Stories. Dealing with difficult employees is tough, but dealing with nepotism, that's a whole other level. Ideas being related to the sale is the only qualification you needed to get a job. I mean, who needs skills when you have family connections, right? Some people have all the luck. I mean, who needs talent when you have family ties? Looks like I'll have to start complaining too. Maybe my mom's cousin is the janitor or something. I bet I got a bonus for that, who? My boss told me to have a good day, so I went home. So I did what any good HR manager would do, I quit. And that's how I became a comedian. Looks like I should have recommended a transfer to HR department for Jon and James coworkers instead of quitting. I mean, who among us hasn't had a workplace romance that ended in tears on an HR report? I'm just glad I didn't file a complaint about me singing along to the office radio. I don't blame Jon and Jane, when the options for a workplace pool are Barry from accounting or Sharon from HR, you pick Jane every time. I don't understand why people complain about office romances, it's the only thing that makes the coffee break interesting. I had a couple that used to dole out PDA like their kids who just discovered it. I told them there are children present, but apparently, they didn't care about traumatizing them for life. It's like they're trying to reenact 50 Shades in the break room. Gross. I don't know where she came from, but apparently it was somewhere way above doing any actual work. Well, it's funny how we all start at the bottom, Jessica. Some of us just have a better attitude about it. It's funny how people think they're too good for a job, They still desperately need a pike to fund their avocado toast addiction. I mean, who needs a job when you have connections, am I right? And when Jessica told me she only works for passion, not money, because apparently passion pays the bills now. Let's be real, connections can only take you so far. At some point, you actually have to know what you're doing. And for those who claim it's just a joke, let me tell you a joke that's not funny, discrimination. Discrimination is not a joke. If you want to make people laugh, tell them a dad joke. If that's your idea of a joke, I'd hate to see what you think is serious. Well John, it's not only about what you say, but also about how it makes other people feel. Well John, since you enjoy making jokes so much, why don't you try your material out at the unemployment office? Well John, I'm sorry to say that you're not a comedian and your jokes are definitely not funny. John, I understand that jokes are your thing, but racism is not a laughing matter. John, you might want to look into a career change. I hear there's an opening at the circus for a clown who's not funny. Jane, I'm going to need you to save the explicit language for your stand-up comedy routine. Jane, I'm going to need you to watch your language like I walked my ex-walk out of my life. And when she had the nerve to ask me for a reference. I mean, who needs a reference when you can leave a lasting impression, am I right? I never told I would misreading boring, cookie cutter cover letters until that day. I understand wanting to express yourself, but maybe not in a resignation letter, especially when you can't spell the curse words correctly. And let's not forget the classic IQ post on social media, besause burning bridges is always a good idea. I'm pretty sure Jon's lawyer was also a former employee who was fired, for stealing office supplies. It's like they think burning bridges will give them superpowers or something. Some people just can't handle reaction, it's like they never learn that no means no. I told John Smith that his demands were unreasonable and that the company would not be able to rehire him. Do you think that stopped him from calling every day for a week? But honestly, who needs enemies when you have ex-employees? You know what they say, a disgruntled employee is used one bad review away from revenge. And let's not forget about the lovely emails they send, at 2 am. Speaking of superpowers, my last boss had amazing ability to make me will to live disappear. And don't even get me started on the questionable dress code violations I've seen in the office. It's amazing how some people think a cape and a mask make them qualified for a job. It's always good to have a positive attitude, but saving the world is not a job requirement. sounds like Jana og fit in perfectly with the Avengers but not so much with our accounting department. I mean, if Jana can fly, she could definitely make those coffee runs a lot quicker. Maybe we should hire her as a bird sarer for our rooftop gun. Thank you all for coming, have a great night.
Good evening, folks. Can you believe it? A software engineer from New York City turned stand-up comedian. You know what they say, life is full of surprises. So I turned to my friend and said, hey, you know what we need to do? We need to start a tech startup, and he replied, are you insane? And I said, yes, but I'm also a techie turned funny. You know what they say, if at first you don't succeed, code again. So we pivoted to becoming a comedy startup instead. Turns out, our jokes are easier to program than our app. At least we learned how to pitch ourselves, though. Now we're the funniest unemployed startup founders out there. And the VC said, your pitch didn't give me enough ROI. They say fake it till you make it, but I've been faking it for so long I forgot what I was making. I guess we'll just have to pivot and become a coffee shop. I told the interviewer that I had experience with Java, but he thought I meant the coffee. I offered to debug their code while standing on one foot, but they didn't seem impressed. I told them that I excel at Excel, but they thought I meant jumping jacks. I thought the interview was for a software engineer position, but they were actually looking for a clown. But I guess it worked out for the best, because now I get to make a fool of myself on stage instead of in an office. I guess it's better to be a clown on stage than a clown in the office. I mean, who needs a boyfriend when you can have coding? I tried to explain to her that coding is like solving puzzles, but she just didn't get it. She said she doesn't see the point in coding. I mean, I don't see the point in playing Candy Crush, but you don't hear me complaining. I mean, if she doesn't see the point in coding, wait till I tell her about SQL queries. You know, some people just don't understand the beauty of coding. It's like trying to explain a joke to someone who doesn't speak the language. She said coding is a waste of time. I said at least I don't waste my time on bad dates. I mean, who needs love when you have a debugger? I guess I'll just stick to debugging then. It never leaves me hanging. I met a tech blogger who said writing code is like being on a deserted island but with Wi-Fi. I gotta say, meeting tech people is a lot like debugging. Sometimes you think you fixed the problem, but it just keeps coming back. And have you noticed how tech founders talk about their product like it's their baby? I mean, I get it. They birthed it, they nurtured it, and now they have to deal with its temper tantrums. It's like the tech world has their own language. Like, if someone says they are going to pivot, are they about to do a pirouette or change their business strategy? And don't get me started on all the acronyms. I mean, I thought LOL meant lots of love for the longest time. Awkward. It's like if you want to sound smart in the tech world, you just add a random letter behind every word. Like, I'm working on my ISIS algorithm. No one knows what that means, but it sounds important. At the tech conference, the famous tech blogger was going on and on about the latest blockchain technology. I nodded along like I knew what he was talking about. My boss was so paranoid about security that he made us put tape over every webcam, even the ones on the calculators. My boss would compulsively say don't forget to drink your water during meetings, like we were all houseplants. He once asked me to create a program that could read his mind. I guess he couldn't find someone to do it manually. My boss used to think he was Tony Stark, but without the intelligence or charm. He once tried to fire me, but ended up firing the wrong person. He was so confused, he started apologizing to me and then he gave me a raise. My team came up with an app that reminds you to drink water every hour. We call it the P-Pal. And they say engineers don't have a sense of humor. I once wrote a script that counted how many times my boss said during meetings. Let's just say he wasn't too thrilled when he found out. Techies always have the last laugh. Well, except at parties. Techies are like superheroes, but instead of capes, they have pocket protectors. Techies may not have social skills, but we can code our way out of any awkward situation. Techies are like wizards. The only difference is that we don't need wands. I once wrote code so efficiently that I had time to learn how to juggle. Unfortunately, turns out managers don't really appreciate that skill set. Techies are like magicians. We make things disappear, and then blame it on the users. Have you ever noticed how tech support is just a fancy word for therapy? And let's not even talk about trying to explain to them how to copy and paste. And don't even get me started on trying to explain to them how to attach a file to an email. I mean, I love my parents, but next thing I know they'll ask me to teach them how to code. And I don't know what's worse, their computer illiteracy or their dad jokes. It's like they think I'm some kind of tech wizard because I can code. And their solution to everything is turning it off and on again. It's like they expect me to come over for Thanksgiving and debug their turkey. But seriously, if any of you need help debugging your love life, I'm your guy. What's the deal with coding boot camps? I mean, who needs a work-life balance? Sleeping is overrated anyway. It was so small, we had to take turns breathing. I was so broke. My office chair was a yoga ball. It was like a frat house, but with more coding. I was so excited to be in Silicon Valley, I didn't even realize my apartment was actually a glorified closet. I thought I had made it in Silicon Valley, until my startup ran out of money and I had to live in my car. I was so broke. My apartment had wheels. Well, at least I don't have to worry about which yacht to take out today. Yeah, but at least I don't have to worry about my robot butler stealing my silverware. Yeah, but at least I don't have to worry about the private jet being too small. Yeah, but at least I don't have to worry about my yacht being too small. Yeah, well at least I don't have to worry about my mansion being too small. Yeah, but I don't have to hire a whole team to maintain my ego. Well, I may not have a mansion, but at least I don't have to worry about getting lost in it. Well, at least I have something my mother can be proud of. But hey, I learned to code, so at least there's that. My investors said they wanted to see some traction, but all I could give them was a screenshot of my Fitbit. It's tough being a comedian and a startup founder. Both require me to constantly pitch with no guarantee of success. But hey, at least I'm crushing it in the stand-up scene. And let's be honest, coding just isn't as funny as it used to be. But let's be real, I'm just better at debugging my jokes than my code. So I went back to coding, but this time I'm making a killer app for stand-up comedians. Do you guys remember the good old days when Google was just a search engine? And then I realized, I probably could have just Googled the solution. I mean, his solution was just turning it off and on again. I could have done that myself. And it wasn't just Raj. I got the number of half the tech support team on speed dial. But seriously, I appreciate all the work that tech support does. Without them, I would be lost. I even brought Raj on board as my personal IT consultant. Now, I can finally figure out what that blue screen means. I just hope Raj doesn't find out I'm the reason his shift got extended last night. I asked Raj if he could fix my printer. He said, I can recommend some good printers, but I can't fix your handprint on the scanner. It's funny, all this talk of money. As a former software engineer, money was never my motivation. I just really needed to pay off those student loans. I haven't felt that uncomfortable since my first day at Microsoft. I mean, Fame is great and all, but I just want to make people laugh. But I guess it's not so bad. I mean, his money paid for this brand new suit looks down. I mean, the guy was talking about making me famous, but I don't want to be known as the comedian who sold out to a VC. I mean, I get it. I need money to fund my career, but at what cost? I mean, I would rather make it on my own terms than sell my soul for fame and money. And that's how I knew the robot uprising was coming. And I thought my programming bugs were bad. I mean, at least the robot had an excuse. What's the excuse of the humans who programmed it? I mean, who programmed the thing? Did they forget to give it coffee that day? It's like watching a toddler trying to say the alphabet for the first time. And I thought my ex was bad at communication. And that's why I always carry a backup mic. Moving from Silicon Valley to the Midwest is like going from a Prius to a tractor. They say life is like a box of chocolates, but in Silicon Valley, it's like a box of code with missing semicolons. I've never seen so many cows in my life. I thought I was living next to a tech startup with all the mooing going on. I heard they have great cheese in Wisconsin, which is good because I need something to eat while I cry myself to sleep. I never knew cows could be so inspiring. They just chew the cud and move on with their lives. It's amazing how much more you can accomplish when you're not spending 3 hours a day on your commute. Thanks for joining me tonight. Remember, even if your job is boring, don't have a cow, man. What is the deal with airplane food? Have you ever noticed how college meal plans are a scam? They charge you an arm and a leg, and for what? Mystery meat and wilted salad? I mean, come on. And don't even get me started on the cost of textbooks. My first semester, I spent more on books than I did on tuition. It's like they want us to fail. But let me tell you, being a broke college student had its perks. I got really creative with my ramen noodle recipes. I even turned them into breakfast dishes. But seriously, how come no one ever told me that college was just one big scheme for the bookstore to make money off of us? Speaking of studies, I once got paid $50 to eat a whole pizza by myself. It was the easiest money I ever made. And let me tell you, those studies were wild. I once had to wear an eye patch for a week and pretend I was a pirate. I think they just wanted to see how many people they could get to walk around looking like idiots. Once I had to stay awake for 3 days straight for a study. I didn't know it was possible to hallucinate while still being awake. But you know what they say, college is the best time to experiment. So I turned to Emily and said, "Hey, I quit." She looked at me like I was crazy, but I felt like the chains had been lifted. Who needs a boss like Mr. Johnson anyway? And let me tell you, telling jokes is way better than crunching numbers. I never thought I'd have an audience larger than 20 people, and that was only because there was free pizza in the break room. But here I am. I'll never forget my first day as a comedian. I was so nervous, but then I realized it couldn't be any worse than working for Mr. Johnson. I remember when I first started my job at that corporation. I felt like a hamster on a wheel, constantly running but going nowhere. I never really fit in at that corporation, but now I'm much happier as a comedian. And I'm not just saying that to avoid my therapist's couch. It's funny how now I get paid to make people laugh. When at my old job, my jokes got me sent to HR. I don't miss the deadlines or the office drama, but I do miss stealing office supplies. Dating is tough, but I think I'm starting to understand women. They want a man who's sensitive, but not too sensitive. Who's funny, but not too funny. Who's romantic, but not me. And I thought I was the difficult one in the relationship. I once went on a date with a girl who only talked about her cat. The whole time I was thinking, I hope your cat is a better listener than I am. It's tough out there for us men. We're expected to be mind readers and also not mind readers. It's confusing. I once dated a girl who was very into astrology. She said our signs were compatible, but apparently, our personalities weren't. I went on a date with a vegan once. I didn't know what to order at the restaurant, so I just had water. My friend tried online dating and matched with his own sister. He said I didn't recognize her without the mustache. My aunt always used to say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's why she's still using a flip phone from 2006. My uncle always used to tell me money can't buy happiness. That's why he's still driving a 1990 Toyota Corolla. My grandma still thinks that the internet is a physical place where you can go and visit, like a museum. I always envy my brother for having the latest gadgets and gizmos. But last week I saw him using a flip phone and I knew I had one. My cousin Steve always thinks he's got the latest tech, but I'm still waiting for him to upgrade from his AOL email address. My uncle once tried to impress us with his new smartwatch, but ended up accidentally calling his ex-girlfriend. Talk about a technological disaster. My dad never understood my childhood obsession with video games, but now he spends all his free time playing Candy Crush. My grandma got a tablet for her 80th birthday, but she only uses it to play solitaire. My flight to Africa was so bad, even the lions wanted a refund. When I was in Africa, I tried the local cuisine. Let's just say, McDonald's has nothing to worry about. The only thing scarier than a lion chasing you is a TSA agent searching your luggage. You know what's even scarier than a TSA agent? A customs officer in a foreign country with a sniffer dog. I don't understand why people complain about jet lag. Just sleep on the plane like I do. It's not rocket science. My wife is a terrible packer. She always forgets something. But she's really good at blaming it on me. My parents love to travel. Last time they visited me, they told me all about their trip to Europe. They must have seen everything in every city, but they couldn't find their way to my house. I always pack last minute, and by that I mean I'm still packing while we're already at the airport. My wife hates it, but at least I don't forget anything. I thought I was a great traveler until I met my wife. She takes a dozen suitcases for a weekend getaway. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. It's all so fake. Do you ever wonder how happy people really are when they are busy posting every moment of their perfect life? Who needs real friends when you can have thousands of followers, right? It's like we're all in a big competition of who can fake their life the best. We're all living in a Truman Show, but the camera is our phone. People post their happiest, most exciting moments online, but no one posts about their boring, ordinary life. So everyone thinks they're the only ones living a mundane existence. I miss the good old days when we used to talk to real people instead of just commenting on their posts. It's funny how we spend our whole lives chasing our dreams, but once we get there, we realize they weren't what we thought they would be. And I realized that the true dream was the journey, not the destination. But let's be real, the future is just a way for us to procrastinate the present. But it's not just about me. I want to make the world a better place. Because at the end of the day, we all want to leave behind something that will make a lasting impact on this world. Thank you all for coming out tonight. Remember, laughter is the best medicine. Let's go out there and make the world a better place with a smile on our faces. What is it about lawyers that make them so funny? I quickly learned that being a lawyer is like being a therapist, but without the couch. And instead of listening to their problems, you're just trying to bill as many hours as possible. It's like I was the only one in the office who wasn't a robot. But robots don't spill coffee, do they? John Smith asked me if I even knew what coffee was. I said, of course I do. It's what you need to stay awake when you're overbilling your clients. That's when I learned the importance of decaf. I had to switch to tea after that incident, but now I'm suing the tea company because it's not as effective as coffee. Looks like this office needs a new coffee machine. It's like they say, when life gives you lemons, make a lemon settlement. And the weirdest part is, the coffee company was suing John Smith too. I guess I won't be getting any Christmas cards from John this year. Looks like I'll have to find a new defense attorney for my next triple murder case. I don't know what's worse, this or the time I had to defend my ex-girlfriend's cat in small claims court. It's crazy how many lawyers are in the comedy game now. I mean, we really don't have any business being here. When I first started doing stand-up, my colleagues asked me why I was wasting my time. But look at me now, telling jokes instead of defending murderers. Small victories. I guess I'm now officially an ex-lawyer and a comedy writer because my parents won't talk to me either. I always knew John Smith was a good lawyer, but I didn't know he was willing to sacrifice a friendship for a case. That's commitment. I guess John Smith won't be joining the next law school reunion. Huh? It's funny, I always thought the only breaks John was good at dealing with were on his bike. Looks like John's reputation for faulty brakes precedes him. And I thought my car was 11. Well John, looks like you won't trust a lawyer anytime soon. Looks like John Smith doesn't like taste of his own medicine. And you know what, John? I drove off with his bumper, because that was the only thing that could stop me. I mean, John, if we're going to judge people by the company they keep, shouldn't I be worried about you? Speaking of corporations, have you heard about the latest scandal with Monsanto? Wait, why are you all booing? And let's not forget, John, guilt by association isn't always fair. After all, you hang out with lawyers. I mean, we're all guilty by association in some way, right? I saw you talking to that guy in the lobby earlier. Speaking of drug dealers, have you ever noticed how pharmacies always have the best customer service? Drug dealers, corporations, who's really to blame here? It's obviously the reptilian overlords. You know what they say, show me your friends and I'll show you your future. In my case, it looks like a future as a stand-up comedian and a disbarred lawyer. It's like they say, birds of a feather flock together, except when one of those birds happens to be a celebrity in desperate need of a good lawyer. I always say, if you're going to be surrounded by troublemakers, at least let them be famous troublemakers. It makes the trial so much more exciting. Speaking of John Smith, he actually inspired me to go to law school. I figured if a guy like him can do it, anyone can. And I thought lawyers were supposed to be good at arguing. They couldn't even argue with a ball on a tee. I mean, Even Happy Gilmore got it on the green sometimes. It's like their briefs are as long as their drives. Lawyers always take mulligans in court too. I once had a client who wouldn't stop talking about his golf game. I told him I'm your lawyer, not your caddy. They say ignorance of the law is no excuse, but I think it should count as a mulligan. Speaking of loans, I thought interest on a bank statement meant how interesting your account is. I wish I knew becoming a lawyer meant being broke and lonely. Law school isn't cheap. You know what else isn't cheap? Therapy to deal with the trauma of law school. I should have known being a lawyer was just a fancy way of saying professional arguer. I mean, let's be honest, every lawyer's dream is to tell someone to shut up and get paid for it. It's like being a referee, but you actually get paid. Sounds like a dream job, John. Except for the billable hours part. Have you tried being a librarian, John? You get to tell people to be quiet and it's not billable. I have a theory that this firm is just a front for John's library fantasy. John, why don't you just become a librarian if you love telling people to shut up so much? Well John, maybe it's time for a career change. Have you ever considered being a referee? They should make John a flight attendant. He'd be great at saying ma'am, sir. Please take your seat and fasten your seatbelt. He's right. You know, that's probably why I became a stand-up comedian. Thanks for the laughs, everyone. Don't forget to tip your wait staff.
Hey everyone, I'm Amy Schumer. Can you imagine if dating apps were around when our parents were looking for love? Their bio would have just been must have own cow and plow. My mom thinks Tinder is a fancy version of Hot or Not. I mean, could it get any worse? I'm waiting for the day I match with my dad. My gene pool is more like a cesspool. I guess the family reunions just got a lot more awkward. Well, at least my family tree got pruned. I mean, we're from the same family tree, but at least we didn't share any of the same branches. It was so embarrassing, but at least I didn't call him by my ex's name. I mean, at least I didn't accidentally propose to him on the first day of work. I was so nervous, I accidentally poured coffee on myself during the interview. And then on my first day of work, I accidentally sent an email talking about how terrible my boss was to my boss. I once showed up to my internship with my shirt on backward and inside out. One time, I accidentally replied all to an email, when it was meant to go to just one person. Great way to start at a new company. So, there I was, trying my best to sound casual, and all I could think about was how badly I needed to pee. It's like all of my coolness instantly evaporated. I mean, who needs coolness when you can have bladder control? I ended up spilling coffee all over him, like I was a toddler or something. I tried to pay for his coffee too, but I accidentally gave him some pennies and a button instead of a dime. Smooth move, Amy. So, I basically just gave him a jar of buttons instead of my number. I ended up accidentally spilling my coffee all over him. Smooth move, Amy. So I went on a date with this guy and he said he was a button collector, but I guess I misunderstood what he meant by button. But at least the wine matched her lipstick. The first rule of attending a wedding: always bring a tie-to-go pen. Well, at least it wasn't an open bar. I'm no expert, but I think you're supposed to wear white when you spill red wine on a dress. I'm starting to regret bringing my own wine to this wedding. Looks like I'll be sticking with boxed wine from now on. Who knew Merlot was the bride's father's favorite color? That's not the first time a family reunion ended in a forced recruitment pitch. A cult? At least he didn't try to sell me leggings. Good thing I'm already in a cult, the cult of cards. Looks like John's been really into cards, too. Maybe I should check out this cult thing. Well, that explains why John was wearing a white robe at the family picnic. I mean, I've been looking to lose some weight, but I think I'll just stick to keto. That's not even the weirdest thing that's happened at a family reunion. Guess it runs in the family. Maybe I should start a cult too. Oh John, you never change. Just like the smell of this car. I can't believe I used to date a guy who drives an Uber. What's with exes always becoming Uber drivers? It's like they know we need a ride when we're feeling vulnerable. You know what they say, if you can't handle me at my worst, you have to watch me get dumped by an Uber driver named John Smith. And I thought getting a bad rating from him on Uber was the worst that could happen. I guess I'm back to walking home alone again. Looks like I'm going to have a rough morning tomorrow. Looks like John and I are both going to need some extra coffee tomorrow morning. Looks like my boss is going to need some extra coffee too. Poor guy. Looks like I'm going to have to start bringing my own coffee to work. Can't risk drinking the same coffee as John again. Looks like John learned his lesson. He brought his own coffee today. Looks like John's avoiding me now. Can't say I blame him. Looks like John's avoiding me now. Can't say I blame him. He probably thinks I'm going to take my clothes off and get on his desk again. But seriously, folks, thank you for being here tonight. You guys have been an amazing audience.
Hey, City of Angels, how you doing? You know what they say about the agile method, right? It's just a way to make bad software faster. I mean, I thought we were making software, not participating in a 100-meter dash. I swear, the software we were making was so buggy it could have been mistaken for a rainforest. It was like playing a never-ending game of hot potato with bugs. The only thing agile about that methodology was how quickly it made me want to quit. And don't even get me started on the user feedback. I mean, who needs a finish line when you can run the marathon forever, am I right? It's like I was stuck in an infinite loop of sprints. And don't even get me started on the struggle of finding vegan options at fast food chains. And those fake meat options, I mean, what's even in them? I'm pretty sure it's not actually made from tofu, but hey, it tastes great. I mean, have you tried their vegan burgers? Just go to a regular burger joint and ask for the vegan option. It's like they sprinkle magic vegan dust over a regular burger and call it a day. I mean, have you seen the size of the salads they give you? It's like they're making up for the lack of meat with extra lettuce. I went to a steakhouse and asked for the vegan menu. The waiter looked at me like I asked him for the Wi-Fi password to Area 51. I tried to make tofu taste like bacon. It didn't work, but hey, at least I know how to make tofu taste like disappointment. I don't miss meat, I miss the excuse to eat my weight in McDonald's. Dating in love is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, if that haystack was also filled with narcissists and commitment phobes. I mean, why is it so hard to find a guy in love who doesn't have a headshot as his profile picture? I always swipe left on guys with pictures of themselves holding a fish. Like, why do you think I want to see you holding your catch of the day? I even tried going to the library to meet guys, but it didn't work out. Apparently, they frown upon you asking for their Dewey Decimal number. I even downloaded a dog grooming app thinking I might meet someone with a cute dog, but all I got was a notification saying your poodle is ready for pickup. And don't even get me started on the guys who put up pictures of their fancy cars and boats, as if I'm going to swipe right for a steering wheel. And then I realize, I spent all day scrolling through pictures of other people's lives instead of living my own. It's like we're all living in a virtual reality and forgot about actual reality. And the worst part is, even when we're not on our phones, we're still thinking about it. And don't get me started on the fake news and propaganda. It's like we're living in two worlds, the real world and the world we create online. But let's be real, we're not gonna quit social media. We just need to learn how to use it in moderation. Like instead of checking Facebook right before bed, we should read a book. Just don't read it on a Kindle, we don't need any more screen time. It's amazing how people can forget to live in the moment because they are too busy trying to share it on their Instagram story. I mean, la traffic is so bad, my Uber driver just put me on his Spotify Premium so I could finish my playlist. Have you ever noticed that the carpool lane is just the regular lane, but with fewer people? And don't even get me started on those miniature smart cars. Are they immune to traffic laws or something? There's a special kind of rage that only comes from being stuck behind someone going 10 miles under the speed limit in the fast lane. It's like every time I get in the car, I'm entering a battle arena but with way less exciting outfits. I swear, every time I get off the freeway, I need a moment to collect myself and my sanity. And don't get me started on the parking. I once spent 20 minutes circling a block to find a spot, only to realize I had driven past the entrance to a parking garage 3 times. I saw a guy brushing his teeth on the freeway. I mean, I get wanting fresh breath, but come on. I auditioned for a role where the character was described as attractive, outgoing, and loves to exercise. I mean, come on, are they just casting me as myself? Sometimes I feel like the characters in these scripts are more one-dimensional than the diagrams I used to draw as a software engineer. I had one script where the only thing my character did was laugh at the lead's jokes. I was like, can we at least give her a name? It's like every character description starts with attractive yet approachable. What does that even mean? Why do casting directors always ask for someone with quirky or unique looks? Like, how am I supposed to compete with a guy who looks like a turtle? It's like every script I read is the same. Female lead, 20s, attractive yet approachable. Can't we mix it up a little? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'll be the attractive yet approachable one, but can we make her a little weird too? Why does every female character have to be described as attractive yet approachable? Can't we have some unapproachable but still pretty ones too? It's like everyone in La has a personal plastic surgeon on speed dial. I mean, do you even recognize some of these people after their 10th facelift? I mean, I was so confused when I went to a party and people were talking about IV drips. I thought they were planning some kind of fancy cocktail menu. It's like these plastic surgeons were playing with Play-Doh and decided to make it a career. I heard botox parties are now a thing here in lab. What happened to good old-fashioned dinner parties? Have you noticed how everyone in lab wears yoga pants everywhere they go? It's like we're all just one downward dog away from enlightenment. I even saw a billboard for a plastic surgeon that said, "Don't wait for a miracle, make it happen." They say La is the land of dreams, but I didn't realize those dreams cost botox and a personal trainer.
Oh man, I can't believe I'm performing pregnant. Note to self, next time, put a condom on the microphone. I've never felt more like a cow in my life. Not one of those cute Disney cows. I'm talking about one of those beef cows on the truck to the slaughterhouse. Me dogs aren't for him anymore. They're for me baby. They're not from alle pleasure anymore. They're just milk faucets. And don't even get me started on the unsolicited advice from strangers. Oh, you're pregnant? Better sleep now because you won't be getting any once the baby comes. Yeah, thanks lady, I'll make sure to put that on me to-do list. But honestly, it's all about it when I see me baby's face. And the fact that me husband's hand was almost broken from squeezing it so hard just makes it even better. And let's not forget about the postpartum depression, og toddler. And let's not even get started on the sleepless nights. Not Herod is like a never-ending marathon, but instead of water stations, you just get an occasional vese from your child. It's like you're being drafted into the non-army and I am just waiting for me traumatic brain injury. We went on a trip to Japan and we only flew twice a day. Me husband never had to suffer trying to squeeze his fat Vietnamese ass into a pair of American Eagle skinny jeans like I did. Our parents are putting a lot of pressure on us to have another kid. They're like, you need to give your daughter a sibling, and I am like, guys, you don't understand. Every time I have sex, I have to perform pelvic floor exercises. Sometimes I feel like we're not really married, we're more like business partners, except he's the CEO and I am the assistant. I asked him if he wants to go on a romantic walk with me, and he was like, romantic walk? Where are we gonna get a time for that? He's from China, and I am from the Bay Area, so, culturally, we're very different. But personality-wise, we're the same exact person. Me husband is always telling me to calm down and stop acting like an Asian stereotype. But I'm just like, babe, this is who I am. I remember my parents telling me that I need to assimilate into American culture, but then they would also yell at me for not being Asian enough. It was like, what do you want from me? My parents would always say in our country, we do things this way and I would be like, but mom and dad, we're not in our country. It was proud being the only Asian kid in school. The kids would always ask me if I was Chinese or Japanese, and I would have to say, actually, I'm Vietnamese, and then they would say, oh, so you're Chinese, Japanese, Vietnamese, that's so cool. My parents always wanted me to be a doctor or a lawyer, but I'm a comedian now. They must be so proud. I remember me mom always saying, you know, Ali, if you don't get an A, you're just an Asian F. Me dad used to say, you can be anything you want in America, as long as you become a success. My parents never understood me American pastimes. They thought basketball was for Africans and baseball was for Chinese people. My mom always said, don't date Asian guys, they're too short. My mom even told me not to date white guys because they'll leave you for someone younger. My grandma always said, don't marry for love, marry for health insurance. My dad would always say, if you want a successful career as an Asian woman, become a doctor or a lawyer, or a doctor and a lawyer. I once had a guy come up to me after a show and say, you're funny for an Asian chick. I remember being told you're too Asian for the Americans, but not Asian enough for the Asians. It's like as an Asian woman, I either get fetishized or completely ignored. It's time we stop being the punchline of the jokes and start telling them. In America, sex is viewed as the sacred and special thing. In Asia, it's like, oh, thank God he finally rolled over and fell asleep. I recently read a news article that said arranged marriage had a higher success rate compared to love marriage. Well, that makes me feel a lot better about all of the times my mom called me ugly growing up. And don't get me started on sex after Shilbit, it's like trying to park a bike in Grand Central Station. After having a baby, sex is like taking your vitamins. You don't really look forward to it, but you know you have to do it. It's like having a rental car and driving it really carefully, but when you return it and the next person gets it brand new. Now I know why they call it a dry spell, it's like living in the Sahara Desert. After the baby, I have sex in the same position me orthopedist puts me in when he checks me back. In Vietnam, they call it PHO matin, literally translates to a block of cheese that needs to be melted by warmth. It's like they say, Netflix and chill, more like Amazon and Prime. As a working mom, I'm like a magician, except instead of pulling rabbits out of a hat, I pull snakes out of my pussy. Being a working mom is like having two full-time jobs, one during the day and one at night when the kids are asleep. I recently went on a girls trip, and it was fantastic. I got to sleep through the night without any interruptions. It was like a spa day for me butthole. I always thought being a mom meant having a personal chauffeur, but turns out, It's basically being a minimum wage, unpaid Uber driver, except they barf in your car a lot less. Being a mom is like getting a part-time job that you can never clock out of and your coworkers are all insane. It's like being a CEO, but you don't have an assistant, and also you can't see what you're doing because of all the shit in your eyes. It's like being a juggler, but all the balls are on fire and also some of them are explosive. Being a mom is like being a detective, but with no clues, and the suspects are all liars. Have you noticed how every app now has the option to rate your driver? I mean, what are we, professional critics? I don't understand the selfie sticks. If you need a stick to take a picture of yourself, maybe you shouldn't be in that picture. I don't get why people feel the need to post pictures of their food. Like congratulations, you know how to order off. It's been real, it's been fun, but it hasn't been real fun. Good night.
Welcome to life as a waitress. And then I realized, eating your mistakes is not a sustainable business model. So, I start my first day at the job and the first table I serve is a group of businessmen who are discussing politics. I thought it was a good moment to show off my knowledge, but apparently, they didn't appreciate my Donald Duck impression of the president. So, the first day at the job was a disaster, but somehow I managed to convince John that I had what it takes. I guess he was really desperate. I thought I was the queen of multitasking, until I realized I can't carry 3 plates without dropping them. I'm not sure if it was the chicken or the fish, but someone got food poisoning that day. The chef asked me to make a salad to go with a steak. I thought he meant on the same plate. And that's when I realized that sometimes spilling is good luck. John and I have been married for 10 years now. I mean, isn't that just common sense? Steak and salad on the same plate. Come on, chef. Some customers were always on the phone. I mean, Simon, I don't think your stocks are going to drop if you wait 5 minutes for your food. And don't even get me started on the customers who would try to pay with their left shoe. I mean, what am I supposed to do with that? I had these customers who would always ask for extra condiments, and then never even use them. It's like, do you just want to build a collection in your fridge or something? I had this one regular who would always order the same thing, but then complain that it wasn't what he wanted. I'm like, you know you could just order something else, right? And don't even get me started on the ones who would argue with me about the menu, like I didn't have it memorized after working there for 5 years. I mean, who comes into a diner at 3 in the morning and orders a steak well done? That's just asking for it. I had this one regular who always ordered the same thing but would still complain every single time. Like, buddy, if you don't like it, stop coming back. It's crazy how busy restaurants can get during the lunch hour rush. I mean, everyone is in such a hurry to eat, but then they take forever to decide what they want. You know what they say, the customer is always right, until they order a well done steak and then all bets are off. And you know what's the worst part? People would still ask for separate checks. And don't even get me started on splitting a salad. I mean, who even orders soup during the lunch rush? And what's with people ordering iced tea when it's freezing outside? I once served a guy who ordered a burger with no bun. What's the point? Some people get so picky with their orders. I once had someone order a pizza with no cheese. Why don't you just order a salad? It's like ordering a steak and asking for it to be well done. You might as well just order a shoe. You know what they say, celebrities are just like us. They put their pants on one leg at a time, and they also spill wine on themselves. So I've learned my lesson. Next time I spill wine on a celebrity, I'm gonna offer to buy them a new shirt at Walmart. And of course, the restaurant got a 5-star review from John Smith. Just not for the wine selection. And that's not the only celebrity encounter that left me feeling red-faced. I once spilled a whole tray of drinks on a celebrity's lap. I was so bad in the kitchen, I once burned water. And they say working in customer service isn't fulfilling. I just got a chef to follow their dreams. It was like Ratatouille without the happy ending. And then, the owner came out of the office, and the chefs were all like, you handle this, and he was like, I don't even know how to cook a grilled cheese sandwich. And then, the servers were dropping plates like they were at a Greek wedding. I mean, I've never seen a kitchen go down so fast. It was like watching a Jenga tower collapse in slow motion. He had the audacity to call me sweetie. And let me tell you, the tip was not worth it. I mean, I would have thrown a drink in his face, but then there goes my tip. I actually ran into John last week and you know what I did? I held the door open for him and smiled, because I'm a mature adult. And you know what's even more mature? Getting revenge by leading a happy, successful life without him. So John, wherever you are, keep complaining and I'll keep smiling. But you know what they say, karma is a boomerang, and it hit John right in the face. And you know what, John, I hope they put you on hold for an eternity. I mean, who wouldn't miss eating through their shirt while carrying plates of hot food to customers who don't even look up to say thank you? And don't even get me started on the uniform. You know what I won't miss? Telling customers we're out of their favorite dish and watching them freak out like it's the end of the world. I will never forget the feeling of hot soup pouring all over me in front of a table of art. Good times, John, good times. But seriously, I'll miss the free food. I mean, who doesn't like to eat cold fries and half-eaten burgers? It's funny how the good times are always paired with the bad times, like serving a rude customer and then finding a dollar bill on the floor. But hey, at least I won't have to deal with picky eaters anymore. Some customers may have been picky, but there were also those who made it all worthwhile. Thank you all for coming. I hope you enjoyed my stories from behind the counter.
What's the deal with New York City? Have you ever felt like you were the only sane person in the city? You know what they say about job interviews in Nick? It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. If the haystack was on fire and full of needles. So the interviewer asks me if I have any experience with artificial intelligence. I said, well, I did try talking to my ex on the phone once. He asked me if I knew Java. I said yes. The island in Indonesia sounds beautiful this time of year. I tried to impress the interviewer by telling him I know how to hack into the NSA. He looked impressed until I told him NSA stood for no strings attached. And then he asked me, do you know Python? I said, I'm more of a dog person. And I thought I was being smooth when I told her I loved her coding style. Turns out I accidentally sent her a heart emoji instead of a thumbs up. So now I'm trying to learn how to tie a tie, but I end up not getting it right. It's hard keeping up with these modern dating terms. I just learned what ghosting means. Turns out it's not a Halloween practice. Have you ever noticed how many people have the same name as your ex? Makes it hard to move on. My ex had such a common name. I had to use her last initial in my phone contact just to keep track. It's not just names. Even photos can be misleading. My first date showed up and looked nothing like her pictures. I asked her if she had a sister and she said no, but she did have a good filter. I once dated a girl whose name was so unique, I had to Google how to pronounce it. But honestly, you can't go wrong with a name like John. It's classic and unforgettable. So I did some research and found out that my name John actually means God is gracious. Which is ironic, because after that date, I wasn't feeling very gracious at all. Protein powder is like a drug. One taste and you're hooked. Next thing you know, you're running your own underground gym supplement business. I felt like a criminal, but let's be real. The real criminals are the ones charging $40 for a bag of muscle powder. I started taking protein powder because the guy at the gym said it would give me more energy. Well, he was right. I had so much energy that I accidentally did a cartwheel in the middle of my office and almost knocked over my boss. I thought I was gonna be jacked, but instead, my pee was highlighter yellow. And that's how I ended up getting fired from my gym job. Moral of the story, always read the ingredients, bro. But hey, on the bright side, I lost 10 pounds in a week from all the vomiting. And do you know what the guy said to me afterwards? He said, "You Americans always think you're the center of the universe. I mean, come on." And can you believe it? The guy was actually from Queens. The nerve of some people, am I right? It's like they say, coffee brings out the worst in people. I mean seriously, how hard is it to make a damn coffee? I mean, can't they just write our names on the cups like everyone else? I asked for almond milk, not ant milk. I mean, who knew venti was Italian for your coffee comes in a bucket? It's tough meeting your idols. I mean, what do you even say? Hey Jerry, wanna grab a coffee sometime? No thanks. I don't want to be compared to a bucket again. So I try to play it cool, but deep down I'm screaming inside. And then Jerry says, "You're a funny guy, you should do stand up." And I'm like, "Thanks, Jerry, I'll add it to my bucket list." And then I realized, the only cool thing to do around Jerry Seinfeld is to not talk to him. Just like being in a library. Dead silence. I thought, wow, I made it, and then I realized, no, I'm still me, just standing next to my hero. I felt like a stalker, following him around the club, but then I remembered he's a comedian, not Beyonce. I tried to play it cool, but of course I couldn't resist asking for a selfie, and then I realized my hand was shaking, my voice was cracking, and I looked like a complete idiot. I was so starstruck. I couldn't even remember any of my material. It was just me rambling on like an idiot. And then I woke up and realized it was just a dream. It got so bad, I had to resort to using a hazmat suit just to use the bathroom. I mean, this guy had more empty pizza boxes in his room than actual food in the fridge. I tried to make a cleaning schedule for him, but it was like trying to teach a goldfish how to barbecue. And don't even get me started on the hair in the shower drain. I swear, sometimes it's like he's trying to create a new species in our fridge. And the worst part is, he never remembers where he left his dishes. And don't even get me started on his cooking. One time he tried to make spaghetti and ended up with a bowl of ketchup and overcooked noodles. It's amazing how people act like animals when it comes to subway seats. I once saw a woman almost bite a man's hand off for a spot. And the worst part is, I'm pretty sure that guy didn't even need that seat. He was just doing it to mess with me. I mean, come on, it's a subway. We're all like sardines in here anyway. I mean, what is it with people and seats on the subway? It's like a game of musical chairs, but with less music and more grumpiness. And don't even get me started on those subway performers. You know what I hate more than subway performers? Subway pole hogs. You think you're the king of the train because you're holding that pole? Move over, buddy. We all need to hold on. You know what's worse than a crowded subway? A subway with no air conditioning. I mean, it's like a sauna on wheels. And don't even get me started on those people who bring their bicycles onto the subway. Have some respect for personal space, folks.
Hey everyone. You know what they say about New York City, it's the city that never sleeps. Unless you're a nurse pulling a double shift, then you can sleep standing up. I once had a patient who told he was a superhero. I swear, the man refused to take off his cape. Being a nurse in New York City is tougher than a New York steak. It's all about having a strong stomach. People always ask me how I dealt with the crisis in there. I just tell them, I treat them det samme og I treat my family members og has mye an a helt høy dose av Xanax. I remembered this one time, a patient asked me to marry him. I told him I'd have to check my schedule first. You know what they say about anushes? We can handle anything except for a break room without coffee. And don't even get me started on hospital food. Growing up, we had so many kids in my family that we were basically our own daycare. My mom always said we were like a traveling circus. And just like in a circus, there was always someone running away from the lion tamer, I mean mom. Growing up with a big family meant at mealtime it was like a game of musical chairs, but with plates. I never had my own room growing up. My siblings and I rotated between the top bunk, the floor, and the couch. It was like playing a twisted version of Goldilocks. My dad used to always say he wanted a big family, but I think he underestimated the cost of groceries. I always wanted my own room, but now as an adult, I just wish I had a door that could lock. Growing up with my family was like living in a zoo, except the animals were my siblings. My siblings always said I was the favorite child, but they just didn't know how to butter mom up like I did. My parents were so proud of me when I became a nurse, but now they're just happy that I'm off their payroll. After all those years of listening to the patients, I figured the next logical step was to listen to my own dreams. And let me tell you, Hollywood dreams have been a whole other kind of patients to deal with. I mean, I've dealt with some divas in my day, but Hollywood really takes the cake. It's like I need a degree in psychology just to deal with some of these people. I've learned to always carry a granola bar and a bottle of water. It's like survival of the fittest out here. They say tiny heals all wounds, but I prefer tequila and my girlfriends. After my last breakup, I decided to get a therapist for my dog. My ex was a magician, he made my self-esteem disappear. My mom said the best way to get over someone is to find someone new, so I adopted a cat. I tried revenge body, but all I got was carpal tunnel syndrome. When I went through a bad breakup, I decided to redecorate my apartment. That's how I ended up with a life-sized cardboard cutout of Ryan Gosling. My therapist says I attract unavailable men. I said, well, at least someone is attracted to me. Working at a coffee shop is like being a therapist, but you don't get paid as much as one takes your advice. I also worked at a pharmacy, let's just say I've seen some things in the suppository aisle. Working at a coffee shop is like being a bartender, but the customers are more sleep deprived. You know what's worse than working at a pharmacy? Being a customer at a pharmacy. I once worked as a telemarketer, but I was terrible at it. I just couldn't stand the sound of my own voice. I used to work at a hair salon, and let me tell you, some of the clients were hair raising. Working at a coffee shop was like being a therapist, but without the degree. I once went on a date with a guy who couldn't stop talking about his ex. It was like she was on the date with us. I had a blind date once with a guy who showed up wearing a wedding band. Apparently he forgot to take it off after his divorce. I once went on a date with a guy who kept interrupting me and saying, you know what you should do, it's like, dude, let me talk first before you try to fix my life. I once had a guy show up to our date with his mom, and she stayed for the whole thing. One guy asked me if I liked to live my life on the edge. I said, no, I prefer to live it on my feet. I once went on a blind date with a guy who looked nothing like his picture. I asked him about it and he said his picture was from 10 years ago. I said, wow, that's impressive, you look exactly the same. One time I went on a blind date and the guy showed up in a fedora. I knew it was going to be bad, but I didn't think it would be that bad. Me teenage years were so awkward. I once tried to black me hair at home and ended up looking like an Oompa Loompa. Me high school boyfriend broke up with me on prom night, over text. Speaking of high school, I was always voted most likely to trip and fall up the stairs. It's not easy being a nurse and a comedian. I mean, which one do you want me to be, responsible or funny? Me parents always used to say, Sarah, you're the reason I drink. I remember being so awkward in high school. I once tried to start a flash mob by myself. Me high school self was like a turtle without its shell, vulnerable, slow, and very uncool. I guess what I'm trying to say is that we all have our awkward moments, but it's those moments that make us who we are. Welcome to Shut Up and Smile, where we only do one of those things. I mean, I did what any reasonable person would do. I called me mom to have her wire me some money. I tried to play it cool, but I know I had a look on me face like I was facing my biggest fear, having to go back to Jon's place and eat ramen for a month straight. So I did what any self-respecting broke person would do, I snuck out of the fancy restaurant through the kitchen. I ended up having to threaten to be a food blogger for the rest of the night. I think I might have actually convinced the waiter. I had to threaten I was fine with the small portion size too. It was like a thimble of some fancy sauce on a teeny piece of meat. I was so broke, I had to sell me plasma just to afford a ticket to La. But hey, at last I got a free mint with me water. I sure vet noen better than to drink coffee on interview day. Jon's shit was so tight, I told I was auditioning for a superhero movie. I'm pretty sure they knew I was uncomfortable, but they still had the audacity to ask me about my weaknesses. I think they're sadists. I mean, it's like the universe was conspiring against me to not get this job. I basically just turned into a human sausage for the interview. And then, to top it all off, I accidentally hit reply all on the follow-up email. I mean, I've heard some wild conspiracy theories before, but lizard people, come on, man. I mean, I get it, the government isn't perfect, but I hardly doubt anyone there is smart enough to control minds, except maybe Beyoncé. But honestly, if the government is controlling our minds, they're doing a terrible job with some people. I mean, if the government really wanted to control our minds, they could just make us all watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Works for me every time. I mean, I always suspected the lizard people were real, but I had no idea they were so damn boring. I'm pretty sure my ex-boyfriend believed in lizard people too. We broke up because he said him trying to hypnotize our cat. I mean, I wouldn't mind if the government controlled me mind. Maybe then I could actually focus on me work. I don't get why lizard people are always the go-to conspiracy theory. Why not go for something more creative? Like maybe the government is secretly run by giant squid monsters. Honestly, I think people would rather hear about puppies than my actual life. Can we talk more about the puppies? I mean, who doesn't love puppies? They're like little balls of happiness that you can cuddle with. I mean, have you seen those big puppy eyes? Who can resist them? I mean, who needs a heroic act when you can just show a picture of a cute puppy and get the same reaction? And let's be real, those puppies probably started the fire in the first place. Can't trust them. I mean, who needs bravery when you can just show a picture of a cute puppy and get the same reaction? It's like emotional clickbait. You know, we actually did saga a group of puppies from a burning building once. We once mistook a famous celebrity for their wax figure at Madame Tussauds. I was trying to play it off like it never happened, but the paparazzi they never forget. I mean, hadn't we all mistaken a celebrity for a wax figure at last once? I mean, how am I supposed to know what Drake looks like without his beard? So here I am trying to play it cool. I say to them, hey, you were great in that movie about the apocalypse, and they look at me like I'm crazy, and I realized I was thinking about Morgan Freeman instead. I guess that's why they call it a star sighting, because I'm always left starstruck and speechless. We were hoping for a getaway, not a bugout. We tried to fix the leak, but ended up making it worse. I guess we should watch that YouTube video first. I feel like I need a survival kit just to stay in a island these days. We didn't bring bug spray or a toolbox, but at least we had a cover and a couple of beers. We were joking that the roof leaking was convenient for showering. We even named the bugs and created intricate backstories for them. I mean, I guess it could have been worse. At least none of the bugs got into the toilet, right, Jon? And on the bright side, Jon finally got over his fear of bugs. It was a nightmare, but at least we saved money by not having to go to a haunted house for Halloween. And the best part is, we got away with it. No one suspected a thing. I no longer have to pay for therapy, now we just crash weddings for fun. We made a wedding reception way more fun than it would have been at her visa. It's like they say, strangers are just friends you haven't met yet. We were the life of the party, but I don't think the bride and groom were too happy with us. And that was just one of the many weddings I the crosshead. I should start charging for me service. So, if anyone needs a wedding crosser, you know where to find me. I'll bring me own photo album to blend in. Thanks for coming out tonight. I håper I convinced you all to crash a wedding or two. God night. Good evening everyone. I used to work in advertising in New York City, so, if you don't laugh at me jokes tonight, I might just have to sell you something you don't need. Don Draper stories were so good I almost forgot I was at a bar, then I remembered the prices, and I knew I was still in Manhattan. Draper might have given me confidence back, but let's be honest, whiskey did most of the heavy lifting. The next day, I went back to work feeling like a million bucks. Unfortunately, my bank account still felt like a negative balance. Don Draper might have been a terrible husband, but has a damn good confident booster. That's the thing about Don Draper, he can make you feel like a million bucks even when your bank account says otherwise. Speaking of confidence boosts, I saw myself in the mirror this morning and said I look good when I realized it was just my reflection of a parked car's bumper. Don Draper also told me to always have a bottle of sock on hand, but I don't think that's the kind of liquid courage I need in the office. So I went back to the office with newfound confidence and decided to pitch a bold idea. The client loved it and John Smith had co gave our agency the account. And now, every time I need a confidence boost, I just pretend Don Draper is sitting next to me at the bar. But the hangover the next day was worse than a typo in a client's slogan. So I decided to pitch an idea that was just awful truly terrible, but I did it with so confidence that Margaret took it and ran with it. And that's how we ended up with a campaign featuring a giant chicken wearing a TT. But hey, at least the chicken looked fabulous in that TT. I realized that if I want to succeed in advertising, I just need to stop having good ideas and start stealing Margaret's. I might not be a snob like Margaret, but I know what's good, and it's stealing your grandma's cat phrases and using them as ad slogans. I realized that Margaret's ideas are like her personality, borrowed. And when Margaret wondered why our boss called me into his office instead of her, well, Margaret, maybe if you stopped stealing ideas, you would get some recognition too. Margaret had the audacity to ask me for me thoughts on her stolen idea. I told her she should just ask herself since it was already in her head. So Dave, if you're watching, sorry about that whole making out with your boss thing, call me. It wouldn't be a Madison Avenue party without some regrettable decisions, am I right? I mean, It's not like I haven't made regrettable decisions before. Remember that time I accidentally shaved off my eyebrow trying to do the Mona Lisa with my tweezers? I mean, that's not even my most regrettable Madison Avenue party story. I once woke up with a tattoo of the Lucky Strikes logo, and I don't even smoke. And don't get me started on that time I accidentally replied all to the whole company with an inappropriate gif. Let's just say who I wasn't pleased. So I did what any responsible adult would do. I called in sick for a week. And let's just say I never made that mistake again. I just stick to reaction gifs now. But at least he didn't fire me, just made me do intern work for a month. And that's when I realized I had a knack for working with talking animals. But let me tell you, working with animals is a whole different ball game. I can't even look at a frog without breaking out in a cold sweat. Don't even get me started on toads. I don't know about you all, but I prefer me frogs in the form of French cuisine. Anyone else? I mean, who needs a talking frog when you've got a hilarious John Smith og co-creative team, am I right? And don't even get me started on the gecko commercials with the gecko. I mean, come on, who thinks that sexy? It's like they say, ideas are like children, you love them, but sometimes you want to strangle them. But you know what they say, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. At least they didn't steal my sense of humor, but they did take my paycheck. I guess that's what they call climbing the corporate ladder. I'm just glad they didn't steal my dignity, too. At least now I know my ideas are worth stealing. I'm pretty sure my boss stole more than just my idea that day. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how I learned to always get things in writing. I mean, at least my boss had good taste, right? He told me he was a knight in shining armor, but turns out he was just armored in aluminum foil. I should have known it wouldn't work out. Her rolled av det 22 decide og jeg to take me for dinner. I mean, I love a good game of det, but I draw the line at talking about it during dinner. I hoped I was dating a man, but turns out he was a level 12 elf in disguise. I mean, I love a good campaign, but when it's not in the name of democracy, count me out. I mean, the whole ag industry is just one big mind game, isn't it? Making us believe we need things we don't really need. What's next? Convincing us we need to breed twice as much air for double the price? I mean, they've been doing this since the Mad Men days. Convincing us to buy things we don't need with a cat crib jingle and a pretty face. And don't even get me started on those pharmaceutical ads. Sure, the side effects are diarrhea, dizziness, Impossible that, but at least you won't have hurt them. It's like they think we need a new phone every year. I mean, what happened to making things that last? You know what's even worse than creating products that won't last? Creating TV shows that won't either. Thank you and good night.
Hello everyone. From it professional to comedian, who knew? I was so burned out, I thought about quitting and becoming a farmer. At least with farming, when you grow something, it stays grown. The only reason I stayed in tech so long is for the free snacks, but then I realized the snacks weren't worth the breakdowns. I remember one day, I left work at midnight, and there was still a line of people waiting outside to get in. It's like we were some sort of exclusive club for overworked and overtired techies. You know you're in a toxic work environment when the hand sanitizer dispensers are always empty. It's like my boss's favorite phrase was sorry, not sorry. I used to think that getting a standing desk would solve all my problems, but now I just stand for 8 ghante instead of sit. It's like the only way to take a break at work was to go to the bathroom, but even there you were bombarded with emails and Slack notifications. And let us not forget the snacks, all those free snacks. I gained 10 pounds in my first year. Working in tech can be a real trip. It's like constantly being on a roller coaster, but instead of screams, you just hear people typing furiously. Burnout is the norm in tech, it's like a badge of honor. I mean, who needs security when you can just invite hundreds of anonymous guests into your computer? That's efficiency, people. And let us be honest, we all have that own password that we use for everything. I'm just glad the hacker didn't order me a pizza with my saved credit card information. Honestly, I was relieved when I saw that the hacker only left a message and didn't delete my pictures. My phone's storage is almost full. I mean, who knew hackers had a sense of humor? Maybe they're the real comedians. I guess I should have known I was a target when I picked password exotes as my password. I mean, who even knows what data these hackers are after? Probably just my unimpressive Pinterest boards. I mean, I barely even know how to change my printer ink. How am I supposed to protect myself from hackers? It's like giving a toddler a spoon and expecting them to build a rocket ship. I mean, I never thought my computer was important enough to be hacked. Someone must have been really bored that day. It's crazy how a single tweet can ruin your whole career. It's like we're all walking on eggshells online. It's scary how easily online trolling can escalate. Before you know it, you're dealing with cyberbullying. And don't even get me started on those so-called influencers with their fake lives and paid followers. Have you ever noticed how some people's whole lives are on social media? Like, do they even have an actual life? But seriously, folks, we need to be careful. You never know who's watching. And don't even get me started on the so-called influencers. They'll post just about anything as long as they get paid for it. But seriously, folks, social media can be a double-edged sword. It's great for connecting with friends and family, but it can also be a breeding ground for negativity and hate. Online dating is like a box of chocolates, you never know what you're gonna get. But let us be real, who needs online dating when you have a dog? They're always excited to see you and they don't judge you for eating a whole pizza by yourself. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. But instead of a needle, it's a decent guy who's not creepy. Online dating is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. And sometimes, it's just full of nuts. I think we're all just looking for someone who won't ghost us. Is that too much to ask for? Online dating is like a jungle. You never know what is hiding behind that cute profile photo. And sometimes, all you get is a wild surprise. It's funny how we look so carefully at someone's profile picture, but then we end up having a date with a completely different person. Seriously, who is that guy in the photo? But honestly, who needs a startup when you can just become a TikTok influencer millennial goals? It's like everyone is trying to be the next Steve Jobs, but they forget he was once fired from his own company humble beginnings. Startups are like these. Everyone thinks they have the perfect idea but only a few succeed real talk. And don't even get me started on the ping pong tables. It's like they think all tech workers are children's startup life. But seriously, the free snacks almost make up for the lack of work-life balance priorities. It's like startup culture has become a new religion, except instead of God, we worship the almighty blood truth. Sometimes I wonder if these people even know what a computer is. We need a tech support number that actually connects you with someone who knows what they are doing. It's like they hired a hamster to run the help desk. Speaking of supervisors, I asked to speak to one and all I got was hold music for an hour. I bet they had a hamster running the supervisor line too. I thought I was stuck in an infinite loop just trying to get my Wi-Fi to work. I mean, I could have just googled the problem and fixed it myself. I mean, is it too much to ask for a tech support person who actually knows how to fix the problem? You know it's a bad day when you have to resort to jetting a life. I had to actually talk to my neighbor face to face, it was terrifying. My neighbor asked me to borrow a cup of sugar, I had to Google how to measure a cup. I remember the days when the only way to cancel plans was to actually call someone on the phone. My neighbor couldn't log into their account. I thought they forgot their password. Turns out they mistakenly tried to log into their mic. Thanks for listening. Remember to always double check what you're logging into. Good night.
New York City, what's up? I used to work with numbers all day, now I make jokes about them. My parents are so proud. Now instead of looking at spreadsheets all day, I look at drunk people all night. I mean, who knew numbers could be so boring? I'd rather explain a joke than a spreadsheet any day. Who knew my spreadsheets were so depressing? My jokes may flop, but at least no one's losing money. I would always try to add a joke to my spreadsheets, but my boss never found them funny. I guess you could say I have a type. I don't know what it is about guys named John, but they really love me and my mediocre spreadsheet jokes. I'm starting to think my parents named me Amy to attract guys named John. I don't understand why it's always guys named John. Is it some universal conspiracy? I think I might have to switch my preferences to guys named Mike or something. Maybe I should just start a dating app exclusively for guys named John. I mean, there's gotta be something about the name John that just doesn't work for me, right? My family is so weird, even our dog has psychological issues. I'm pretty sure my dad has a secret life as a superhero or something. He's always disappearing and coming back with bruises. My cousin is convinced that she's a mermaid. She keeps taking swimming classes just in case her tail grows in. My grandmother is convinced that aliens are real. She thinks they visit her garden every night. My cousin thinks she's a mermaid. She's gonna look real silly with those flippers when the apocalypse hits. My brother is convinced he's a superhero. He wears a cape to work every day. My grandma is convinced she's a spy. She doesn't trust the microwave and thinks the mailman is after her. My cousin thinks he's Elvis. He wears a jumpsuit to every family gathering. My little brother thinks he's a superhero. He wears a cape to school and tries to fly off the roof. My aunt thinks she's a model. She wears sunglasses indoors and strikes poses at family events. My grandma thinks she's a rapper. She wears bling and freestyles at family dinners. My cousin thinks she's a movie star. She demands everyone call her by her stage name and constantly critiques our acting skills. My uncle thinks he's a magician. He makes our family gatherings disappear. My landlord thinks he's a comedian. He makes our rent disappear. My boss thinks he's a comedian. He makes our meetings disappear. My ex thinks he's a comedian. He made our relationship disappear. Talking about celebrities, I once met Beyoncé, or at least I think it was her bodyguard. And don't even get me started on my obsession with the Kardashians. I mean, who needs friends when you have a Netflix subscription, am I right? I mean, have you seen the latest episode of The Bachelor? And let's not forget about the Kardashians, they are practically their own pop culture phenomenon. I swear, every time I turn on the TV, it's like another Kardashian spin-off. It's like every time I go on social media, there's a new TikTok challenge. Can we go back to the ice bucket challenge for ALS? I mean, does anyone actually enjoy sitting in meetings all day? It's like being trapped in a never-ending Groundhog Day. I miss the days when there were just regular emails and not a bunch of reply-alls about where to order lunch. I swear, the only thing that gets me through those meetings is daydreaming about quitting my job. I mean, sometimes I wonder if I'm the only one doing any work around here. My boss told me to have a good day, so I went home. I mean, Karen thinks she's the queen bee of this place, but all she really does is buzz around and annoy us. I heard Karen was promoted to manager, so I quit. My parents were so proud when I quit my accounting job to become a comedian until they found out I wasn't making any money. Being a comedian is like being a taxi driver. You drive around for hours looking for a fare, then someone jumps in, tells you where to go and how to get there, and after all the hard work, they tell you the ride was terrible. My dad finally stopped nagging me about getting a real job when he realized I make more money telling jokes than he does as a doctor. Sometimes I bomb on stage and it feels like I lost a part of myself, but then I see the audience smile and I know it was worth it. Doing stand-up comedy is like a roller coaster ride, but instead of going up and down, it's more like up, down, left, right, and then it's over. Being a comedian is like being a magician, except I'm not fooling anyone. Everyone knows I'm just making jokes. I may not be the best comedian out there, but at least I don't have to wear a clown nose. Being a comedian is like being a boxer. Sometimes you get knocked down, but you have to get thanks for coming out. Keep laughing, friends.
What's the deal with accounting? And don't get me started on the office supplies. I went in for a stapler and left with a lifetime supply of paper clips. And let me tell you, the break room gets crazier than Wall Street. I swear, it's like a bunch of monkeys running around in there. You know what they say, you're not a real accountant until you have a caffeine addiction. That guy from HR still thinks I'm a temp. And let's not forget about the office supplies hoarder in the break room. And don't even get me started on the guy who microwaves fish every day for lunch. And can we talk about the guy who never refills the coffee pot? And what about the guy who leaves his dirty dishes in the sink for weeks? And let's not forget the guy who always takes the last donut without asking. And what's the deal with coworkers who always heat up smelly food in the office microwave? And what about those Friday evening emails from the boss? Give me a break. And how about when the boss would call an emergency meeting at 5 p.m. on a Friday? Yeah, like we don't have plans or anything. And don't get me started on Mr. Johnson's PowerPoint presentations. Did he really think we wanted to stay late on a Friday just to look at graphs? I mean, who schedules an early Monday meeting anyway? Is he trying to ruin my weekend? And now my boss wants me to work on a Saturday. I swear, the only numbers he cares about are at the bottom of his paycheck. Whenever I see an IRS agent, I start to quiver. It's like running into my ex. Just not something you want to deal with. I tried to claim my dog as a dependent on my tax return. They didn't go for it. Said she wasn't living in my house. So I brought her with me to the audit. Problem solved. I swear, the IRS gets more creative every year. Last time, they asked me to prove that I bought 14 pencils on the 7th of March, 2020. Like I keep receipts for that kind of thing. It's like they have a bingo chart of things to check off during an audit. Like, has the taxpayer ever rented a movie from Blockbuster on a Tuesday night? It's like they're trying to catch us all on trivial things. Like, did you write off that pack of gum you bought in 2019? I mean, who hasn't accidentally written off their pet's food as a business expense? But seriously, why does it feel like the IRS is stalking us? So, I tried to be sneaky and hide my receipts from the IRS, but then I couldn't even find them myself. It's like the IRS thinks we have a secret stash of money under our pillow. The other day, I went to see my accountant and he told me he can't even understand the tax code anymore. It's like they're trying to make it impossible for us to figure it out. Do you ever feel like the government is just trying to take all our money? It's like they're playing a game of hide and seek, but the rules keep changing and nobody knows where the prize is. Have you ever noticed how promotions are like taxes? They both promise you more money, but in the end, you end up with less. Promotion means more responsibilities, which is just corporate lingo for more work for the same pay. I mean, they gave me a big fancy title, but all I really do is fake smile and nod in meetings. I asked my boss for a raise, and he told me to go the extra mile. So, I started showing up for work 5 minutes early every day, and he started showing up 5 minutes later. I thought getting promoted meant I could finally afford those fancy coffee beans they sell at Starbucks, but it turns out I'm still on Folgers. I went from crunching numbers to being the one getting crunched. But hey, at least now I get to wear a tie. Or maybe I should just stick to the pocket protector? But seriously, HR needs to chill with the policies. Yesterday I got written up for using an Oxford comma. I tried to start my own accounting firm, but it turns out people don't find math jokes as funny as I do. I had to apply to so many jobs. It was like a full-time job looking for a job.
Wow.
And then I realized, job search is like dating. You have to put yourself out there, get rejected multiple times, but eventually, you'll find the one. It's like going on a blind date, but instead of finding love, you're hoping to find financial stability. But the worst part of job searching, the interview process. It's like speed dating, but instead of a potential partner, you're trying to impress a stranger in a suit. And don't even get me started on the HR screening process. It's like trying to pass the eye exam at the DMV, but with your resume. And the job descriptions? Forget about it. They are like treasure maps written by a drunk pirate. Interviewers expect you to have the precise experience they're looking for, like they're shopping for a bespoke suit. Sorry, I'm not Gucci. Job descriptions should come with a decoder ring. I feel like I'm trying to crack a secret code. Why do job descriptions require a bachelor's in astrophysics for an entry-level position? It's like they want you to have gone to Mars and back. I mean, have you seen the qualifications for a barista job? They act like they're hiring for a brain surgeon. It's like they want you to have discovered a new planet in your free time. It's like they expect us to have an Olympic gold medal in flipping burgers. And don't even get me started on the job requirements for a cashier. Thank you, New York. Remember, don't judge a book by its cover, unless that book's called Twilight.
Hey everyone, thanks for coming out tonight. I remember when I was a student teacher and one of my students asked me if I was older than Google. I mean, come on, Google's not even a person. I ended up going to the teacher's lounge, where they had a free coffee maker, but then I found out why it was free. And don't even get me started on the cafeteria food. I mean, do they think we're in prison? I mean, who even likes black coffee anyways? And the worst part is, I couldn't even use it to wake me up in the mornings. It's like they took the beans and just burned them to a crisp. And I swear, that coffee was so bad, it probably violated the Geneva Convention. I mean, I knew the coffee was bad, but I didn't know it was violate the Geneva Convention bad. And the food, don't even get me started. So John, you were just an extra? I guess I should have known when you said your big break was a blink and you'll miss it moment in a shampoo commercial. I mean, who hasn't lied at a party before? I once told everyone I could speak French fluently when all I knew was bonjour. I mean, it's not like I've never lied to impress someone before. Just the other day, I told a guy I was a world-renowned yo-yo champion. Who knew he was going to challenge me to a yo-yo contest? I once dated a guy who said he was a doctor. Turned out he was just a dentist with a fancy lab coat. So, John Smith, if that's even your real name, told me he's an actor. Yeah, and I'm a world-renowned yo-yo champion. But hey, at least he wasn't a clown pretending to be a doctor, am I right? I mean, I could always get a cat, they're pretty low maintenance. I mean, who needs a guy when you have a cat? They always listen and never talk back. I mean, at least with a cat, I don't have to worry about awkward silences or bad breath. I'm pretty sure my cat would be a better date than any of those guys. I heard that pet rocks are making a comeback. Honestly, that might be a better investment than a dating app subscription. I mean, at least my cat doesn't wear a fedora. And the worst part? He didn't even offer to pay for my meal. I had to split the check with him. Like, what kind of gentleman does that? I once went out with a guy who talked about his ex the entire time. Like, who does that on a first date? I think I'm going to start a new dating app. It's going to be called Reasonable Expectations. I'm pretty sure the yoga instructor hates me. Every time she says easy pose, I swear she's looking right at me. I tried to do a headstand, but I quickly realized I'm better at being a headstander. I'm starting to think that the only pose I'm good at is the child's pose. I'm pretty sure the only way I'll ever be able to touch my toes is if they move closer to my hands. I might not be able to touch my toes, but I'm pretty sure I could kick you in the face. I guess I'll just stick to kicking people in the face. It's easier than touching my toes. My boss was so boring, I pretended to be on mute during conference calls just to see if anyone would notice. I used to daydream about doing stand-up during conference calls. Now, here I'm, living the dream. I even convinced my boss that take your child to work day was actually take your cat to work day. But the highlight of my day was making photocopies of my face and leaving them all over the office. It's the little things that keep you going, you know. When I couldn't take it anymore, I started talking to the office plants. They were the only ones who really understood me. I even made a competition with myself to see how many times I can write my name in a day. I called it the Amy Challenge. I even made a fake presentation to put everyone to sleep during meetings. It was called The History of Paper Clips. And the waitress was so nice, I think I'm gonna name my next dog after her. That restaurant was so good, I wanted to lick my plate clean. That food was so good, it's making me wish I had a second stomach. I don't know what they're putting in that food, but I want some more. I'm starting to think that Bigfoot must have cooked that meal, because it was out of this world. It's a good thing Bigfoot doesn't run a restaurant, or everyone would be hunting him down for his recipes. I hope that restaurant doesn't turn out to be a Bigfoot trap. I can't believe we almost missed out on that amazing food, all because of Bigfoot. Looks like I'll have to be my own chef on the next Tinder date. Lesson learned, people. There's nothing more awkward than smiling through something you genuinely don't like. It's like trying to convince yourself you actually like kale. I should have known better than to trust someone else's taste buds. I mean, I should have seen the signs. This dude had a picture of avocado toast as his screensaver. I mean, I should have trusted myself. I have a PhD in eating, why did I let this guy tell me what to order? Thanks for laughing with me tonight. Remember, always trust your PhD in eating.
Good evening everyone. Let's get right into it, shall we? And that's how I ended up in a Shakespeare play, as a tree. Speaking of Mr. Johnson, I once saw him fall asleep in a meeting and start snoring. It was like attending a lullaby concert. I swear that tie had more personality than my boss. So I decided to add some personality to my office attire and wore a different tie every day. It was like an escalator to the top floor of boredom. And let me tell you, the highlight of my day was when the office plant wilted. Have you ever noticed that escalators always break down at the busiest times? It's like they have a vendetta against people in a hurry. It was so boring. I started talking to the copy machine. I named it Dave. Dave never once complained about his tie. And of course, I had to buy her the most expensive shirt they had. Today, I'm wearing the cheapest one I own. I mean, who spends that much on a shirt? It's not like she's a Kardashian or something. I mean, maybe I shouldn't have gotten her the shirt at all. Spilled wine is just another form of tie-dye, right? But seriously, who needs a shirt that expensive? It's not like she's Kate Middleton. And don't get me started on the dry cleaning bill. I might have to start doing my laundry in the bathtub. But hey, at least we got a good story out of it, right? And the worst part, she didn't even like the shirt I picked out for her. You know, sometimes I think pranking coworkers is the only thing that keeps me sane in the daily grind of work. I remember one time I replaced all the coffee with decaf. The office was like a morgue. It was hilarious. I once replaced my co-workers' highlighters with crayons. I never knew a grown man could throw such a tantrum over lost highlighters. I once convinced my co-worker that the water cooler was voice activated. He stood there yelling water for 5 minutes before giving up. I once replaced all the pens on my co-worker's desk with crayons. He thought he was losing his mind trying to sign a contract with a red crayon. My boss once asked me to organize an office party. I had no idea what to do, so I just put my co-worker's desk in the bathroom and called it a desk party. So I decided to take my pranks to the next level and put my boss's coffee mug in Jell-O. Little did I know, he was allergic to gelatin. Oops. Selfie Steve's favorite exercise is taking pictures of himself. And you know what he does after every selfie? He checks his phone to see how many likes he got. It's like he's surviving on those likes or something. I mean, what happened to just enjoying the moment? Why do we always have to document everything? You know what I miss? The good old days when working out meant getting a good sweat and feeling good about yourself. Now it's all about taking pictures and showing off on social media. And let's face it, nobody looks good while working out. We're all sweating like pigs and wearing clothes that have holes in them. This isn't a fashion show, it's a gym. And don't even get me started on the gym mirrors. They say it's to check your form, but really it's just a constant reminder of how out of shape I am. And don't even get me started on the gym music. It's like they're trying to make us lift weights to the sound of whales mating. It's like these drivers have a quota of words they need to hit before dropping you off. Like, we're not all on a TV talk show, man. I mean, don't get me wrong, I appreciate the conversation, but, dude, I'm paying you to drive, not to be my therapist. I mean, I could have written the book by the time he dropped me off. And it would have been a better story. I mean, I'm pretty sure I missed my flight because of that guy. He wouldn't stop talking about his cats. And then he didn't even help me with my bags. I mean, I never knew the ending of Breaking Bad, but thanks to this guy, now I do. He even spoiled the ending of Game of Thrones for me. I mean, see more now. And don't even get me started on the guy who sat next to me at the theater last week. He kept explaining the plot to me even though I clearly didn't want him to. I mean, who wants to hear dad jokes at a wedding? Unless your dad is a comedian, then you're lucky. And why do wedding DJs always play the same cheesy songs? I don't need to hear the chicken dance for the millionth time. And can we talk about the tiny chairs they always have for kids? I'm surprised the little buggers don't tip over. And what's the deal with those tiny forks they give you for the salad? I'm over here trying to eat my greens like a giant. And don't get me started on the dance floor. It's like watching a whole herd of buffaloes stampede. Speaking of Uncle Frank, he's been telling the same jokes for as long as I remember. I'm pretty sure those jokes were old before he was even born. I mean, I love my family, but sometimes I wish I could just elope and not have to listen to the same jokes every year. I think technology is great, but it's definitely getting out of hand. I mean, have you seen the self-driving cars? What's next? Self-driving shopping carts. I mean, I remember when phones were used for making calls. These days, you can do virtually everything on them except make a decent call. I mean, now we have fridges that can order groceries for us. What's next? They're going to start making us breakfast too. I mean, I still remember when Google wasn't a verb. Now it's like, just Google it. It's amazing how much technology has improved our lives. Probably more than vegetables ever will. I mean, have you seen how advanced robots are getting? They can do our jobs better than we can. I heard they're even making robots that can tell jokes, but I don't think they'll ever be as funny as me. I'm starting to think we'll all be replaced by robots one day.
Hey everyone, anyone else here laughing their way out of the office? I remember one time, John called me on a Saturday to ask if I could work on a project. I said I was on a date and he said, well, this is more important than your love life. I was like, my love life is pretty important, John. Sometimes I wonder if John knows what the word weekend means. It's like he thought my name was Amy Johnson and the Johnson was for Johnson & Johnson, the company he expected me to work for 24/7. He even asked me to come into the office on Christmas Day. I told him I couldn't because I had to sit in my car alone, unwrap my McDonald's, and have a good cry. I swear, John's behavior made me question if I was working for a pharmaceutical company or a cult. I thought about starting a support group for all the other employees who suffered under his micromanagement. I mean, I couldn't even take a sick day without fearing for my job. I swear, if my appendix burst, John would have asked me to bring it in for his inspection. John once told me my lunch break was too long, as if I was supposed to starve at my desk. I swear, Karen never forgets to mention her pet goldfish during meetings. Maybe that's why she relates to them so much. Maybe Karen should start bringing her goldfish to the meetings. At least someone would be listening to her then. Maybe we should give Karen a goldfish memory test before the next meeting. Maybe we should bring a goldfish to every meeting, John. At least it would be more productive than Karen. Well, at least we can all take a bathroom break while Karen finishes talking. Karen, you should really take notes. They're like memory supplements, but for people with the memory of a goldfish. Yeah, Karen's memory is swimming like a goldfish in a bowl. Oh, Susan doesn't gossip about me because she doesn't care? That's what my ex-boyfriend said too. Well, at least my ex-boyfriend had the decency to care enough to gossip about me. Well, Susan, I'm surprised you can even remember my name to not care about me. Well, Susan, I hope someday you become the subject of your own gossip, and I hope everyone looks at you the way you look at me. Well, Susan, based on the way you treat people, I can see why you don't have any friends. Well, Susan, I hope one day you realize that gossiping hurts everyone involved, including yourself. Well, John, as they say, nepotism never really pays off in the long run. Well, Amy, maybe it's time to start looking for a new job, one where your talent and hard work are actually appreciated. Maybe John's nephew can teach me how to do a job I've been doing for years. Maybe John's nephew should start looking for a new job. Maybe John's nephew can teach me how to file a complaint. Maybe John's nephew can give me some pointers, like how to photocopy my middle finger. Maybe John's nephew can teach me how to fix printers, since apparently experience in the field isn't necessary. Looks like John got more than what he bargained for with that team building event. I guess we know who to thank for getting us out of those woods. Thank you, John's nephew. Looks like I'm not the only one who needs a GPS to find my way out of the office. I guess this means I'm the new leader for our next team building event. Looks like we found out who the real survivalist is here. John, maybe next time we should just stick to Trust Falls. Well, John, I guess we can add wood survival skills to my resume now. Looks like John owes me a promotion, or at least a raise for all the hard work I did last night. Looks like John really underestimated my accounting skills. I just balanced the whole team, and the hike was just icing on the cake. It's okay, John. I always knew Tom was a character. Unfortunately for us, his character was Daffy Duck. And let me tell you, I'm not surprised he took it elsewhere. After all, who wouldn't want to be treated like they're the only client in the world? Or as I like to call it, the Tom treatment. I mean, who needs reliable clients when you could be up all night redoing the same work for someone who's never satisfied? I mean, The guy was practically becoming my pen pal with all the emails he sent. I tried to negotiate more money for the extra work, but Tom wouldn't budge, and by that, I mean he just hung up the phone. I'm not saying Tom was difficult, but even his voicemail messages changed their mind. I guess Tom didn't appreciate my interpretive dance of frustration. I mean, I'm not saying that stand-up is less stressful than accounting, but at least I can make fun of my problems now. I never realized how much material I had until I quit that place. I've gotta say, Karen's meetings were a great source of material. I mean, who needs coffee in the morning when you have Karen's PowerPoint presentations? I never thought I would miss a 9-5, but at least I got to sit down all day. John begged me to stay, but I said see ya later. I did the math, and quitting actually made me richer, if we don't count therapy bills. And let me tell you Al, it's nice to be your own boss. Now I can take breaks whenever I want. Thank you and good night, folks. Don't forget to tip your wait staff.
Welcome to Inside Amy Schumer. You know, John wasn't the worst passenger I've ever dealt with on a plane. I once sat next to a guy who clipped his toenails mid-flight. I mean, who does that? Clipping toenails on a flight? That's almost as bad as bringing a tuna sandwich on board. And don't even get me started on people who recline their seats all the way back. It's like, do you want to be in bed? Go home. And what's the deal with airline food? It's like they are trying to get revenge on us for making them fly us around all day. I mean, the last time I saw a blanket that small, I was at a Build-A-Bear workshop. And don't get me started on the tiny peanuts they serve. I mean, I don't even think a squirrel could survive on that. You know what's also unbelievable? The number of babies on that flight. I felt like I was auditioning for a Jagger commercial. Seriously, what are these airlines thinking with their blankets? It's like they are made of tissue paper. If I wanted inappropriate questions, I would have gone home for Thanksgiving. Next thing you know, they'll be asking me for a urine sample. I mean, I can't even look at the E! channel anymore. They are like, who are you wearing? And I'm like, who am I wearing? I don't know. I found it in a pile and I put it on. I mean, do they really need to know what brand of underwear I'm wearing too? He asked me about my diet and I said I only eat what I kill. Can we just talk about the movie I'm in? I mean, I did spend 3 months shooting it. I'm pretty sure John Smith is my ex-boyfriend's new girlfriend's dad. Can't say I blame him. I'd want to heckle me too if I was dating my ex's new man's father. I mean, the guy wouldn't let up, he was like a mosquito, but with bad aim. He was trying so hard to be funny, but it was like watching a fish try to ride a bicycle. He was so bad, he made me question my own jokes. I mean, I know I'm not for everyone, but I didn't think anyone could hate me that much. I mean, if he wanted to get roasted, he should have gone to a barbecue joint, not a comedy club. I heard John Smith's favorite book is Suggestions to Improve Your Personality. So, John Smith showed up and, let's just say his personality needed some serious improvement. Turns out John Smith's photos were from 10 years and 30 pounds ago. Classic John Smith. I mean, honestly John, if you're gonna lie about your photos, at least go in the opposite direction. Where's my 6 feet 2 feet millionaire with a private jet? Oh wait, I just swiped left on him because his bio said he likes Nickelback. And don't even get me started on his profile name. Smooth Operator 69, more like Awkward Guy 97. I don't know which is Wes, the fact that he clearly lied about his height or the fact that his favorite band is Nickelback. I mean, come on, why do guys always have to lie about their height? It's not like you're going to magically grow 6 inches taller the moment we meet. Why do they always have to use old photos too? Why do they always show pictures with fish? What, are they trying to prove they can catch a meal? I see what he's trying to do, he's baiting me like a fish, but I'm not taking the bait. I guess John here thinks he's auditioning for a role on Mad Men, but as far as I know, this is still 2021. Looks like John needs a reminder on how to treat customers. Maybe he should stick to flipping veggies at McDonald's. I mean, I know that wearing a mask can be hard, John, but I didn't know it also affected your hearing. Speaking of John, I think I found his Yelp review. This restaurant is so bad, the food gave me food poisoning twice. But don't worry, John says he's working on his new comedy routine, where he steals jokes and insults the customers at the same time. At least John is consistent. I've never gotten my order right either. I mean, John's restaurant is so bad, even the rats send back the food. John's restaurant is so dirty, the cockroaches come out to complain. John's restaurant is so bad, the health inspector uses a hazmat suit. John's restaurant is so infested, they use the rats as waiters. John's restaurant is so dirty, the cockroaches wear hazmat suits. John's restaurant is so filthy, the health inspector uses a gas mask. John's restaurant is so gross, even the rats refuse to eat there. John's jokes are as funny as his restaurant is clean. John's jokes are as stale as his wedding cake. Looks like John's been hitting the open bar a little too hard. Looks like John's the only one not getting married today. Hope you like your wedding present, John. It's a book on marriage advice, written by Tiger Woods and Bill Clinton.